Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel Learn with Satish Kumar Jayachandran, and also I am welcoming you to this particular series Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial we are going to see the introduction in the React.js, and before start of this tutorial I am also going to give a brief introduction about myself, about my background as well, and if you're not interested please feel free to skip that. And later I'm also going to explain why I have created this tutorial and what is a user driven approach is all about. So those are all the things that I'm going to explain in this tutorial. So let me give a brief introduction about myself, and my name is Satish, and as of now I'm having a 12 years of experience in software development and still it's going on. And over here I have mentioned some few technologies, like these were some of the few things that I have worked on, and there are a lot of other things I also worked on. I didn't want to put it over here so the slide doesn't become so messy of all about. And my aim is like whatever the knowledge that I have gained, I'm a person like where I want to distribute to someone else, but there is no kind of any medium like where I can just sit and help them in learning. And yes, I just started a YouTube channel, and over here I'm going to put each and every series whatever I have learned and whatever that is keen interested is all about. And I'm also going to explain you guys only 10 minutes per day. That is what my aim, because I don't want to consume more than 10 minutes of your time, and each and everyone have a should have a practical exposure as well. So that is what the main advantage of this particular tutorial as well. And the reason why I have created this tutorial is like if you take a look at some of the tutorials which is outside, each and every tutorial is cost much, and they won't give enough details if it is free, and they would ask you to go and refer in this and this site and gain the knowledge like that, and otherwise it won't be from the scratch itself. When I say scratch, what I am planning is, if someone, a layman who doesn't know what is React.js itself, and he knows something like what is computer, what is HTML, JavaScript, if he refers my website, he should be a React advanced developer. Like at the end of viewing all the videos that I have created, at the end you should be an advanced React.js developer. That's what my aim is all about, and that is what I am just planning to do it, and that's why I created this tutorial as well. And for a reference, I would suggest you don't have to take a look at any tutorial itself, or you don't have to take a look at any source. If you just refer my tutorial alone is enough, more than enough, that I'll be telling you all the concepts, what are all the things that is present in the React.js from the scratch till the end. Either it goes to 500 videos or 400 videos, whatever it is, I'm going to explain it from the scratch, and it is totally free of cost. You don't have to pay anything, and I'm not going to tell you that for the advanced topic like this and this, go and refer like this and all. I won't be doing it, because most of the YouTubers right now, those who create any content in the YouTube, they are doing it. I don't want to mention the name, but I don't also want to put down their efforts as well. And hence, I have created this tutorials, and there is a typo over there in the slide. What I mean to mention is just spend 10 minutes a day. That's it, more than enough. And each and every day you have to learn one concept with practical knowledge. That's what my planning is all about. So enough of giving the brief introduction about myself and my career and what are all about. It is a bit boring. I know that. Even I got bored. And right now we'll get into the topic. What is React.js? React.js is a JavaScript library which is used for UI design. So whenever someone is asking in an interview, just give this alone. And by giving this statement is alone is not enough. You have to explain what it is. So what is JavaScript library? So we know JavaScript, but what is JavaScript library? Say for example, if you want to bring an image in front of your web page, at that time you will be writing some few lines of code in JavaScript. And this would be around 10 lines or 20 lines, or sometimes it may be 100 lines, the way the effect should look like. And this is quite complex, and each and every time you have to write this 100 lines of code. Say for example, this 100 lines of code would be common, and you have written some code or library. That is what library is all about. If you written some common code somewhere else and it is stored in a folder, and this folder would be referred from the active programming wherever I am doing, and just within two to three lines of code I can able to achieve rendering the image with effects. So this particular folder or the contents whichever I am using, right, that is called as a library. So ReactJS is one such JavaScript library which is used for UI design alone. So this is not used for any backend language, something like that. This is only as a UI design we are using this ReactJS library, and it is a user-driven approach. What you mean by user-driven approach? User-driven approach is that, like, where you are writing a programming language, right? At that time when you are coding, you have to keep user in your mind. So that is called as a user-driven approach. And ReactJS is a component-based architecture. So for example, take Java programming. So if you are coding anything in the Java programming, each and every class that you are going to write, right, is going to be a Java class. Like that, over here, each and everything that we are going to code would be a components, and that is called component-based architecture. And ReactJS was developed by Facebook, and it is still maintained by them, and it is open source. So it is said that even a Facebook was developed by using the components, that is nothing but the ReactJS. And if you just look into your home page of the Facebook, even that particular web page itself is developed by 10,000 components. So imagine like how many number of components would be there in the picture. And there are also other JavaScript libraries available in open source. They are nothing but the EXTJS, Angular, or one such of the JavaScript library. ReactJS is the most used one, and if you just get into any job website, you can see that ReactJS is the one like which is mostly asked by many companies. That is because of its user-driven approach. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted before winding up this is, I want to explain you by showing some website, and I also want to tell you how the web page of the ReactJS is being looking like that. You can also open a Facebook, and for here, what I'll do is I'll open one of the sample ReactJS website, and I'm just going to show you how it looks like. So I am opening this website react.rocks, which is being developed by the ReactJS. This is one such example. So over here you see the website, right? So in this website, each and every component, this one is a component actually. This one is a component, this one is a component, like that. So when you are getting into this website, it is bringing all this component that is shown over here. And inside this also somewhere else, this particular components can also be used. The reusability is there. So once you click on the component, this would be open, and which is another component. So ReactJS is something like user-driven architecture, which is built on components like this. So this is one thing I just want to keep you posted. And thanks for watching. Please feel free to subscribe. In the upcoming tutorials, we will get into practical knowledge and gain some practical knowledge on it. Over here, I just want to keep you posted, with some introductions about this series and introduction about ReactJS and about myself. That is what I want to achieve over here. And I'll make sure each and every day you just spend only 10 minutes. Maybe at the time of installing and other things and all, it would consume more time. But apart from that, you just have to spend only 10 minutes a day. You will learn each concepts, even including practical knowledge about it. That's it. Thanks, and have a nice day. Hello everyone, welcome to the second tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial we are going to see how to set up a workspace for React.js. So before setting up a workspace in React.js, there are two prerequisites that you have to do. One is you have to download Node.js, and this is the link where you can able to download the Node.js. I have also created a separate tutorials where I have explained like how you need to run the Node.js in your local machine after download, and how to verify whether the node is installed in your machines properly or not. So those link I'll provide in the description tag so that you can take a look at the particular video where you have to download Node.js. But keep in mind, like, Node.js is one of the prerequisites that you need to download based on your environment, and based on Windows, Mac or Linux, you need to download the same. And based on whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit, you need to download the same and install it in your workspace. And the second thing you have to do is you have to download Visual Studio Code. And this is not Microsoft Visual Studio, so most of them would get confused with Microsoft Visual Studio. This is Visual Studio Code, though it is a Microsoft applications, but certain people, I mean, they would get confused with Microsoft Visual Studio, and hence I want to keep you posted on the same. So over here you have to choose like which machine is yours, like whether it is Linux, Mac or Windows. Based on that, you have to install your 64-bit or 32-bit, like that. And I have also created one video for downloading the Visual Studio Code. So the link for that also I'll post it in description tag. And after downloading these two and getting installed, so you have to open the Visual Studio Code. So once you open the Visual Studio Code, so what it would appear is it would appear a startup screen like this. So over here, you can add your workspace folder, or you can open a specific folder if you are already having one, or you can just give normally add the folder for workspace. And I have already created one. So for this tutorial, just to show you guys, I'll also create one more folder so that you will be aware of like how to create it. So in this, I'm going to give React Tute like that, and I'm just going to click on add. Once I clicked on add, what happens is your Visual Studio Code is mapped to this particular folder, and this folder would be the root folder of your workspace. So whatever you are developing, whatever you are doing, so everything would be in this particular root folder. So initially it would take up some time if it is the start. So it is already created the tutorial folder, so I'm going to cancel this. So once you map to the tutorial folder, the first thing what you have to do is go to terminal and click on new terminal. So by this way, what you are doing is you are making sure that your Visual Studio Code is mapped to this folder. So at first, at the welcome page, we have added a folder that is nothing but to map the folder over here in the project explorer. But over here in terminal also, you have to make sure that your terminal is pointed to the right path. So I just went to terminal and I have clicked on a new terminal. By default, it would give you the terminal path wherever you mapped initially, but in some cases it would not happen. So be confident on that to check whether your local path is mapped to the path that you have initially created or not. So right now I am confident that the React folder whichever I have created, yes, it has been mapped there. Perfect. So after doing this, I have to execute only one single command to, make your React app up and running in your local. Just only one small command. That is nothing but npx create hyphen react hyphen app and app name. So I'm going to give React app like this and click on enter. That's it. You don't have to do anything. It would download all the commands and what are all the things that needs to be done from react.js, and then it would eventually also show you the browser as well, tagging your local host 3000. And while doing this, make sure you have a good internet connections. Without having a good internet connections, it would take huge amount of time. So I have executed the command, and it is initializing your local PC to get download all the contents, whatever it is required to set up the workspace, React.js workspace. So I'm going to wait for it. Yeah, the installation has got started. So right now I have connected my Ethernet and my desktop, I mean my laptop, and with that itself it is taking so much amount of time. So if you are having a Wi-Fi connections, just verify you have a healthy Wi-Fi connections, because it is going to take some time. And meanwhile, like if there is any interruption is happening, like Wi-Fi connection is not done, make sure you delete this folder again, create a new folder map, and execute this npx create react app command again, because sometimes due to lack of internet connections, certain files won't be transferred properly, and when you're executing your code somewhere else, like it would throw some exceptions and we won't have any idea about it. So in order to avoid it, make sure that you have a good healthy internet connections, and make sure that it doesn't fails over here whenever it is getting downloaded. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted is, certain people will have their not on internet security or some high internet security content in your laptop or desktop. So sometimes when you are executing this particular command, npx create react app command, at that time, certain times what happens is your internet firewall will block certain app which is getting downloaded from the Node.js or the React.js path. So for that time alone, like it is recommended for you to hide or pass the internet security scan, so that it downloads the file seamlessly without any issues. So I'm just going to wait for everything to be loaded, and so I'll pass this tutorial right now, and once everything is good, I'll get back to you again. Hello everyone, welcome back. So it almost took around 45 minutes over here, and right now the completely everything is getting installed. And now to verify whether everything is installed perfectly like that is, like, you will be receiving a message happy hacking at the end of this message. It doesn't mean that you're going to hack something, but it's a message that is being stated once everything is getting installed over here. So we can verify the application by running npm run start. So before, I mean, this would run the server, whatever the server over here that is mapped, right? The Node.js server, and it also automatically opens you the browser at localhost 3000, and it will also show you a nice app saying what is in front. and it is throwing an exception because npm run start should be given a command where package.json is. So over here the package.json is inside the React app. So you have to run npm run start at the place where this package.json is being present. So right now we have react underscore tut, but we have created the React app as well, right? So what you need to do right now is in your terminal, you have to give cd and the React app, the folder that we have created. And from here, what you need to do is you need to run npm run start command in order to make your application up and running. Before running that npm run start, I just want to concentrate on package.json. So package.json is a file, is the first file that runs in React. This is like a main class in Java like that. And this is the start of React applications. So in package.json, it will tell you like entire details about the applications, like the name of an application, version, and if it is private, it is belongs to yours, and dependency like testing library, React, and what are all the script. Like for example, if I give npm run start, what start means? It is nothing but React script start like that. All those details would be present over here. Okay, so we are into the React app folder, and let me run npm run start, and that's it. Once you click on that npm run start and enter, automatically that whatever the things that corresponds to the start in package.json would be executed. So how to verify that is like, yeah, if you see the controller, I mean in the terminal, you will see the React script start. This one is getting run. So it will take some time since this is the first time you are loading your application, right? So it would take some time, and it would start the server. What is that server is nothing but the Node.js server which we have installed. And right now the React app is trying to establish a connection with the Node.js server. So once you clicked on npm run start, what happens is your local React script start would try to see if there is any Node.js is getting installed in the machine or not. So this is the actual place where React app does a lot of work. So right now in your machine, you have installed Node.js in your local machine itself, and hence it is trying to utilize it. But say for example, you are having a Docker applications or any server applications. At that time, how my Node.js or my React app would determine that Node.js need to be installed. So that's where some features like Docker file for Docker applications, and for some other applications which is installed in any other server, web inf folder, that is nothing but var folder that would be created, right? Those would be coming into a picture. Please make a note of that as well. So it is still taking some time. Once I clicked on npm run start, it is giving package.json. Okay, this is the first one. So I have given the second one, and right now, yeah, perfect. So it is automatically going to localhost 3000. So by this way, you can confirm yourself your local React app application is up and running. So it is still rendering because first time it would take some time. So as of now, it is sure that your server has been started because of this particular message. So it would try to compile all the contents that is present, and in the next tutorial I will explain like in detail like what are all the contents that is present over here like that. So at first what it would try to do is index.js is there, right? This is the start of your applications. So you would have mentioned somewhere else over here what is index.js like that. So index.js is the first start of the React applications, and at the first start of the React applications, what you are saying is all the content should be downloaded from a component called map. React is a component based architecture, and whatever the contents that is present is components. And over here index.js was the root JS, the first JS which is whichever is that is getting loaded is index.js. So in index.js it is saying utilize app.js. App.js is nothing but another component. So the component would be shown by this way, like function app, like that and all. So there are two types of components, like functional components and the class components, which is getting vastly used. There are also other components like controllable components, like that and all, which we will see in the upcoming tutorials. But as of now, take in mind functional components and the class components alone. Over here, the app.js is another functional components, and inside this functional components, you can mention another functional components like that. So that is what the beauty of React.js is all about. So it's still taking time to load the localhost, and yeah, so I'm just waiting to show you the screen saying that what are all the logos that have been imported, right? Logos like SVG, which is nothing but React app logo. So it's like a circle that would be examined, a dimensional circle, three-dimensional circle. So these contents would be displayed in your browser. So that is what it is doing right now. So since it is a start, trying to pull is taking some time over here. And don't give control C, control V, something like that, which would uh, give you an alert message asking you whether you need to come out of the React start of the server like that and all. It would give you a message. So hence don't give control C or control V at the first start of the applications. Wait for it, wait for the contents to get resolved. So I'm just still waiting. If it is going to take more than a minute, I'll pause this video again and I'll resume once it is up and running. Perfect. So right now you received the message compiled successfully. So this much amount of time it was trying to compile it. So at first time when you're starting the application, it would say it would take some time actually. So let me get into the browser and see what is coming. I'm also going to reload this. If this is taking more time, you can also open another tab and mention localhost 3000 like that. So the image, whichever that is getting loaded, if it is taking time, it will also consume lot amount of time in loading the applications. So that is what it is happening right now. Since it is a three-dimensional applications, the image, it is taking some time to load the localhost. So what right now I'm going to do is I'm going to
take a new tab and generate localhost if this is not getting coming over here. Perfect, it came. So only for the first time it would take much amount of time, and the second time and third time you can load it very fine. Yeah, over here. So this is 3D actually. This is why, that is the reason like why it is taking so much amount of time. So these contents are getting loaded from app.js, which is an component, root component, or you can call it as parent component. From there it would be called some other components, like that it would go on. So like that you can call as many number of components you want. So I have got into a new tab, and right now I posted localhost 3000. Right now it is fast, perfect. Only for the first time it was taking some huge amount of time. That's it from this tutorial. So we have seen like how to install Visual Studio Code. We have seen how to install Node.js, and we also seen like how to open a new folder in the Visual Studio Code. And then later we made the React app up and running in our local. So I don't want to skip anything. I want to be there with you guys till like whatever the things that is happening. And hence I have not, removed any content of it, and just posted only the video of downloading and installing it alone. So feel free, like if there is any doubt, please post that in the comment. I'll reply you as soon as possible. And please feel free to subscribe this channel as well, so that if I add any videos you will get notified. That's it. Thank
Hello everyone, welcome to the third tutorial in this complete series to ReactJS video playlist. In this tutorial, we are going to see what are the other ways to create the React app which we have created using npx create react app command in the last tutorial. So you have seen in the last tutorial, like we have just used the command npx create react app and we hit the browser localhost 3000 and you found the application up and running. What happens at the back end? What is there in that particular command that you executed in your terminal that have created a React app and your browser was up and running? So all these informations are available in Webpack and Babel way of creations. So I have classified the React app creation into two. One is through npx create react app command, another way is through Webpack and Babel. The reason is each and every way of creating a React app has its own importance, which we are going to see in our next slide. Using npx command, we have created a React app, but say for example, it is a case where you want some var to be present at some place and it should be written in React code, and say for example you need to write your business logic separate in such a way like manipulation with respect to calculations, operations, or certain round of web services that needs to be called. What happens like is that npx command whichever executed would provide you all the UI components? No. The reason is we are using while using the npx command, you have not you have not generated any file which tells that my application is going to be a var and it is going to be at one place where it will be called by my servers. So over there, when we use the npx command, you remember you have clicked on, we have entered another command npm start where your node engine is acts as a server. You would have also seen the command like it going to act as a dev server, right? So all this, what happened is your node acts as a middle layer, acts as a server in which your React app is running and it is seen in the UI. So on a non-enterprise application, you can use this particular command and you can go ahead and take a look at my other series of upcoming tutorials and work on the same. Whereas when you're going for the different way, that is through Webpack way for creating a war, and then you want to reuse it by the business logic or by the enterprise application or by the services, you have to go through the Webpack way of creation. So these are the differences. So using Webpack, these are all the advantages. You can create your own bundle and keep your war separate, and your business logic can be in some Jazz, or if you are writing a Java code, or if you Python or whatever it is, then you can call this war and it would give you a proper UI like in your front end. So these are all the advantages of the Webpack. So when you are creating a Webpack application, React applications, so what are all the main things that should be present is Webpack config.js. It's like a main class in Java. This tells what are all the JavaScripts that it should enter as the first point of contact, and then what are all the HTML files it needs to be loaded and what to be loaded. And this what to be loaded would be a JSX file. JSX is the format in which React files would be mentioned, and this would how JSX loads is like an index like an HTML in which it embeds. It would be embedded as a JSX and it would get displayed. So these are all the contents and these are all the things that would be covered in the upcoming tutorial. I'm explaining you this since I want you guys, whoever referring this tutorial, wants to know when to use npx command to create the React app applications and when to use Webpack version of creating a React app applications. And hence the reason I have started this tutorial before getting into my next topic. So in this slide you can take a look. So when you click on the browser, you have seen the beautiful React that is surrounded in the last tutorial, right? It was just buffering. So with buffered it was just a static HTML page. In the static HTML page, the React DOM, which was present in our main.js, like it's a JSX, like which was rendering that dynamic manipulation of some circle over there. So in our next tutorial, I'll explain you more in detail like how this comes in front end with the Hello World program. And as of now, just make sure that React DOM is the main component that is present inside the HTML, which brings you some contents in front end, and it would give you a beautiful look of a React applications. That's all from my end in this tutorial. If you have any questions or comments, you can just put it over here in this video and I'll take a look, and if there is any questions, I'll answer the same as much as I can. Thanks and have a nice day. We'll see you in next tutorial. Hello everyone. Welcome to the fourth tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain how to install a React app using Webpack. In the second tutorial, I have explained how to create a React app using npx command, and in the third tutorial, I have explained you like what are all the classifications that can be done or to create a React applications, and In this tutorial, I'm going to explain that the second classification, which is nothing but creating a webpack, creating a React using webpack. So at first, what I have done is I have created a new folder called React using a webpack, and then I opened it through open folder over here, and it had opened it for me. And second thing what I have to do is I have to go to the terminal window, and in the terminal window I have to click on new terminal so that it loads it to me. So these are the first step. The second step what we are going to do is we are going to create a new folder in which all the webpack components will be bundled. So let me create a new folder by using this particular command in the command prompt, which is nothing but mkdir app, and then I have to go to that particular app. So once you got into this app, so the very first point for each and every JavaScript application is your package.json file. So how to run this package.json file, where I will get it, how to create it. It is not we going to create the package.json. We have a simple command that is nothing but npm init to install package to create a package.json, which is nothing but the entry point of any JavaScript applications, which tells more about your applications. So once you give npm init and click on enter, it will ask you for a few questions. Let it get pop up. I'll wait for it. Yeah, over here it is asking for the package name. I'm just going to give my app as the package name, and the version you can just mention it as 1.0.0. Maybe later, if we are upgrading our app based on this tutorial, we will modify the version as well. If you want to give any descriptions, you can give over here. And the entry point is index.js, which is not going to change right now. And if you want any test commands like karma test and jasmine test, you can mention the test commands over here by default, which will make sure that whenever your application is up and running, this test command is getting executed. If in case your application or the webpack is going to be built based on a specific folder in your source control, at that time you have to mention any URL over here. And click on keywords. I'm not going to take any keywords or any I'm not going to use any keywords in my application, so I'm just going to click on enter. Author, I'm just going to mention my name as an author. You can mention your name for it. And license, I'm just giving it as MIT. It's nothing but just a small name, it is not mandatory that you have to give a MIT. Except the app name, everything is not mandatory over here. And if you click on yes, your package.json will be created. And how to verify it? Once you open this app, and yeah, it is already there. If it is not getting loaded, just click on the refresh button. And once you open this package.json, whatever the things that we entered, right, it is already been there. And this would become as an entry point for any Java related app which is up and running. It acts as a starting point which tells about our applications. And after updating this, the next thing that we need to install is a React module itself. So I'm going to use this command npm install and React. What this does is the React modules would be downloaded and it would be pasted in my node modules, which right now you can't able to see over here, but once I execute this command, it would be over here. What it does is it downloads the React module which is present in the internet and it places over here, and we can React this module in our JS file in our code, and we can use that module to bring a lot of React kind of components in our applications. So when I say I'm using React, that means I need to have some library kind of thing, right? So this particular command installs that. And apart from that, I am also going to install another module which is nothing but React DOM. So React DOM and React both comes in hands in hand. What does React DOM does is each and every HTML element which is present will be passed as a DOM. So those type of contents, like say for example, if you want to render a particular element, you will be using this particular this command so that it would get used and render the components, and it would show in your UI. And once this is done, the next is the most important thing, which is nothing but Webpack itself. What is Webpack module? So I'm going to install the Webpack by saying npm install Webpack. So Webpack is nothing but the tool which bundles all your components like JavaScript, CSS, and your HTML into a single folder. It's a tool, single folder. It would bundle all in one, and it would bring you in browser with the help of Babel. So this particular Webpack need to be installed. I already said you in the previous tutorial that it would be bundled as a var. If you want to bundle it as a var, you can also do that. And for that, what we are using is this particular Webpack module. And how to install this particular Webpack module is by using the command npm install Webpack. So once this module is being installed, there are a couple of other modules that also we need to install as a part of this tutorial, and they are nothing but Webpack Dev Server and Webpack Client. What is Webpack Dev Server and what is Webpack Client? So over here, you have loaded the modules Webpack, and as I said earlier, the Webpack is nothing but a tool which brings all the components in the front. But in order to bring that in front, there is some inbuilt components itself which should be present. Those are nothing but Webpack Dev Server. Inside that itself, it will act as a server engine, and Webpack CLI, which would act as a client, and these components also need to be installed so that your Webpack is available thoroughly. Say for example, when you are installing React, you also install the React DOM, right? Like that, when you are installing Webpack, you also need to install these two modules. So I'm going to mention those two modules in my next command. As of now, let's wait for this particular installation that I have executed needs to be completed. I'll wait for it, and from next command onwards, I just executed in a single command itself. When I say single command, in a single line, so that we don't have to do that. And you also have a note that whenever I am just installing anything, right, you will see that it is automatically added in your package.json as well. So what it does, so say for example, tomorrow one of your colleague also wants to install an application. If he just imports this package.json, and if he just clicks enters npm install alone is enough. What all the dependencies components present over here, it would automatically installed over here rather than I am executing the command each and every time, right? So that is not needed, and that is the reason like why it is getting loaded as a dependencies over here. This is telling that these are all the dependencies that is present for creating a webpack kind of like web applications. So the next thing what I'm going to do is, as I said earlier, I'm going to install npm install webpack hyphen server and webpack hyphen CLI, and I am also going to execute few other things. Those are nothing but Babel, which I will explain you what is Babel and what is Babel is used for. Babel hyphen loader and space. I'm also going to install Babel hyphen reset hyphen env hyphen Babel, sorry, space Babel hyphen reset hyphen react, and that is last Babel hyphen reset hyphen react is there, and HTML webpack plugin. So once I click on all the stuff, I'm just going to click on enter. So I've explained you what is webpack server and webpack CLI is used for and how it comes along with the webpack. So there is some error I'm getting. Webpack dev server latest is not in the npm registry. Let me install npm install webpack dev server alone and see what happens. Sometimes it occurs like, yeah, now it is getting installed. Yeah, so no, not found. Also install Taba folder HTML error or get error. So if you take a look at the command, whichever I have executed, you can able to see over here webpack hyphen dev hyphen server should be there. I haven't used hyphen dev, and that is the reason like it is throwing some exceptions over here. Okay, once this is done, I'll just once modifying that, I'll click on enter and see what happens. It would install all the stuff. So let it get installed. In parallel, I'm going to explain what is Babel and why it is required. Babel is nothing but a module like React, and so is another node module like React, like Webpack. And what this does is it converts ES5 to ES6. And what is ES5 and ES6? Yeah. So, say for example, you have everything that is created in your React application, the webpack, war, everything is created. You need some plugins or some information to tell that, hey, I am present over here, and like you need to download that into my browser, and it has to be seen in the screen. So, who will tell that? Babel tells that. And we also get an error like HTML webpack plugin was not found. Okay, so again same typo error. Over here I have mentioned as plugin, it should be plugin. Click on enter. So what Babel does is Babel tells, hey, you are having a webpack and I need to load it somewhere else. So these set of informations is being present and done by Babel. and in upcoming tutorial we are going to also explain like how to modify the Babel and how to set the environment and a lot of stuff. As of now, just think like Babel is one which loads your webpack into your browser. We'll go into the details in later tutorial. So once this is installed, there are a couple of files that also needs to be created. So let us be create that file, and this installation can happen parallelly. So at first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to create a file with the name called webpack config.js. What is that? Webpack config.js. If you want to know what is a complete webpack config.js and what is it used for and how to modify that, I have to take a separate tutorial for that because that is huge. It's like an ocean. In this tutorial, we mostly concentrate on the React app alone. So what I will be doing is I'll be writing the code for webpack-config.js, and I'll be explaining you like what happens at the backend with the webpack.js which we are created right now. I'm going to walk you through the code, and I'm just going to explain like what is happening. The reason is like webpack config.js a separate module, and if you want to deep dive, I need to create a complete set of a new series of tutorial, which is going to take much time on it. So as of now, we need a webpack config.js for React applications, and if you are going to create it by the through webpack, so please keep that into mind. And I'm going to explain what the contents inside the webpack. At first and foremost, um, you can you have to re-import a component called port path. Sorry. So what is this does? What this does is there is a package named path and load loader whenever my webpack config.js. And what does this path say? If I want to take a specific file in a folder, I'll be going directly like this. I'll be clicking in my computer. In my computer, I'll be opening a specific folder. But in real time, a browser wants to take some contents and load it in your browser itself. Like if it wants to display a picture, and in a real time you will be having that in a separate folder, right? All the images into one folder. So those loadings is happening in our front end uh, through our operating system. But how does it happen through browser? This particular module helps us to load it. And one more thing that we need to import is the HTML Webpack plugin. So what does that HTML Webpack plugin does? Say for example, if you are having any specific template, what do you mean by template? So this is Visual Studio Code, and you can see the Explorer over here, and it is displaying all the files that you have created and what are the files inside a folder. And when you double click on it, it opens the folder over here, file over here, and it is highlighted like this. These are all templates. So in real time, you will be having a real templates also gets loaded in your browser. And the HTML Webpack plugin helps you to achieve that goal. So we also need this particular plugin. So to import that, what I have to do is you have to um, use the name, require, and HTML Webpack plugin. Is it somewhere we have here that? Yes, just a moment before, what we have done is we have imported it, and we also did some mistake over there in putting a wrong name. HTML hyphen Webpack hyphen plugin. That's it. So once you've done that, the next thing that you have to do is you have to export. What do you mean by export? For each and every Node.js or module file that you write, right? It should be exported. It should be then only then it would be visible. Whatever the things that is contained over here, right? Present, it would be visible by the outside package. For that, you have to write this code module.export, and you need to put that in the open braces and the close braces. And from here, we'll be writing the code. This is where we are going to write the actual code, and each and everything is having its own importance. But first, I'm going to mention entry point. The entry point for this webpack config, once you get into the webpack config.js, what is the entry point? I'm going to mention that. So over here, I'm going to click .main.js. This file is not created yet, but in future we will be using main.js is the entry point. So I'm mentioning that over here. And after that, all the webpack contents needs to be bundled, and it should be put it in a output folder, right? Say for example, if you are downloading a files in your computer, it is downloading and putting in a specific folder like that. All your JavaScript would be executed and it would be put in a specific folder, and that is output. So I am going to mention it over here. Output path colon. Remember, like we have said earlier, path is nothing but the thing it tells like where I need to fetch the contents or set the contents. So over here, we are mentioning it as outputs. That means we are telling where we have to bundle it. So path dot join, and in this join, I'm going to give the directory name, and this directory name would be another module. What it will tell you is the current directory name of it would be passed to your webpack. So if you just mention underscore dir name, it would do that, and you have to give bundle. So you can also give some other name as well, but make sure that you use the same content all over the place. And now we are going to bundle it, bundling the file name over here. So it will be bundled whatever the file you are giving over here. Be specific in mentioning the file name and make sure you remember that, and so that it avoids creating a confusion while referring it. So I mentioned over here later. So these are all the output things that is done, right? I also want to mention a server. Remember Webpack server we created? So how to do that? So there is a keyword for it. It is nothing but dev server colon this one, open and close automatically does that, inline colon true over here. What do you mean by inline? Inline means a line within a line. The dev server is present within a simple English word, like a dev server would be present in a browser itself. Don't confuse the server concept with over here. This is something that is built inside the module itself. And I'm just going to give comma. And if there is any rules and regulations that needs to be followed, like need to do some test or anything, yeah, make sure that you'll also get all this stuff, like when you are doing something with the Node.js. It's all, just ignore it and click on colon roles, and I'm just going to mention rules. What are the rules that I am going to execute as an array over here? Once I finished writing this, like I'll also explain you like what is it, dash forward slash and a backslash, why there is forward slash and backslash. The forward slash tells you that any contents of JSX, you just take it and test it. So that is what this code is all about. And this backslash is nothing but that gives you the path. Any path would be referred in a command prompt using the backslash. That's why backslash over here. And this is front, closing it. And if you want to exclude any file, you can also mention that exclude node modules, because node modules is the one whenever your module package.json is getting generated, right? Node modules will be automatically generated. So when you are uploading your file also, at that time please ignore node modules. It would create some other complications if you include it. There is a typo. Node module, and later I'm going to do Babel loader. Why I'm giving Babel loader? That is because it is the one which tells the browser and makes the content up and running. Okay. And let me write some query as well and presets like this. Query colon presets colon hyphen. These are not all the constant values that is we used for ECMA script. And what is ECMA script and other things, you can just browse it, because if I'm going to explain all those things, like it would take a lot of time. And React, our main motive is to learn React. So I'm closing this over here. This is the closed version of it. Okay, so I did some mistake. What I've done is I've written some semicolon which is causing a problem. And JSX, why the semicolon comes over here, that's a problem. And node underscore modules looks correct to me, and loader looks correct to me. Maybe loader, it should be in simple quotes. Query correct to me. Presets, after query it should be a comma. Presets looks correct to me. Yeah, make sure whenever you create any file that it is not highlighted red in error, that means there is a problem in your content. And closing it over here. And last but not least, we will load the plugins alone, which is more important. plugins. What plugin we are going to use? HTML Webpack plugin, which we have mentioned earlier. New HTML. Yeah, it automatically comes. That is because it was downloaded and installed. So that is the great use of our Visio code. It would automatically get loaded. Colon dot index.html. Can I say? You can mention your own name. This would be the place where would be the first point. Once this is done, yeah, everything is done. So we are closing it. Should I have opened it? Which should? HTML plugin should open in a bracket and close in a bracket. Semicolon and a square bracket to close this and a final bracket to close this. Yes, everything looks perfect to me. So what happens is in this webpack config.js file, you see at first I am importing two components. One is path and HTML Webpack plugin. These two things are mandatory in almost if you are writing a correct Webpack folder. Path tells like where you have to look into, where you have to load your contents. HTML Webpack plugin, it loads the templates and anything which you have written in .js folder, it has to be exported so that it is available outside your package. So I am exporting it. In exporting it, at that time itself, I'm explaining the entry point is main.js and the output should be bundled like this, and this directory name, over here it would give you the representation like nothing but place or everything where your current server path is being mentioned over here, and it would be bundled under a name called index_bundle.js. I'm going to use a server, dev server, webpack dev server we installed. I'm going to use it at the port number 8001. And I am going to, if I modify, based on this port number only, it would get loaded in the browser, which I am going to show in the upcoming tutorial. Next tutorial, I'm going to write an hello world program with this webpack file, and I'm going to show you how this port number 8001 is loaded. And then you are writing a module. So you have entry, output, dev server, module, and plugins. These 5 points, 5 components are mandatory. And inside the modules, I'm going to set up rules where I'm going to say test everything that comes under JSX. JSX is a component, React component, where the extension will end with .jsx, but it is not mandatory to use .jsx. We can also use .js. And I'm going to exclude node modules because the node modules will be installed by executing an npm install command. So I don't want to use that particular node modules because node modules you should not be there in the var. It would create some other different problem. And Babel loader query, I'm just mentioning as a presets. That's it, done. Just save it, and I'm going to mention that as an HTML. So we have created the webpack config.js. These all components are mandatory, and this is what it is. Whatever the in future you are creating any React app and it want to be var and it has to be bundled. These are all the mandatory components that needs to be present in webpack config.js. And apart from this, a small thing that we are going to do is we are going to open our web package.json which we have created at first. And in this package.json, what we are going to do is we are going to tell that we are using webpack. So what I am going to do is the scripts is there. I'm just going to ignore all the stuff. I'm going to modify it. I'm going to mention it as a start. Whenever my package.json, as I said, it is in first entry point, At that time, it's going to start a dev server, and the mode in which it's going to start is can be a development or whatever it is, and it is based on like each and every environment you have. You can mention this particular variable would be mentioned like I'm just going to mention development. I'm going to mention it as open, and hot deployment that is going to be done, and I'm going to create another thing is yes, I'm also going to build it. So once the application starts, it also needs to be built. Any application needs to be built, and I'm going to mention webpack -mode production. I'm going to build it over here. So even this build should be in quotes. This is the complex of Visual Studio Code. So once I click on build, oh yeah, it should be also in quotes. Quotes and quotes. Yeah, yeah. Now it is clear. So it is. That's it. And yeah, your webpack is ready. So this is what we learned in this tutorial. So I know this is a big tutorial, and this tutorial would be divided into three so that you can just spend only a few minutes on each and every day. This is the complex part in this particular tutorial, like creating a webpack config.js. While we are executing npx or React app, at that time you can able to see that everything was loaded perfectly, and we also rendered the backend. So npx command does all this for us, like it bundled everything, and if you take a look at the files loaded, you can come to, you can see like there will be a lot of components loaded. In this tutorial, we are going to do that manually so that we will learn how the configuration is being happened, so that in case if we come across any problem like build issues or your React app is not loading, you can do it on your own. You can debug on your own and make sure that the application will be up and running. Yeah, that's it done. And webpack config.js, and we have also mentioned that install the webpack, and we also mentioned in webpack config.js like what was the entry points, and in package.json we also said that it would be acting as a dev server. So when you just give npm start, that is enough. Webpack dev server would be created, and it would automatically deploy all this contents like into bundle.js, and it would load. So which we are going to see in next tutorial, and in next tutorial I am also going to write the other first hello world application by ourselves, so that in front end we can see how the contents whatever we written the code brings those in the front. Um, that's it from my end. I'll meet you in next tutorial. Thanks, and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the fifth tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain how to write an Hello World application using React. At first, in the last tutorial, I have explained what is Webpack config.js and what is the use of it. And in this tutorial, we are going to use the same Webpack configurations to write the Hello World application. Before starting into the tutorial, um, if you have, I'm not sure like when you are seeing this tutorial, and make sure that you have the Babel core as 6.26, In the recent versions, I found that there is a lot of problem and we were unable to bring up the applications. So if you use this version, this particular version in your package.json, you will resolve those issues. At the end of this tutorial, in the video column and the comment sections, I'll also post this entire package.json so that you can take a look and use it and can download the same. So coming back to this particular tutorial, writing an hello world application. At first, we will write an HTML. So how to write it? Like a basic HTML, which is nothing but the index.html as we mentioned in the package.json. So I'm going to create one. Going to write index.html, which is the default name, which we already mentioned in the Webpack configurations at template section. So in this, I'm going to write some simple basic code for index.html. I'm going to write HTML : it automatically populates, and in this I'm going to write head. When you close it, automatically it will also populate. And over here I'm going to have title, which will appear in the browser. Say for example, I'm going to React application, and after finishing the head, the basic is you have to write body, and yeah. So in this body, I am going to so in this body, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some specific HTML component. Say for example, div. You can use paragraph, h1, whatever you want. In this tutorial, I'm going to mention as div, and I'm just going to keep some name for it. Say for example, I'm going to keep it as hat, and make sure that this is the name which should be in line with the JSX file which we are going to create for a React application. And close it, nothing inside it, and we are going to include some script if you want, and source would be nothing but the index bundle.js, and this is also in previous tutorial I have explained, like some sample. All the configuration in the webpack would be bundled into index_bundle.js. So this is done. So my HTML page is created. So right now I'm having something div component called app. Over here I'm going to render some dynamic content. So how am I going to render the dynamic content? This is where my ReactJS comes into the picture. So in this, I'm going to create a file named app.js. This can also be JSX. Nothing worries, like it can also be JS and JSX. Nothing is going to happen in the compile end, but it is recommended to use JSX because the fast performance of it and the way it compiles. If it is in JX, it would be better. So I'm going to use app.js. There is nothing harm in it because we are going to write only a single file, which is just going to return an hello world. So at first, what we have to import in the React file is the first and foremost which we have installed, React. Make sure that this React R is capital and the rest remains small. I'm going to import React as a component module from the package that we had installed. So what is that? React. And Inside this React, I'm going to define a class named app, which should be same as the file name, extends component, the module which we import. Right. So make sure you don't get any spell. Return, sorry, it should be render, and then it should return render a method, and I'm just defining what it needs to render. Return, and over here I'm going to write what it is going to return. Mention this, whereas it should be this, docs, close bracket and open bracket, because it's an HTML component. So in this, I'm going to write div inside this div. I'm going to write a small code h1, say hello world program, return by 3. So over here, I'm also going to, end this, like it's like a end of the statement. It just says that it's end of the statement. And this is for render, and this is for class, and it's an extra one we need to note. And export default, whatever the JS file you are using, you should export that by default so that you can use it somewhere else. So this is my React file, first React file. In this I'm going to write, see, whenever an app is called, at that time return this particular HTML. So with the div ID named this, it is going to render. But there should be some file where I am going to mention where to render this, right? So for that, we are going to write one file. Any guess what would be the name of that file? The name of that file would be the one which we mentioned in webpackconfig.js as an entry point. So what we mentioned that over here we mentioned it as main.js. So I'm going to create another file, main.js, and in this main.js what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a code saying that this is a React component from React, the model which we imported, semicolon to indicate that it is an end of a statement, import React DOM, the another package that we imported it. This just tells that each and every content is a DOM. What do you mean by DOM? Like document object model? Yeah. So each and every content that is being written, even if it is in HTML, it is a JavaScript basically. So how it is getting returned? With the help of React DOM, which is nothing but a module which we imported at the start of this project, imports a document object model wherever it is required. So maybe the fourth line of the code, whichever I'm going to write, would give a clear picture like what I am saying. App.js. And what is app.js? App.js is the external JSX file that we have written. So inside this, what I'm going to write is React DOM dot render And this is the place we mention where to render, sorry, what to render, comma, where to render. So this is the first initial file that gets loaded. That is what we see in the webpack config.js. In this, it imports the React components, whichever that we installed, and in that React DOM.render, we are going to mention what we are going to render, and we are going to mention that as app, and inside a beautiful HTML tag we need to mention that as an app, because it is returning the HTML element, and this would be converted into a JS. Whatever the HTML code that you write, if you see in the right, whatever you are seeing is converted into a JS and sent as a DOM, and that is what this code does. This app.js is nothing but the code that we had already written. So this is the render component which we are calling over here, and it is going to render all the contents inside the app.js over here. And I'm also going to tell where to render. So the where to render, how I'm going to, in the HTML tag, like how am I going to identify it? See, this is the first page that gets loaded, and in this page we have an ID named called app. You can also keep app1 another thing, but to avoid some confusion, I usually used to keep with the same name, so that if you are writing thousands and thousands of lines of code, so it would be in line with that. Hence the reason I have kept the same name. It is not like mandatory to keep the same name, but in the real JavaScript world, it is recommended to use the same name. So the index.html page is the first page that is going to load. If you just take a look at the webpack config.js over here, I would have mentioned that the index.html in the plugin is the first page to get loaded. So in this index.html, I am going to add something called as an app. This app, whenever this divide loads, render the React component. Is that what is meant over here in this main.js file? So in that main.js file, I'm going to use this particular app component which is present over here, and it is going to put all the HTML over here, and where it is going to put. For that, how you refer is document dot. This is the usual HTML content that we used to write in our HTML world. Document dot get element ID. So the prerequisite is to know HTML better, to know React, and also the JavaScript, basic JavaScript. So this is it. I've created the main.js, and that's it. Whatever the component that we are going to retry, it is there. But only one thing that I am going to add over here is babel.rc. Babel.rc. So what is .babel.rc? In my third tutorial, I have already explained that babel.rc is nothing but a file which would tell, a Babel is nothing but a file which would tell the document object model would be rendered and need to be displayed that in the browser, right? So those particular things are done by Babel. So I'm going to write that as a presets, and I'm going to mention the environment name. This environment name is nothing but the one which I mentioned in the webpack config, and I'm going to mention it as a React. Treat that as a React, and I'm going to render the React It's nothing but initializing. In browser, it is initializing. Hey, Babel, initialize React component over here. It is just giving some instructions. So once this is done, I'm just going to save all those contents and click on npm start. Just npm start and click on enter. Automatically a screen would pop up based on what you kept as a default browser, and it would load. See, I mean, when I give npm start, it goes to the package.json, and somewhere in package.json we have mentioned this over here, right? It is loading all the stuff. Webpack, it is loading all this Webpack contents, and it goes into the webpack config.js. It opens a browser with the help of the Babel, and Babel communicates what are all the things that needs to be loaded, Babel loader. And how it is going to load us, it is going to consider index.html as the first HTML component, and main.js as the JavaScript that we need to use. So this is how step by step it happens at the backend. Over here it opens the browser for myself automatically, and this is the port number. Localhost 8001 is the one that we used it over here, right? Yeah, so it automatically opens that. Right now your browser is up and running, and it is going to bring, yeah, the content whatever we have written. So happy coding, and do your hands, I mean, keep your hands dirty on the programming. So this is the first ReactJS code that we had written, and it is executed successfully. Going forward, we will get into the concepts and clarify all the concepts each and every 10 minutes. That's it. Thanks and have a nice day.
Hello everyone. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain what is JSX. This is the sixth tutorial of this complete guide to React.js, and in order to know the full knowledge or full-fledged content of whatever that is present to be understandable, it is prerequisite to go through all the 5 tutorials which I have created before. So what is JSX? JSX is an abbreviation of JavaScript XML. As the name suggests, our entire JavaScript over here would be converted into a DOM, which is nothing but an XML, would be referred as a DOM, and this DOM would be available in a browser, and Babel loads this DOM and brings the component in a readable format. This is what React does, and this is what JSX is being used for. In the last tutorial, we have created an Hello World application. In the Hello World applications, you can see a small code snippet which is having an HTML component over here. What is happening at the back end? So this particular HTML element is being used inside a file which is nothing but app.js. This is nothing but a JSX file. And why it is mentioned as JS over here? Since that might be a question like, I mean, this is a JSX component, but you're using .js and it is not throwing me any exception over here. Why it is? JSX is nothing but an extension of .js. JavaScript extension is JSX. So, and hence I'm using the parent .js extensions, and hence it is not throwing any exceptions. But in the React world, it is recommended to use .jsx format. I'll rename it over here to .jsx. You can also see that a React icon is being displayed over here, and it has been recommended to use .jsx because it will often tell you if there is any compilation level of issues, type level of issues, and performance level of contents is well ahead in if you use .jsx instead of .js. And it is throwing me an exception over here because in main.js we have imported with app.js. If it is app.jsx and click on save, everything would be compiled
and you can see the code is also renders perfectly. So saying that, in the previous tutorial we have returned hello world applications and how it is getting rendered. See over here, this render element is there, right? This HTML element which you use over here is automatically getting converted into a React element. So if it is a React element, how it would be converted into? This HTML is being sent to the browser and it is rendered as a DOM. So when it is rendered as a DOM, it would be like this: React.create element, and inside this there would be div. Everything should be in a single quotes. I'm using a double quotes, and its values, anything can be its values, null or empty, and its attributes. So these are all the informations that would be present in this react.create element, and this would give you a actual div like this in your program. And what happens in the real-time world is, whatever you write in the HTML, right, this is getting converted and passed into an element like this, react.create element, and this react.create element is used by the Babel, and it displays the content over here as a DOM, and it shows a beautiful line over here. So it is though we can, I mean, though there might be a questions and dilemma like whether I have to use this or this, it is recommended by the official document to use an HTML element inside the return. The reason is React.create element is often would cause some performance issues, and hence it was recommended to use in a HTML way. And also each and every time the React component syntax would get differed by each and every version updations, and hence it is recommended that each and every developer need to use an HTML element inside the return components rather than you write the React own component like react.create element, and it has some other functionality as well. So in the upcoming tutorial also we will be using an HTML inside the return components so that it would return a React element. Saying that, what are all the other things that can be done inside the return? So this render element is there. This render element was being used in main.js, and main.js is nothing but the first element that would be displayed in our web page. So for example, we have created a webpack 1. In the webpack, I would have mentioned somewhere else, I'm going to use main.js is the first file or the first content that would populate in my browser. So the flow goes over here, and from here it just renders this particular component inside my browser, and when it renders I'm telling app, so it is also importing this app. So when you just go into the React element, the app, inside that what is the content is there, it is getting displayed in the browser. This is how the workflow is. Be patient in understanding this particular concept. You can try your own. This is very much important over here. If you understand this basics, going forward everything would be very easy. So what are all the other things that can be done over here? Is it only one component can be present over here? No, you can also write how many number of components you want. Say for example, I'm going to write h2 and another element, and inside that I'm going to write some other words, and click on save. Automatically it would be compiled and it would show it over here. And you can use expression as well. What is expression? Variable expression is nothing but if you want to type like 1 plus 1, 1, 1 plus 1 plus 1 like that, and click on save, it also use calculate and it will display it over here. Yeah. And one more thing that you can do is, if you want to comment certain things and it should not be displayed over here, even that can be done in this React.
So I'm going to write something over here and it is not going to display here over here. And what the other things that can be done is variable expressions can also be done. You can't use if else statement, but you can use variable expression. Say for example, over here I'm declaring a variable name I equal to 1, and in this I'm going to write a code in such a way it tells I is equal to 1, shouldn't be colon, should be a question mark. And the reason why it is not displaying it over here is because I've used two curly braces, whereas it should be only one. So it can be either, I said that it should be in a single quotes, but it can be both double quotes as well, both double quotes as well as a single quote as well. So once this is done, I'm just going to click on save. It is compiled successfully. Over here it is displaying as true. So say for example, if I'm modifying this value as 2, so it automatically calls as false. So by this way, say for example in the real-time application, say for example if I am getting into the login applications and I'm just entering my username and password, based on the variable, based on my name, it would display over here hello Satish, or based on someone's name or someone content, like it would display over here as their name. So those things can also be done with the help of this particular business logic. So that is what the variable description is all about. And apart from this, what we can also do is we can also have some custom attributes. What is custom attributes? Say for example, I have given h2 over here, and in h2 I can give an attribute name called style, which is a CSS, and you can just give some color, or the font, Arial, something like that. I'm not sure whether it is going to take. So I'm going to mention it as true like that. So this attributes is the CSS owned attribute. Say for example, if you want to mention your own attributes itself, React allows you to do that. And how it allows, say for example, if there is a paragraph tag, and based on the attributes you can do a lot of stuff. And if you want to define your own attributes, you have to mention data in front, and then you can mention any name, and then you can put some values. This would be displayed over here in front, but one thing what happens is over here there is some error, so I'm just going to end this thing. Yeah, so over here what happens is it just gives you some value and it will be displayed over here. But in the real time, if I want, based on some certain name or suggestions, I may either choose, get a chance to show this or doesn't show that in my browser. So my attributes would be helpful over here. So once you keep the over here, you can see it is saying that it's a JSX attribute. So if you want to put any other name as well, you can do it, but it should be preceded with data hyphen. So that's all with today. Like you have to like do some coding and do some practically practice practically do all this stuff in your mission so that it will be valuable for you. And in the next tutorial, I'll meet you with some other concepts. Thanks and have a nice day. Hello everyone, welcome to the 7th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain what is components. React in general is a component driven application. What do you mean by component driven? Say for example, if this is the React application site, which I just loaded in internet. So in this, if you take a look, each and every item over here is being displayed like this. So if I keep my mouse on this particular dialog, it just highlights over there. So these particular elements are nothing but a component. So if you just take a look at this particular website and traverse down, you will see there are a lot of components that is being present over here. So have we written components in our earlier tutorial? Yes, we have written class components. So React is nothing but like an application in the React would be always being populated with the collection of components. Say for example, if I am getting into this site, and in this site there is two components. So one is this particular entire dialog is one component, and this form register is another component, and there is a root component which is nothing but app.js, which would be the root component. So there are totally three components are there. So based on your application is complex, so that many number of components would be present. It is said that in Facebook there are around 30,000 components that is being present. So a React application is nothing but a building block of components. When I say components, is there any types available in components? Yes, there are two types of components. One is class components and another one is functional components. In our earlier tutorial, we have already written a class where it is returning an allow world functionality in an h1 tag, which is an example of the class components. Let's we take a look at the code. So in our previous tutorial, there is a class, and in that class there is a method name called render. This returns this particular div tag. And one more thing is, if you are using a class component, it is mandatory that it should have a render method inside it. And once you export this, and inside main.js, you display this document.render, and thereby this entire app component is getting shown in the web page. So these are all the best example of class components. So I have not started my server, so that is what is the problem is. File show terminal. And once this gets loaded, we will get into the folder where package.json is present. Yeah, so React using the pack over here. I'm going to webpack. Pack app, and in this I'm going to run the server. And once the server is start, like you can able to see using the class component, is getting deployed. So once it is deployed, you can see in a web page or in a browser, this class component is getting executed. Come on. Yeah, it is up and running. So, oh yeah. So this loads, and with the help of the class component, it is going to bring this particular element. Yeah. So with the help of the class component, we uh, found this coming up and running, and it is showing it over here. This is an example of the class component. Say for example, if I want to use functional components, what needs to be done? Say for example, I'm creating a file, say welcome.js, and in this welcome.js, I'm going to import React, and I'm going to create a function, and in that function, what I'm going to write is welcome, and I'm going to just return an HTML tag, h1 slash h1, and in this I'm getting displayed from function. So let's save this, and so after writing this, you need to export. Until and unless when you are not exporting, it will not be available for your application. So any components that you are writing, you have to export by default. So I'm just going to export this, and I am going to use this in my app.js. How I'm going to use this? I am going to import the same welcome from dot slash welcome. So why I am using dot slash? You have to see the previous tutorial for the same. So it's importing this, and over here I'm going to just mention welcome. You can either mention welcome over here, or else you can just mention tag, a single case tag. So even this works. So once you click on save, what happens is it doesn't render. What is causing the problem? So I have imported welcome from .js here, and I'm just rendering it. I'm using the welcome tag, and I have not saved this. Once I save this, this will also get executed, and see, this is from the class component, and this particular content is getting populated from the functional component. So you may ask me a question like, what is the advantage of the functional components? Say for example, this is just a basic thing that I am explaining you over here with this particular greet message, like I am getting displayed from the functional components. In the real time, there might be a table, or there might be a HTML page that would get populated over here. And say for example, This particular component welcome, it needs to be placed in another web page. Say once you click on a link and you get in somewhere else, and you also have to display this particular functional components. So at that time, without rewriting this HTML tag, you can just mention this functional component many number of times to display it inside the page. So what I mean is, say for example, if I am copying this and pasting it over here, so this many times. So instead of writing the code for h1 blah 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 like that stuff, so if you see, if you take a look over here, it is getting replicated with just a single HTML tag which is written from the functional components. So these are all the advantages of the functional components. This is how the code is being rendered and shown in the functional components. So that's all for today, and in the next tutorial we will learn some other concepts. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to the 8th tutorial in this series, Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial we are going to see what is state. In the previous tutorial we have seen what is functional components. We will use the same class and methods in order to see what is state. State in React component is nothing but a default storage, a storage that is meant only for a class. So this storage may be accessed somewhere else, and it can also do some manipulations, and thereby whatever the stored contents is present can also be modified. Your state is the only component that is available in the React for modification? No, there is something called props. With respect to that, I will make another tutorial in future where you can refer the same. In this tutorial, we will see what is state. So I've explained state is a default storage. So let me take a look and see like how to write a state or make a state store some values. I'm deleting all the welcome messages over here and it displays like this. Perfect. So right now I'm going to write a code to use state. So whenever you're going to use a state, you should write a constructor. Why? You have to use a constructor. A state is a class object. It is meant for a class, and hence it needs a constructor. And after writing it, you can access the state by using this dot state. This is nothing but the current class variables. If you are in a Java background, you'll be well aware of it. This dot state equals to, I am mentioning an object, and over here I'm going to give message welcome to React World. So I'm going to save it, and it is throwing me some exceptions. What it is? It is asking me to use super constructor. Why? So all the classes are nothing but a React one. So this particular class uses constructor, and this is nothing but a React component. It is rendered from the component. So in order to make sure that this constructor is available for a is available of a React component, you need to mention super over here so that the particular class state can be accessed. Yeah, I know it is a bit tough to understand theoretically. As of now, keep in mind super is mandatory whenever you are using a constructor. That is how React is being designed. And right now you save it, it is compiled successfully. So I want to display this particular state contents in my browser. So I'm going to write a code for it using /h1, and I'm going to write this dot state dot message. Dot state dot message. Does it will give me the information? No. It will just give you this dot state dot message in the browser. So in order to get the particular exec command, what you need to do, you need to put in a curly braces. So once you put in the curly braces, the actual message, whichever that is stored in the state, is shown over here. So is this the only usage of the state? We can also do some other manipulation as well using this particular component called state. What is it? Say for example, in the real time, I'm going to a Facebook page, and if I'm clicking some home or some parameters or something like that, some photos like that. So once you click on it, you can see a big pop-up gets open, so maximizing the photo like that, right? Even that, how it is done, like how those kind of components can be created. Even in fact, we can use state over there. We will write some example. Say for example, I'll create a button over here. I'm writing a button and I'm giving a name for that button. Say, click here. Once I'm clicking that particular button, what does it happens is, say for example, mm, think like, you have a Facebook page, your photo, and when you're clicking the like button, what happens is it would increase the number of likes, 1, 2, 3, like that, right? Like that, I want to make this welcome to React World message to something else. How I can do it? Yes, you can do it through ReactJS. So while clicking that particular button, what I'm going to do is on click, equals to, I'm going to write an anonymous class. So if you guys are not aware of the arrow functions, please I'll be writing another tutorial for it. Maybe you can just condense from there. This dot get, and it doesn't require a semicolon. Perfect. So now I'm going to write a method called get message. In this get message, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the message which is stored in this particular class. So what I'm going to do, this dot set state, and in this set state I'm going to tell the message should be I have clicked here. Save it. Let it compile. Yes, it is compiled properly. So this particular message, welcome to React world, is the one which is getting displayed from the state itself, which is stored. Right now I'm going to click it here, clicked here. So this dynamically modifies the content whichever you're seeing on the screen. And how we have done that? We have done that through state. And the state stored some value and it is shown over here. So in our day-to-day life activities, like in Facebook, like how I'm going to explain this is, imagine this as a this as a photo, and this photo is there, and if you're clicking on the like button, so when you click the like button, the total number of likes over here is getting added if in case this particular get message, right? If I am adding some values like already existing values, say one is there, plus one, I'll be adding it, incrementing it, and I'll be showing it over here. This is how in real time it is happening. So how it happened? Through state. So practice this and make yourself comfortable with state, and in the next tutorial we'll see what is props. Hello everyone, welcome to the ninth tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial I'm going to explain what is properties. In the last tutorial we have seen what is state, what is the use of it, how we can manipulate the inputs that is provided in the state, and thereby how we can able to bring that in the front end. In the same manner we will see like how to manipulate properties. So you can raise a question in your mind, what is the difference between state and properties? Properties are immutable objects, whereas state is a mutable object. So what do you mean by that? So when you say, if you're in a Java world, you will say the string is a immutable object. That means whatever the contents that is present in the string is not going to change, whereas you can change the reference of the string. So in practical, we'll see like how we manipulate properties, and I'll also explain how this is immutable as well. So I'll take the same code base that we had used in the last tutorial. I am going to delete this hard-coded value, and I am also going to remove this particular state. I am going to remove this button as well. So like state, every this particular this variable has a property name called props dot say header. We will create this one. This dot props dot footer, and outside this class I'm going to create an app, and I'm going to use a default props, which is having a value as header colon, I am printing this message from header, and I'm going to put a colon, and I'm going to say footer. I am printing this message from footer. So you have two values, one is header and one is footer. And this header and footer, you can also include some other name as well, it is not mandatory. And this is not going to give you any values because you have to include curly braces as mentioned in the previous tutorial. So if you want to validate or put the values of any contents, then you have to put it in this curly braces. And once you're clicking on save, let's see what happens over here. So it gives that I am printing this message from header, I am printing this message from footer. Okay, so in the state we add some method called this dot set state, and we have changed the values. In props, is it possible for me to do that? No, you can't able to do it. The reason is the property is immutable objects. So if you want to change the values, you can't change, and at that case you have to use state. And this particular header and footer which I have mentioned as a default props, you can also mention that in the index.html where it is getting rendered, where in main.js we will be mentioning some values like document.element id app. So in this app itself, like you can mention header and footer, and you can also render it. So the reason why I have written all this huge code is to show you guys like this header is some content that is not hard coded, whereas it is retrieved dynamically from some places outside this class. You can also create one class, and in that class you can mention any properties, and you have to create that class instance and you have to pass it over here. So which is quite a bit confusing right now, but in the upcoming tutorial I'll explain you like how to pass the props and how to manipulate it and how to display in the front end. So far right now I have explained like what is properties and how to use the properties and how to show the contents that is present in the properties in the UI. Meet you in the next tutorial with respect to validating props and how I am going to pass the props value to the another class. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello everyone, welcome to the 10th tutorial in this complete guide to ReactJS series. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to validate props. So in the previous tutorial, we have seen what is props and how to populate props and how this props values is populated in the screen. In this tutorial, we will verify what is a concept called validating props. In general, in a Java applications or else in a C++ application, you must have come across this. Like you would be declaring a variable as an integer, and when you're trying to pass the variable which is declared as an integer and you're trying to pass a string value, your compiler would throw you an exception saying that you have declared a variable as an integer whereas you are passing a string, right? This typecast checking is being happening at the compiler level. So what happens in React is the type checking is possible. Yes, we can do it. So how we can do it? We can do it with the help of a library named prop types. So as in example, we will see like what is prop types, And in order to you import a particular JS library, what we used to do is we have to import it. So I'm going to import that prop types from prop hyphen type. So I'll put in a quotes. So once I put in the quotes, I need to install this. So I have to run npm install space prop hyphen type. So once this is installed, automatically you execute this particular command, automatically in the package.json it would be saved if you give a command hyphen hyphen save. And in my, I haven't saved it, I suppose, and that is why it is not getting shown. So you have to click on, you have to enter the command npm install prop hyphen types hyphen hyphen save. Or if you want to load as when package.json loads, you have to include that over here, like React DOM, like you have to include a JS library prop hyphen types. So let's go back to the app.jsx where our code is present. So I'm using prop types, and over here I have two properties. One is header and one is footer. So I'm going to tell React that the prop type, whatever that I'm going to pass, right, should be a string and a number. So how am I going to do that? So over here I'm going to mention prop types. Header is nothing but prop type dot string, and footer should be prop type dot string. It should be prop types, not prop type. And this app dot prop type, which is prop, oops, sorry for the type, prop type. So why I'm mentioning it over here as a prop type? That is because I have imported prop type over here. So let's see what is in the. So once you saved it, it compiles and it's showing the same. I am printing this message from header and I am printing this message from footer. Say for example, if this is a number and I'm mentioning it's this particular number is required and I'm going to save, see what happens. Over here it gives you an exception saying that, see, the particular property type whichever you have passed, it should be a number, whereas you are passing a string, and it throws an exception. So this is what validating prop types is all about. So what is the use of it, like why we are using this validating prop types? See, over here you're passing this default props information over here. Say for example, I can also include a property informations like over here in the main class wherever I am calling. So I can give header equals to like this. I can put a string over here and I can say enter this value. This value would be displayed if I save it. But say for example, I know I have only one file over here, and in this file I'm passing this header, which is in app.jsx I have mentioned, and it is going to overwrite whatever that is mentioned in the main.js, and it is going to display these values. But Say for example, I have around 30,000 components. In Facebook, there are around 30,000 components are there. And is it possible for me to identify that whether I need to pass a string or a number like that? So it is a challengeable task in enterprise level that to validate whether this will be a string or a number like that. And hence this concept of validating props came into a picture. So by mentioning this should be a number and it is required, you can easily see there would be an exception that thrown saying that it should be a number and you're not passing a number. And this is what the use of it. So that's all in the validating props, and you might come to a conclusion, or the question would be arised: is the prop types can be checked? Should be a string and number, and is there any other thing that is required or not? Is available or not? Those kind of questions would rise, right? Yes, there are many types are available, and I have listed over here. Some are like you can check whether a variable should be an array, boolean, function, number, object, string, etc. So all these informations are being, I took this information from ReactJS official website. Like these are all the prop types that you can able to constrain or check using prop hyphen type library. So that's all in this tutorial. So in the next tutorial, I'll come up with some other topics. Thanks and have a nice day.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the 11th tutorial in this complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain what are all the restrictions that we have in JSX. So for this tutorial, I'm going to take the code base which I have used on third tutorial, that is using the npx command how to create a React app. That particular code base, I'm going to use it over here as a code base in explaining the JSX restriction tutorial. So when I just clicked on the app.js, in the app.js it was like this by default, and our our applications was looking like this, like the React app was looking like this. And in this, what we'll do is by default, what all the contents that was present in the div tag, we'll remove the entire contents, and I'll create another div tag, and I'll also put an HTML element inside the div and explain you like what is the restriction is all about. So I'm going to type SX restriction. So once I click on this, let's see in the React in the browser what it looks like. So it gives me a command like this. It's giving me a sentence like saying that JSX restrictions are explained. So right now I'm planning to include another div tag. Let's see what happens. So I have included another div tag and I'm clicking on save. It is throwing an exception at the compile time saying there is a duplicate div that is getting passed. And in the compile time itself, it gives you an expression that only one parent element. That means over here in React, it is expecting you to return only one div tag. If in case, if you want to add some other contents inside it, what you can do is you can
put a child element, but whereas it is expecting you to return only one parent element of div tag. So all these contents are not HTML. When I say HTML tag and other things, I'm just returning a JavaScript. Over here, React.js expects that to be in a HTML format, but in turn, it is converting into a React.create element, which I have explained in the third tutorial. So over here, the first main restriction what we learned is React is asking you to return only one div tag. Make sure about it. So if I am return some child element, then that is okay for the React app, and it is giving you this contents. And what is the next restrictions? Over here inside the div tag, you can mention class equal to app. And what this would do is, like in general, in div tag, if you mention class equal to app, if there is any you know if there is any content is being present as a CSS, that would get loaded. But over here you should not mention that in a name called class. You should mention it under class name. So mention it as a class name. By default, Visual Studio Code also shows you that. And when you click on save, what happens is it would apply all the CSS element which is present in app.css, and you don't have to mention .css over here. And if you take a look at it, by default, this import element will also be present. And if you comment this out, let's see what happens. If you comment this out, the CSS, whichever that is loaded, right, it won't get loaded right now, because make sure that you import this app.css as well, and you are giving dot slash because it is present in the same folder where this file is present. So that's all today. Like, I just want to explain these two restrictions which I have uncovered in the previous tutorial, and hence I have included a tutorial under a topic called JSX restrictions, and explained you all these contents. So in the next tutorial, I'll come up with different topics. Thanks, and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 12th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain you topics with respect to granularity of functional components, and we are also going to visit what is children properties, which I was uncovered in the previous topic. So in order to explain about the granularity, I'm going to create a new folder inside source like this. I'm just going to give a name as a login, and inside this login folder I'm going to create another file named login.js. So like any other functional components, at first I want to return some HTML elements in this login.js. So what I would do is I can write a variable name, say I'm going to give it as a login, and which equal to, I can give it as function, I can mention like this and return it. And this is a way of representing the function class to the login is present in the ES5 JavaScript. But it is recommended whenever you are using React.js, you have to use next generation JavaScript, which is nothing but ES6. So in ES6, instead of function, what you have to do is you have to write an anonymous function, and you have to give an arrow mark, and inside this you have to put some curly braces. So those were all the persons that were not aware of ES6 and next generation JavaScript. I'm planning to create a new set of tutorials in future to know like what is ES6 JavaScript and next generation JavaScripts. So they'll be aware of like what we'll be doing in the React.js. But that is something like in nearby future. So as of now in ES6 JavaScript, just think that like we used to return a function on a variable uh, like this. You can also do it like this. So as of now, think like that. So what you can do is I'm going to return a component, HTML component. I'm saying it as an HTML, but it is not an HTML. It is a React element. But in this tutorial, we will take up things to be easy as considered as HTML element. I'll go ahead and tell that as a HTML element. So I'm going to return a paragraph. Say, for example, please log in. Okay. So I have written some function that returns an HTML element, which is nothing but React. So in order to be a React, what you need to do, you need to import React as mentioned in the previous tutorial. Import React from React, and by doing this alone is not enough. You also have to export the class so that it is seen in the other JS. It is accessible to the other JSX file. So export default login. I'm just going to give the name login as well. So I'm going to use this in app.js in order to use it. So what I need to do? At first, I need to import it. Import the login, whichever I have created, from dot slash, which is a relative path. Login is a folder name, and inside that, I have created a JavaScript named login. And it should be login.js, but it is understandable. It is not mandatory to choose login.js over here. You can all just write login. It would refer that login.js, which is with this present over here. And over here, one important thing is this particular element, which is shown over here, right? Login. L should be in capital over here, and it can be a different name. You can type any other name. It is just a reference over here. Consider as an object. It is being referred over here. So you can mention different other name as well, but make sure the first letter is capital, and then only React would understand that. So in order to show it over here, what I need to do is I need to include this login element over here. Okay, so I'm closing it, saving it. Let's see what happens. It is returning the content whichever that we have typed in the login. Please login like that, right? So in real time, what happens is, say for example, I'm creating any React applications or any profile or any React app. So all this contents, right? Each and every login contents as different components. Means, say for example, in this functional app, I am returning the login component over here, and it is getting displayed. Say for example, if I need to use this login somewhere else, in some other application, in some other main components, I can also do it. How I can do it is by including this login alone. And how to verify that? I can just put login multiple times, and you can see that many number of times that login would be displayed. So this is one of the greatest advantage, and this is called as a granularity in your program. Say for example, in future, if you want to create a variable, or if you want to create an applications having segregating all those parts into a components, what you need to do is you need to create another folder or another file And in that file, you can return some functional components like this under a variable, or you can mention it as a constant as well. It is nothing going to differ. If it is nothing going to differ, you can just mention it as a constant. And this component would be shown in your app.js. So granularity is nothing but you need to make a particular component. You make sure that you don't put all the components over here. Say for example, you are mentioning JSX restrictions or explain. If you think that this particular text, whichever that is written over here, is going to be often reused, put that into a component. That is the way, like in real time, a functional component is get created and it would be reused. In React app, this particular granularity should be there, and this is one of the important thing that I want to keep you guys posted who is referring this tutorial, and hence I'm explaining this in this tutorial. So we'll go to the next topic, which is nothing but children properties. We know what is properties. Properties is nothing but whatever the attributes that is present over here can be replaced. Say for example, I'm going to give an attribute as something as name, and I'm going to give it as Satish, and it would be compiled. But this particular name attribute in login.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention it as an props. So whatever the contents that is passed, right, it would be passed as a functional parameters. So it should be attributes that is mentioned should be passed as a functional parameter. So then in this curly braces, if you put props dot name and click on save, you will find so there is an error. Let's see like what is the error is. It is saying that the div tag is present. The expect corresponding closing for the okay. I have not closed somewhere else Satish over here. Yes, this is what the problem is. So once I click on save, what happens? It tells the first element I have not passed the prop. I mean the last three elements I have not passed the props name, and hence it is just showing us please login. Whereas in the first element it shows please login Satish. This is nothing but the props name is being passed. Say for example, I'm closing a self tag, whereas if the contents is like this, in the sense like I'm closing in an HTML open tag and the close tag, and in between I'm mentioning certain things like I have already logged in. So how this message would be passed? If I just click on save, it is not going to show you anywhere else that I mean whatever the content that I have written is going to show it somewhere else over here. So how to show that message? Whatever the contents that is present in the inside the login attributes that is getting displayed using props, right? But how I am going to display the contents which is present inside the login HTML login tag itself? So for that is the place where children comes into a picture. So in this, I'm going to include another tag saying that props dot children. So this content would tell or would display what are all the contents that is present in this one. So it is throwing an error. Let's see what is an error. Yeah, as I already mentioned in the previous tutorial, it would return a single parent element, and inside that if you have a multiple element, like then you should wrap it into a div tag. So div would be considered as a parent, and over here props.children again you should mention a tag like this, otherwise it would just give you props.children, and you have to put it like this, and then you will see what all the contents that you have written, right? I have already logged in, that would be displayed over here. So I have been explained, please log in Satish is here, and after that it just executes. I have already logged in. Only this as having the children, the other is not having the children, and hence it is not getting displayed. So right click, view inspect element, you will be able to see that there will be an empty paragraph tag for these kind of things, and for this you can able to see the contents would be getting displayed. I'm clicking on the mouse pointer and over here, yeah, so in this I have already logged in is there. In the previous div tag, if you expand it and see, yeah, you will see an empty p tag would be there in this div. Yeah, over here empty p tag is there, whereas this is belongs to this login one, which I have returned from this props.children. So that's all today. Like, I just want to explain the granularity and how to use props.children in this tutorial, and please practice it and have an hands-on, and we'll see you in next tutorial with some other topic. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 13th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial I'm going to explain how to install the React.js code snippet in Visual Studio. So you just get into the website marketplace.visualstudio and you can search for React.js code snippet. You will get the React.js code snippet extension, and once you click on install, it would automatically persist into your Visual Studio Code, whichever you are using. In some cases, it would just generate a pop-up asking whether I can go ahead and install like that. If you just click on allow, it would come over here. So what is the use of it? So with the help of the React.js code snippet extension added into my Visual Studio Code, rather than writing a huge set of codes, I can just use some simple keywords to generate a components for me. Say for example, if I want to write a class component, I'm going to click on RCC. I'm going to write RCC over here and click on tab. So you can see these code snippet has been generated, and later I can write some code over here and I can use it in my project or in my day-to-day activities. So I want to explain you this because in going forward in the tutorial, rather than writing all this huge code and explaining you the stuff, I'll be executing this particular keyword and generating the class components, and thereby I'll explain the concepts on each and every one. So that's all in this video, and you can also just go ahead and look on this particular website where you can see huge number of other keywords that can be used to generate the code snippet. So for the class component skeleton, this is the one, and for functional components there would be some other yep, over here, stateless named functional components. So these are all the informations that is present over here, where you can go ahead and get it and you can use it in your day-to-day activities. So that's all in this video. In the next video I'll come up with some other concepts. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 14th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial we will see how to set a state and how to retrieve the values from a state which is defined in a class, and what are the best ways to retrieve the contents from state. So at first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in this source. So let me name as tutorial 14, and inside this I'm going to create a new file called counter.js. So I'm planning to um, use the code snippet which I have discussed in the previous tutorial. So I'm going to keep RCC and tab. It is going to create a class components for me, and I'm also going to create a constructor. So for that con, which is the shortcut, and I'm just going to click on the same. So over here, I'm just going to mention count hyphen, and then I'm just going to save it. And later in the app.js, I'm going to import it. So if I'm going to import it, I have to use import and name of the counter file which we are going to import, and dot slash, because it is one folder in which it is this particular content is present, and I'm going to write tutorial 14, that is the folder that we have created. It is already there, and slash and counter is the file. So over here I'm going to mention counter with an empty tag. So you have mentioned in capital, so it should be in caps case. So that's it, and we'll take a look at the file. Yeah, the counter that we mentioned in the div tag, it is seen over here. So I'll do some examples like let me create one state, and when I mean state variables, this dot state equal to, and let me add a variable called as count colon 0. So I want to increase this particular count each and every time a button is being clicked. Let me create one button inside the file like this, button, and I'm going to keep a name for this button, say click me, and I'm going to have a on click script, and this on click should be in a camel case on capital C, and in the JavaScript you will find that it is in small, but over here in JSX that we have to use a camel case over here. And then what I'll be doing is I'll be putting a pointer like this, and this dot increment is the file, sorry, is the function that would be called if I click the button. So like that I'm going to keep like this, and I'm going to mention that particular file, sorry, function. And in this function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the counter value of it. Before that, I'll put the value in which it needs to be displayed once I click this particular button, which is nothing but the state, which is whichever I have declared earlier. So in this, what I am going to do is, we know that in the previous tutorial we have seen that a state variable, whatever the content that is present, it should be declared in constructor, and whereas if you are setting a values, you need to use set state. Say for example, right now, let's we use state itself and see what happens, because I want to give some synopsis like how it is going to work in React. So this is the usual way in JavaScript you will be adding it, and the same way I'm doing it. And I also put a console.log to show what is the value of that particular count. So This is the usual way, right? So I'm executing the same. So over here, click me button is there, and the counter is also there. I'm just going to click it. I've clicked 4 times, and you can see that this variable is setting the count values one, two. I mean, each and every time when I click, it is getting increased. But in JSX, if you take a look, the counter values, whichever that we have examined over here, it is still remains the same. So this is the property of React. So whatever the values that you added, it should be in a set state. And if you use this particular code, it would set the variables and it would keep in the memory, but JSX will not reach this values. So in order to avoid that, we use set state. So I'm going to use set state, and in the set state, I'm going to mention the same array functions over here. So keep in mind, whenever you're setting certain things, assigning some values to the set set variables, what you need to do is, I say variable because this can be changed, whereas the props cannot be changed. So what you need to do is you have to assign it in a constructor block, and wherever you're making any modifications, you have to do it in a set state block. So don't forget that, and I'm just going to mention count colon this dot state dot count plus 1. So each and every time this is going to call set state, and it is going to increase the value. So this is what it says. I can also put some other value as well over here in the set state. So though you are not defined over here, you can put some other values also over here. That is the good thing about set state. You have to put a comma, and you can put name colon mention like this. You can do it. So that is one of the best way of React way of representing the set state. You can also add some other variables if you want to. So we'll save it and we'll go and see what happens. I'll clear that, and if I just click this, yeah, the counter value is increased. And if you take a look at it, for the first value, I'll also refresh and I'll show it once again if you have not noted it. I'm refreshing it. Counter is 0, and I'm clicking on this button. The counter value has been increased to 1, whereas when I put that console.log, counter value is 0 in the log. Any reasons that you can able to think? The reason is the call towards the set state is asynchronous. Asynchronous means, say for example, there is a particular person in a hotel who serves food. So you are ordering him a specific pizza, and some other people is ordering a burger. So this guy would prepare the food at whenever you order him, and depends upon when the food is prepared, either it is pizza or burger, whichever is getting ready first, he will serve to that particular persons. So he won't wait for the first person. First person has came over there and he ordered pizza, and he won't wait for him. So whenever the food is ready, he will go and deliver it to him. So take this as an example. That is called asynchronous. So over here, I'm setting this, and I'm also having a log over here. So what happens over here in the workflow is this is ready first, and then this is getting served. So that is the way like this React set state works. So in order to avoid it, what needs to be done is we used to put a callback function. So how to do a callback function? So you have a set state, right? So over here, what you have to do is you have to put a function, and the function is a callback function. So like this is ES6 JavaScript. Later in the tutorial, I'll explain, I have a separate set of tutorial. I'm just planning to have a separate set of tutorial for ES6 JavaScript alone to know like how to use and where to use. And over here, I'm going to put the console.log message saying that the value, whatever it is, this dot state dot count. I'm going to put this value, save it, take a look at the browser, clear it. I'm going to click 1, 2, 3. Yep, everything is perfect. Over here, I'm intentionally making it as synchronous. So this is what the set state is, and now we are going to use state in React is by this way we have to use it. So there is another way where, like, if I want to, in your project you might come under a situations where you need to call this particular method more than once or more than twice. Say for example, I want to click a button 5 times at the, if I click a button for a single time, this particular method needs to execute 5 times. At that time, do this value would be set 5 times? We will see that in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to the 15th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we will see what is the answer for the question that has been raised in the last tutorial. In the last tutorial, I was explaining you, like say for example, there is a case where I'm going to call this increment method twice or thrice. Do the set state value would be called twice, thrice, and what would be the value of the count, right? So rather than explaining it theoretically, we will do it in practical way. So I'm going to create a new method name increment2. So in this method, I would create this increment. I'm going to call the increment method twice. So after calling the increment method twice, I'm going to make this available once I click the button click me. So what would be the ideal scenario is, like, what our expectation would be is I'm clicking the button on click, that is click me once, and once it is clicked, it is going over here to increment 2, and over here there are two increment calls, and which would make the value count. At first two it was 0 and it would increment by 1. For the second call it would be 2. That would be our thought, right? Let's see what happens over here. So I'm refreshing the browser and I'm going to click on click me function. See, I clicked this button once and the counter value is incremented by 1 rather than 2. And also you can take a look at the console. In console.log, the 1 is printed twice. So you can't able to say that this method is being called only once. It is called twice. But why the value of the counter is incremented by only 1 rather than 2? So the answer is, this is what set state behaves like. Say for example, in React, if a button is clicked, an action is getting happened, right? And it is calling set state twice. So by calling this method, you'll also call set states twice, right? React, what it does is it will say, hey, you click the button once, but twice this action has been triggered. And why you are triggering twice? I'm going to set it once. So it would compensate all the triggers that done in a set state for once. It would compensate into a single value. So the multiple set state, which is called at a point of a time, would be compensated, collaborated into one, and this would call the set state method only once. So this is how React.js behaves. Say for example, no, I don't want to do that. I want to call the set state whenever I am calling the set state, it has to add that particular value count to one. So what I'll be doing is at that time, instead of passing a value and assigning it to it, I should pass a function as a parameter. Let's see how to do it, because if I explain it theoretically, that would be very difficult for you to understand. So over here, I'm going to pass a function, and this is a ES6 JavaScript. So over here, I'm passing a function, and in this function, what I'm going to pass is prev state, which is nothing but previous state. You can also mention any name you want. And since it is already having a prev state, according to the ES6, you don't want the parenthesis bracket, sorry. So I'm going to remove the bracket. And after this, what it is going to do is I'm going to mention count is nothing but that value should take it as previous state plus 1. Previous state dot count plus 1. So I'm getting the previous state plus I'm getting the count of it, and I'm just incrementing it by 1. So by this way, since it has to get the previous state, the set state would be executed twice. So I have closed this. I have to put in another bracket to close prev state, and I'm just going to cancel this, and I'm also going to put an end over here and going to save it. So I'm also called, okay, it's calling two functional function back, and it's a problem, and I'm going to close it. I'm going to save it, and right now I'm going to execute, and let's see what happens. See, it is incremented twice right now. So at first time, when the call comes over here, it is passing the previous state. The previous state is 0, and the previous state count value is 0 plus 1. It is adding it. And for the second call, it is also coming over here, and it will examine what is the previous state. Previous state is 1. So 1 plus 1, it would get added. But in previous code, the code snippet that we have written before, over here you're setting the values. At that time, it would say, the set state would say, see, I'm a React, and you're asking me to call the set state. And in the set state, you're passing the variable that I'll compensate. Like that, React would do it. But right now, since your variable is dependent on the previous state, React would get the previous state count value and would increment by 1. So this is the main difference, and most of them would get confused over here, and I want to put a set a separate video for this, and this would help you in your project, and hence the reason I have included this particular topic alone in a separate tutorial. So that's it for now. So in the next tutorial we'll get into some other concepts. Hello everyone, welcome to the 16th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial we will see like what are all the different ways of representing a props in a function components or in class components. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in source, and I'm just going to name it as tutorial 16. And inside that, I'm going to create a new file, say login.js. And inside this login.js, over here is, see over here, you can able to see that a props is present. Props is nothing but the properties which is being passed from the parent component. So this props, this is not the only way over here like where you can represent it. You can represent it in a different way on different manner. So in this example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a code. Say my name is, and I'm going to give name property, and my age is, and I'm going to put age property over here. So this is nothing but the props. I want to get it from the props. Usually what you used to do is you used to put props.name and props.age. Now we are going to try in a different way. So what I'm going to do it again over here is I'm going to import that tutorial 16. So I'm going to mention it as login from and dot slash tutorial 14, since there is a folder 16, sorry, and then slash login dot js. This is the one that we have created it right now, and I'm going to save it. And once I'm going to save it, I'm also going to put that particular login, whichever I have created. It is automatically populated, and I'm going to mention my name, which is nothing but Satish, and I'm going to mention my age as well. Age, which is equal to 31. So over here it is showing an error because there is no end element. So right now I'm clicking on save, and I am also going to the login.js, clicking on save. And how am I going to, usually I used to do this props dot name and props dot age. This is the usual way that we have seen till now, like how to get this values which has been passed on the property. So I'm going to refresh it. It's compiled successfully. Yeah, perfect. So it is showing my name is Satish and my age is 31, which is by I'm not hard coding it. It is coming from the component. So we will try with the different way of doing it. How to do that? So over here, instead of props, I'm going to mention the parameter content itself. Like I'm going to mention it as name and I'm going to mention it as age. So whatever the two parameters that is being passed over here, I'm just going to elaborate it and I'm going to define it over here. So over here, instead of props, you have to give name, and over here you have to give age. That's it. So these are all the different way of representing a properties. So, and as expected, the value is over here. There is also a different other way, like where you can assign it to a constant. So what I'll do it is I'll put a props over here. So whatever the component that is coming from app.js, the login name, these properties is being coming over here as a props itself. In this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign a constant. See, for example, name is one. This is called destructing in ESX. So this is a new concept, and I just want to keep things posted to you guys. So going forward, I'll be using these way of representing the variables or the properties that's coming from the other components, and hence I want to keep you posted with this. So now I am saving it, and take a look at it over here. The same value is getting rendered. So how to use it in the class components. In class components, instead of name, what you have to do is this is state dot props, right? So that is the way that you will be doing a props. So I'll be getting a props. So you'll be getting a props by using this dot props like that. You have to use and you have to render it. So I'll leave it as it is. I'm not going to explain for state, sorry, for class. So for that, you can try it on your own. And if in case if you're facing any difficulties, you can just put something on the comment sections. I'll try to help you out over there. And that's all from this tutorial. And we will see in the next tutorial. Thanks. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 17th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see how event handling is handled in React.js. To the persons, those who are not aware of like what is event, say for example, if I'm just getting into a browser, I'm just clicking on refresh button. So there is some event has been triggered. And if there is some button over here, like I'm just clicking on this element, there is an event has been triggered. So event is nothing but an action that is being triggered on performing something in a browser. So that is called as an event. And in this tutorial, we are going to see how it is getting handled in React.js. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in source. I'm going to call it as tutorial 17. So in that folder, I'm going to create a new file named as login.js. So in this login.js, I'm going to create a functional component. So at first, I'm going to explain you guys how to handle event handling in functional components. So we know that we have some code snippet and that is nothing but RSF, which would generate the functional components for ES6 code snippet and RSF. I'm going to click on tab. It will give you a functional components. And in this, I'm going to create a button. So a button named login with this one, and I'm just going to save it. And I'm also going to import it over here and verify what is happening. So I'm going to remove all the import and the class we had used, components we had used. So in this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the login functional components, whichever that we have created from dot slash tutorial 17, and in that tutorial 17 the component name is login. It is automatically getting populated for you. So over here I'm just going to mention login and going to close it with slash and with a closing element. So once I click on save, you can able to see the login button is there. So right now, after clicking this button, you will see that no function is, I mean, nothing is happening. That is because we are not defined any function for it. So action for it. So what we are going to do is we are going to mention that right now. So the button is having a event trigger which is called on click. So over here, one thing that you have to specifically note over here in React is this on click event handler is nothing but a camel case, capital C. In general, in JavaScript, what you would be doing is you would be mentioning small c. Over here, it should be capital C. So, and I'm going to put that in two empty braces. So in this braces, I have to mention the name of the function, whichever I am going to call it. So right now, I'm going to give some name like, I'm sorry, login handler, and this handler should be defined over here. So I'm going to call it as function login handler. So in JavaScript, as many number of functions you can have nested. That means inside a function you can have another function, and over here you can have another functions. So that is called as a nested functions. So you can have a number of nested functions in JavaScript. So there is no constraint for that. So in the login handler, I'm going to write a message that alert login handler has been clicked. So it should be in a single quotes. It's recommended. It is not mandatory that you have to put a single quote, but it is recommended. So login component is called. So I'm going to save it and let's see what happens. I'm going to click on login and the alert message is coming over here saying that the login component is called. Perfect. So right now we will also see like how the event handling is happening in the class as well, class component as well. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to mention it as class login.js, and we have a code snippet for that. It is nothing but rcc. Going to enter that and I'm going to mention the button over here, and I'm going to mention it as class login, and I'm going to close the same button, and I've exported it, and I also have to import it over here. So I'll verify over here whether the class login is getting called. So over here I'm going to mention the same tutorial 17 slash class login, and I'm also going to define the same over here, class login, and I'm going to put an empty parenthesis. So right now I imported this, and in the class login I have mentioned a button class login. So let's see like whether it is coming over there. It is throwing me some exception saying that in app.js line number, refreshed it. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the app.js, and over here it is saying, okay, I have not mentioned the class over here. The spelling mistake is there, and hence it is showing. Or else, what I can do is, if it is class login with single s, you can also mention like this. Whatever the name is over here, that has to be represented over here. Yep, over here. And I'm clicking the class login over here. It is not giving me any event handling is basically not happening over here. So no action is getting triggered. Over here it is getting triggered because this is functional components. So in class login, we will add the function and see whether the event is getting triggered or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the function over here. So let's see what happens. So I'm going to mention it as click handler, and I'm going to put it over here. So over here, it is throwing me an error saying that the functional components should not be written over here. So what does it says? Over here, it says, React says, hey, you are writing a event handler somewhere outside the render where I am not able to access it. So you have to write inside the render method so that it is getting accessed by React. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. So right now it doesn't throws an error right now. So I am also going to write alert. I'm getting called inside, getting called inside class component. Perfect. So I'm also going to write an event handler, make sure that C is in caps. So I'm going to write like this, and then braces, open braces and the close braces. I'm going to mention click handler. Saving this. It's not defined. So it is in caps, and hence the same thing has to be over here. Saving it. Yes, it appears. I'm going to click it Yeah, it shows that I'm getting called as a inside the class component, and same for the functional components. Perfect. So one more thing I just want to keep you guys posted where the beginners would make some mistake when they are writing some program in React in a project is the click handler over here is there, right? Most of them would have a open bracket and the close bracket like this, and we would see there would be an issue. I'm going to explain what is an issue. So I have mentioned the open bracket and the close bracket. That is nothing but the functional call. And let's see what happens in the browser. So as soon as I get into the browser, you see this particular alert message that we have mentioned over here is called first before even refreshing the browser. The browser is still getting refreshed and you call this event. What happens over here? So if you mention open bracket and the close bracket over here, what React would take is it would take that this particular click handler should be loaded first and then the other components whichever that is present over here which is in the return method, then it would then it would populate those contents in the browser. So we need to avoid writing this open bracket and the close bracket. This is the usual thing that we used to do in JavaScript, but over here in React, you should not have that open bracket and the close bracket over here. So this one key thing that we have to make a note because most of the beginners with in React they would mention this open bracket and the close bracket, and thereby what happens is the React would execute this particular function at first. Over here, the function is just an alert message, and hence it is not a big deal. But in case if you are having some complex functions and you're calling that with the open bracket and the close bracket with the handler function, so what it would happen is it would make your application inert. It would get infinitely getting loaded and there would be a lot of problem. So I just want to keep you guys posted that the function handler should be handled like this. And in the next tutorial, I'll also explain how to bind these event in class and functional components. That's it for today. I'll see you in next tutorial. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 18th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we will learn how to bind events. Before that, there was a lot of questions that has been raised and some comments has been there. And what people have been asking is like, is it possible to put the click handler outside the class, outside the render method was their question. Yes, you can do it. But at that time, what you need to do is you need to remove this function and it would throw you some exceptions. And over here, you have to mention it outside and on click what you have to mention is you have to mention this dot click handler rather than click handler. So by that way we can get this particular event binded. So there were a lot of questions on my last tutorial and hence I just want to throw some synopsis over here so that you don't get confused. So let's come back to this particular tutorial in where we are going to bind an event. At first, we will see why we need to bind an event. So for that, I'm going to take the same class which I have used in my last tutorial, which is nothing but class login.js. And in app.js, I'm going to remove login.js, which is a functional component which we have created in last tutorial. So I'm going to save this as well as class login.js and I'm just going to take a look at the browser. There is only one class login button is there, and I'm just clicking on it. The event is getting handled. So say for example, I am setting a state like this. So if I want to set a state, I need a constructor. So we have a code snippet for that. It is con, right? Yeah. So over here, I'm going to set a state, and the state value is nothing but message, and what it carries is it carries hi, how are you, like this. So in button click, there is a div tag is there, and over here I'm going to write something like this, h1 and h1, and over here I am going to click, I'm going to put what are all the contents over here that I have in the state. So how I'll be doing is this dot state dot message, and I'm just going to put that in the braces so that it gets displayed. So I'm saving this, and once clicking on class login, what I'm going to do is instead of this message which is hi how are you, I'm going to set it. Once I click the button, I'm going to set this particular message to I am doing good. So over here, I'm going to do a set state. And how to do that? This dot set state, which we have already learned in the previous tutorial. And in this, I'm going to put message colon I am doing good. So will this bit be working? Let's see. So I'm going to, yeah, it has been refreshed, and by the default this message is coming over here. And my thinking is once I am clicking this, it should modify to I am doing good. Let's click and see what happens. So on clicking it, it is giving me an error message saying that cannot read property set state of undefined. So it is saying that the set state method is undefined over here. That means in this that set state is being not defined. So we will see what is it, why it is showing like that. So I'm going to comment out this code, and I'm going to comment out this code, and I'm just going to put an alert message and or console log, whichever you want. And in this I'm going to give this. Let's see what happens. Usually it is used to give an alert name called an object is present. So I'm clicking on this. I'm not doing set state right now. Instead it is going to give an alert message. So it is saying that this itself is undefined. So in JavaScript, that this word is too keen because it is having very importance, and it is having accessible to lot of other properties like this particular class and the hierarchies and other things which we are going to see in the other tutorials. So that this word is a problematic one, and that's why in recent times hook concepts also came in React. So in order to make sure that this particular content is available, what we need to do is we need to bind this. And how am I going to do that is in this click handler, I'm going to write dot bind, and in this I'm going to pass this variable. So what I am telling over here is, once I am clicking a button, at that point of time, I am saying that to my function, see, we have a property name called this, use it. And this would be used over here. And once it is used, it is saying that this dot, when this particular object, this is getting binded, and when I am setting that this dot set state, at that time it would take the object value and it would get displayed. So let's see what happens right now after clicking the button. I'm clicking class login. Um, that alert message was still there, and that's why it is giving me a pop-up, and it is saying that I am doing good. That means this particular message has been set. In previously, it was not set because the binding was not happening properly. So this is what I want to explain in this particular tutorial. Like, going forward, if we are setting any particular contents in the functions, make sure that you need to bind that this, which is nothing but event binding. This is called as an event binding. And there are also many other ways where you can do event binding, which we will see in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the 19th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see what are the other ways to bind an event handler. In the last tutorial, we have seen how to bind an event handler using this keyword, and we have also mentioned that this keyword over here, and we have binded an event, but using this, that would cause a lot of performance issue. The reason is you're binding the this keyword with the this keyword over here. So each and every time when I'm clicking a button, binding an event would cause a performance issue. So in order to avoid it, I'll tell you the other I have another three approaches where you can bind an event. There are many number of ways where you can bind an event, where you can just search on the internet, and which is, these concepts are related to JavaScript and they are not belong to React.js. And in this, I'm going to explain you how to bind an event with a better approach. So at first, I'm going to comment the code whichever I have written yesterday. So for that, what I'm going to do is I have to open up braces, slash, and asterisk, and I'm just going to put the close braces at the end of the code, like where I am going to comment with star, slash, and the close braces. So I have commented the first approach, and in the second approach, what I am going to do is I'm going to copy the code whichever I have written for my previous tutorial, and I'm going to remove the code for this dot bind this. And this approach is, we would bind an event based on a arrow functions. So how to do that? You have to put a bracket equal to greater than open braces and close braces, and in this you have to mention this dot click handler. And in fact, you don't need this open braces and close braces because it is a single line. If it is a multiple line, then what you have to mention is you have to mention another open braces and close braces, and you have to take that things into a control. So right now I'm going to click on save, and let's see in my browser like what happens. So it refreshes. I'll refresh one more time, and it just gives me the set message by the default set message over here. I'm going to click on class login. So over here it should be with the bracket, so I forget that, so you also take care of it. And right now click on save, and then click on class login. The alert messages whichever we have not removed in the previous tutorial, it is showing it over here, and you can see that it sets the message. So this is one approach. And the second approach is you can bind this event in the constructor itself. So how to do that? I'm just copying the code whichever I have written for the first tutorial. After setting the message or setting the state message, I'm going to write this dot click handler equal to this dot click handler dot bind, and in that I'm passing this. So you can ask me a question. You said that using the this bind over here is causing a performance issue, and you're using it over here in the constructor. Yes, using it as the constructor, what happens is this class would load only once, and the constructor is also will be loaded at the once, and hence placing this code over here is safe, but placing the code on the on click is would cause some problem. And what is that problem is, like as I said at the start of the tutorial, there would be some lot of performance issues, and you're binding a this keyword in the this, and JavaScript would get confused, like if I call this, which content I have to show it over here. And I'm going to remove this particular content, and I'm going to mention it as click handler. This dot click handler, and let's see what happens. Over here I'm refreshing it. Once I refreshed, it shows hi, how are you, an object, and it's saying I'm doing good. And make a note, in the third approach I have not put the bracket, open bracket and close bracket over here, but despite that it worked fine. So you have to use that open bracket and the close bracket only when we are using a bracket like this, equal to and greater than symbol. This is some ES6 syntax, and this is the way of recommended way of using the code. So this is nothing in lies with ReactJS. So I don't want you guys to get confused whenever I am using this, and that's why I'm explaining all this stuff in this particular tutorial. So, so this is the third approach that we have seen. I'm going to comment this as well, and I'm going to tell you the fourth approach in which we are going to use this. So the fourth approach is nothing but what I'll be doing is, this is the most commonly way of using the code in recent times in calling a click handler, I mean in calling an event handler. So in that way, in this button I'm going to mention it as this dot click handler, and I am going to comment the code whichever I have written in the previous approach. I'm also going to remove this. Instead of removing it, what I'll do is I'll place it over here itself. Like in this click handler, I'll mention it as a variable or constant, like this, equals to, and equals to a method, and that method is nothing but this. So this is another way of ES6 syntax way of representing a function. So I'm going to mention that I'm going to call this dot click handler. So this dot click handler is nothing but a variable. Over here it is anonymous, like it is not a variable or a constant. And most of the times we would mention as a constant because it is not going to change it. So over here I'm going to assign some variable or constant which is equal to a function, and it would declare this particular function. By calling this click handler over here, this would also bind an event. So I have refreshed it. Clicking on class login, it just gives the alert messages, and it also changes the state. So these are all the three approaches we have seen in this tutorial, and mostly I'll be using all the event handlers in this particular format in going forward in this particular tutorial. And yeah, and there are a lot of performance issues would be present in the first approach whichever that I have mentioned. Even in the second approach, it is not advisable because you are calling a arrow function inside an arrow function, which would generate an error. And third approach and fourth approach is a better approach in using the project. And I'll be using the fourth one going forward in all the tutorials so that it is very easily binded rather than using the first two approaches that we have seen in this tutorial and in the previous tutorial. So that's all from today. In the next tutorial, I'll come up with some other new topics. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 20th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we will see how to pass a function as props. In the previous tutorials, we have seen we can pass a value or a variable inside props, and the child element would use that particular properties, utilize that properties, and would perform some actions in child components, right? So right now we are going to take a look how to pass a method or a function which is present in the parent component to the child component itself. And this is one of the most important tutorial in this topic, because what happens over here is whenever some certain contents is present in the components, at that time if you want to you reuse it in your child component, at that time you would be using this particular method or this particular way of passing the components, functions or methods from parent component to the child component. So enough of the theory. So right now we will get into the coding. So over here I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to name it as tutorial 20. In this tutorial 20, I'm going to create a new class component and I'm just going to name it as login.js. Inside this login.js, I'm going to create a class component and the code snippet for that is RCC. And over here in the div button, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the child components. So I'm going to name the child component as child login like that. And I'm also going to self close that. And in that, I'm going to pass a props. How I'll be doing is I'll be keeping some name. So over here, I'll give a name as event handler and which is equal to some method that is present in this particular login.js. I'll name it as click handler. And this is props. So over here, this particular click handler is nothing but a function which we are going to declare it over here. I'm going to mention it as click handler. And I'm also going to have a constructor. Con is the code snippet for it. And in the click handler, I'm going to pass a message saying alert. I have been called from parent component. I have been called from parent component login. So this is a method, right? So this method or function that is present in a login.js, which is nothing but a parent component, and we are going to pass this click handler itself in the event in the child components props. So this is the first time we are seeing it, right? Earlier we used to pass a variables or a value and then we use it in the child components. Right now in this, what we are doing is we are passing a method itself. Okay. So in order to use the child login, I'm going to create another file named as child login. login.js. Before getting and writing the code in the child login.js, I also have to import it over here. So make sure even if it is child, you need to import it. So this particular name, whichever I have used, that should be present over here from and quotes. In this quotes, you have to put dot slash, automatically it would populate login.js. So save it, and in child login.js, I am going to create a functional components, and the code snippet for that is RSF. So in this functional components, I am being called, like this has been passed, called as an event handler. See over here, we have mentioned it as a props each and every time. It is not mandatory. You can mention whatever the name you want. So I am going to mention event handler, the one whichever I have passed. I'm going to mention it as event handler, and there is an extra brace, and I'm just going to remove it. So in this, I'm going to create a button. So the button will looks like this. Button on click. Make sure it is a camel case as mentioned in the previous tutorial, and I have to put a braces, and in this I have to call the event handler which has been passed as a parameter from my parent component, and I have mentioned this on click event handler, and I'm just going to give a name. I'm going to call it as click, and I am going to close the button tag. I'm saving it, and few more things that we have to do is in click handler we have mentioned just a click handler. We have to mention it as this dot click handler, or you can also mention it as a constant click handler equal to like that we have seen in the previous tutorial. So I'm going to save it, and this particular login.js I have to import it in the app.js in order that it should show over here. I'm going to comment it, and in this import login from dot slash tutorial 20, the folder which we have created, and slash login.js. So instead of login, class login, I'm going to make it as login so that it is being referenced. I'm saving it. Let me take a look at the browser. So over here, the click button is there. I'm going to click it. So over here, the message is coming over here. I have been called from the parent login. So in the code, one more time, I'm just going to refresh it out. So I have passed a click handler, which is nothing but a method or a function that is present in the parent component called login. I'm not having any button over here, whereas I'm having it in my child component. In the child component, I am passing the function whichever that is present in the parent component as a props to my child component, and the child component utilizes it, and once I click on click, that is nothing but this particular button, the message is coming from the parent component. So this is one of the important concepts. So say for example, I am having a click handler over here login which is present in the parent, and in child component I'm utilizing it, and if child wants to send a message to the parent component, how to achieve that? So in real time, this is not the best way of passing a content from the child component to the parent component, but in few cases it is required. So we can also take a look at it, but what I'll say is I would not recommend you guys to pass a value from the child component to the parent component. This is because React.js itself is unidirectional, and you're breaking the way like the React works. So with the help of JavaScript, we are going to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call another click handler. In the click handler, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass some parameters. So I'm going to copy this code and paste the same, and I'm going to pass child as a parameter. So in this, I'm going to mention I have been returned from child, like this. I have been returned from, you can mention plus JSON dot stringify, and in that you're going to pass the child element. So make sure that JSON package is present in your folder as well. And this particular click handler, I am going to call it over here. In the event handler, I am going to pass a message. What I am going to pass? I am going to pass it as child. Save it over here. So the reason why it is being populated at first itself is I have been passing a bracket over here. So instead of a bracket, you can also do it in a different way by referring my previous tutorial where I would have mentioned const equal to bracket and arrow functions like that. So over here, I just want to show you how it is being passed from child component to the parent component. So the content is present in the child component, whatever the child, right? That variable I am passing from the child component, and that content is getting displayed over here in the parent component login.js. And again, this is not the right way of doing it, but one more time, like I just want to show you guys like how this is being called. So that's it from this tutorial. In next tutorial, I'll come up with different topics. Thanks and have a nice day ahead.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the 21st tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, we are going to see one of the most important topic in ReactJS, which is nothing but conditional rendering. What is conditional rendering? Conditional rendering is nothing but based on a specific input or based on a specific value or based upon a specific content in an object, your web page would be displayed in different manner. So a practical example what I can give is if you log into the Facebook without logging in, I mean if you are not already logged into the Facebook and if you just go to the Facebook page URL, at first what you would see is a home page asking you to provide the credentials such as username and password. If you're already logged into the Facebook, if you hit the same URL at the home page, it would give you the news feed, whatever they're present in your timeline, rather than it won't ask for your username and password. The same URL is getting displayed in different way if it is logged in and if it is not logged in. This is one such example of conditional rendering. So this is the um, official term what is mean by conditional rendering. In React, we can achieve this conditional rendering by three ways. By using if-else statement. The if-else statement have some complexities, like it should not be used inside the return, rather than it should be used outside the return in terms of functional components as well as in class components. And then the next way is conditional expressions. Those who are in the programming field or those who are aware of doing a programming, they would know like what is conditional expression is. That is, there would be some specific statement, question mark, and if it is true, the first one would be displayed. If not, the second one would be displayed. This is one way of rendering a conditional components in React. The third one is ternary operator. So this is the theoretical concept I just want to give you before I'm doing some things in practical. And for those who are not aware of what is, conditional rendering, and they are new to front-end development, and those who are the back-end developers, they want to know like what is this is, whatever the example I have given, please follow over here. So in the YouTube, I can see there is a button called sign in over here, right? So over here, when I just get into the YouTube homepage, it shows sign in button. If I logged in, the same YouTube page would show my image icon over here. This is one such example of conditional rendering. So based on some specific input, that is whether I have logged in or not, this is showing some icons over here, right? This is one such example of conditional rendering. So that's it from today. So next tutorial, I'll explain you practically how to achieve the same. Thanks. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 22nd tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, we will see the practical knowledge of conditional rendering, what we discussed in previous tutorial. So at first what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new folder. Over here, I'm going to create a new folder, naming it as tutorial 22. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it as conditional rendering.js. And once I have created this, we have a code snippet RCC to generate the class components. And then I have to press tab. So in this conditional rendering, at first what I'll do is, at first I'll put some welcome note, like I'll put my name like hi Satish, like that, and I'll save it. And I need to import this in the app.js so that it works. So what I'll be doing is, I'll be commenting the code whichever I've written earlier, and instead of importing that, I'll be importing conditional rendering from tutorial 22 dot slash tutorial 22, whichever we have created now, and slash conditional rendering. So we have imported it, and we need to include that particular tag over here. So I'll save it, and I'll take a look at the browser. So when I take a look at the browser, it is saying hi Satish. So right now we will first verify the approach one, which we have discussed in the previous tutorial. Approach one is nothing but like using the if else statement. So let's do that. And before that, I'll put a constructor over here, and I'll set some variables. Con is the code snippet for it. And in this, I'll set state equals to some object. Is signed in. I'll give some name like this, and colon false. Okay, so there should not be any semicolon. I'm saving the same. So at first, what we will take a look at is, we will look into the approach one, which we have discussed. That is nothing but using if else statement. So at first, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write the if statement like this, and I'm going to examine this particular value signed in. So what I'm going to do is, this dot state dot is signed in. I'm going to check this. If it is true, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a div tag inside this. So div hi Satish over here and close it with the div tag, whichever that we have opened. Same way in the else block, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return as guest. So what I'm trying to implement over here is if the signed in value is true, then it would put my name. If I'm not signed in, then it would put welcome guest or I guest like that. So that is what I'm trying to implement over here. So let me comment out this code which I have done earlier. So I'm going to comment out this. I'm going to put a semicolon as well over here. And let's we take a look at it, what is happening at the browser. So one more thing I just want to keep you posted in this is um, you can take a look that inside the return method I am not using if else block, rather than outside I am using it. This is what I have explained previously in the last tutorial, that if else block cannot be used inside the return method, that is inside the JSX. This is a syntactical sugar of um, how the JSX should represent, how the React JSX should represent. So inside this you can't use if else, instead outside you can use the same, and that's what I have used it over here. So let's take a look at the browser. It is showing I guessed because over here the signed is false, and let me change it to true and see what happens. It's getting refreshed and it is giving you a value I Satish, that is this block is getting executed because this is true. So this is one way of representing or doing a conditional rendering in React.js. So one thing what you can do is you can also like consolidate this value, and you can just have only one single return method, and this if else block can be preceded before coming to the return method. So how to do that, I'll show it to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this block, and I'm going to say let greeting, and I'm just going to make a variable. So if it is signed in, then this greeting would be equal to this particular element, whichever that is returning. Okay, and else it would return this particular div tag. I'm just going to, there is nothing difference between the previous way of doing it and this one. Over here what I am doing is I'm just instead of having a div tag over here, I'm just putting that in assigning that into a variable, and I'm going to return that particular variable over here. So I'm going to mention return, and inside that return I'm going to mention greeting and put a semicolon. Save it, take a look at it. It is saying I Satish because it is true. So I'm going to modify it as a false, and let's see what happens. I modified it as false, it is showing yes. So this way your code looks cleaner over here. So this is one way of approach. So the next way is like I have said about the conditional rendering. So what is conditional rendering? Conditional rendering is somewhat like the most prominent way of executing the code, because inside the return method itself you can use the conditional rendering. You don't want to put if else outside like this. So how to do that, I'll explain the same right now. So I am going to remove all this code, and inside the return method what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bracket and say that this dot state dot is signed in is a question mark. So if it is true, then what it will do is it would represent this particular div tag. So in the div tag, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mention it as hi Satish. That means if it is true, if this value is true, this would be executed. And question mark, and after that there is some else block should be there, right? So in the else block, we will put hi guest div, and inside that I'll put hi guest. Okay, I'll save it, and let's me take over here. It is showing guest. That is because the value is false over here. If I mark it as true, it is giving my original name. So based on this particular value, it renders. So in real time, instead of this particular value, hard-coded value, you would get some values from your object, from your Java object, or from an input field, so or from a database itself. So those kind of things can be done. So the last one is I've been using operator. So we will also take a look at that particular approach as well. So that approach is very simple. So what that approach says is it would replaced by ampersand and it will not be having the else block. So what will happen over here is if this is true, this would get displayed, else nothing would get displayed. So this is one way of approach of doing a conditional rendering in React.js. Let me take a look at the browser. It is giving I Satish. That is because this value is true and this value is getting displayed. If it is false, then nothing would be displayed. This is one way of doing a conditional rendering in React.js. Alright, so just to recollect that we have looked into three approaches as we discussed in the previous tutorial. One is by using the if-else method, and second is by using a conditional expressions, and third by using operators. That is this particular ampersand symbol. With the help of that, I am able to conditionally render certain things in React component. That's all from today, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Welcome to the 23rd tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to render a list in React.js. So what is list at first? So in real time, what happens is an object would contain many number of informations, and based on a specific informations, I need to do or perform certain actions, right? All those compensate into list of objects. So in this tutorial, we theoretically going to see like how to render those lists in React.js. So one more thing I just want to keep you posted is in React.js, all the functionalities regarding rendering a list and performing an action on object, every relies on JavaScript. So whatever the things that you can able to do in the JavaScript can able to manipulate in React.js. So we are going to take a look at two ways how to render a list in React. One is using a map and another one is using for each. We can also use various other methods, whichever that is suitable for a JavaScript, but over here it is recommended to use map or for each in most of the places. So among using map and for each, the best thing I would suggest is to use map, because by using map you can render certain components even inside the return or render method itself. Whereas in for each, that would lead to a lot of complexities, and sometimes it would also lead to a performance issues. And I don't say that you shouldn't use for each. It depends upon the place where you use the for each loop, but it is recommended that in most places we have to use map. And since I'm going to use map in the further coming tutorial, theoretically, if someone is not aware of how the map functionality works in JavaScript, this particular code snippet would explain a bit. At line number 1, you can see a constant array is there, and it is holding a value 1, 4, 9, 16 like that, right? And in the second one, you can see that particular array is being having a function called dot map, and with the help of it, each and every element present inside the array is multiplied by twice, and it is stored in map1. So in general, if you take an example in any programming language, what it would happen is you would be rendering for each, or you would be using some iterators to traverse inside the map and do manipulation somewhere else over there, right? But in JavaScript, you don't have to do all those formalities over here. You can just mention that this is an array and I'm going to call map function for it, and inside that you can use an arrow functions, and for each element you can do whatever you want. Over here, for each element we have multiplied by 2. So these are all the theoretical knowledges I just want to keep you posted before doing it practically in the next tutorial. So we will take a look at how to use the same in React in upcoming tutorial. That's all for today. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 24th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we will see practically like how to implement rendering a list in React.js. So in the previous tutorial, we have seen the theory, and in this tutorial, we are going to see it in practical. So before starting, I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'm just going to name it as tutorial 24. And inside this folder, and I'm going to create a new file called student list.js. And before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the same over here. So how am I going to do it? Import student list from dot slash tutorial 24 and slash student list. Okay, so I'm just also going to import the same over here. Oh, the app.js is over, and in student list.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a functional components, and the code snippet for that is RSF. Tab, a functional component, is being created. So inside this functional component, I'll have a array. Like in earlier tutorial we have seen in theoretically, like from array we are rendering the map, right? So I'm just going to put a constant and hard code a student array. In real time it would be from an object or from somewhere else. Depends upon how your application is. And over here I am going to mention a student array, which is equal to square box, and I'm just close this, and inside this I'm just going to put a student name called David, and slash Everton and slash call it as gym. Okay, so I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is for each and every student present in the student array, I'm just going to greet them with a welcome message saying welcome like that in a single page browser. Let's see how we can do the same. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a brace, open brace and a close brace, and I'm just going to render the student array dot map, and map is a function, and inside the function I'm just going to pass a function as a variable. What I'm going to do is in this student array I'm just going to mention student as a variable, that arrow, and which renders nothing but h1 element, and closing the h1 tag, and I'm going to mention over here it as welcome student. Perfect. Saving it. I've also imported it over here, saving that, and I'm just going to take a look. You can see all the three students which have been named has been rendered over here perfectly. So this is the way, like, I mean, if you take a look at it in a student list.js, there is only one h1 element is there, but it is rendered based on the number of contents is being present, right? So this is one such format. And if you want the code to be clean, what you can do is you can remove this code. You can just have a constant, and you can mention student list over here, and student list equal to like this, and over here you can just mention student list. Save it, see what happens. I'm going to refresh the browser and the output remains the same. This is just to make your code cleaner. So whatever the JSX element that is getting returned after return, it is clean, just only one thing, and all the contents is getting retrieved over here. Hello everyone, welcome to the 25th tutorial in this series of complete guide to React.js. So in the last tutorial we have seen like how to render a list using an array, and in this tutorial we are going to see how to render a list on a JSON. In a real time, if you take a look at the real time projects, the array won't be like, mostly the inputs won't be like this, an array. Rather than the inputs would be mostly would be a JSON. And if it is coming from a external web service, then also it would be a JSON. So rather than looking into an array, we will see in this tutorial how to render a list in using JSON. So in this, I'm going to use the same file, and I'm going to change the name of the array into a student JSON like this. And to someone who is not aware of what is a JSON, it is very simple. JSON is an object, and it would look like this. So JSON is an object. It would have name, ID and their corresponding parameters. Over here, name is a ID and its value is Satish. ID is an ID, like you can just take it as key value pair. So what do you mean by key value pair is, over here name is considered as a key, Satish is considered as a value. Over here ID is considered like that, and this would form an array, and inside that you can have a, this would form an object, and inside that you can have a multiple number of objects, and that would form an array of objects. So take that in mind. So if you are not aware of like what is JSON, I would recommend you to surf on internet and find it out like what is JSON before getting into this tutorial. So it would just hardly take 2 to 3 minutes. That's it. So I have modified that to the student JSON, and over here, instead of just writing the student, welcoming the student alone, I'm going to try something different. So let it be a student list itself. I'm trying to change the name, but let it be like this itself. And over here, instead of an array, I have a JSON over here, and I'm going to use that JSON. And inside this particular variable or the value of it can be anything. Over here, I kept it as student itself. If you want, I can also change to any value I want. Like you can just mention as stud as well. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say welcome stud dot name. So why I'm going to give stud dot name? So what this map function would do is the map function is on student JSON. In student JSON, for each student, that means this open braces and closed braces are there, right? This would consider as one element, and over here it would consider as the second element. So inside these two elements, rendering these two elements, I'm taking it as this one, like I'm keeping it as variable I. So this would compensate when the map is getting triggered in loop. This would trigger the first element, this name Satish as the first element first, and then at the second time when it is rendering, it would take this element which is named as Ram over here, and it would render you the list. So I'm going to write welcome student, your ID is again stud dot ID. Make sure that this particular name like stud dot this particular ID is there, right? ID name is same like this. If you do it different, nothing would happen. It would just give you an empty tag. That's it. And you have a skill in, and that skill could be stud dot skill again. So I'm going to mention stud dot, and this you have to be in line with whatever the name that you have given. No uppercase and lowercase, whatever you have given, what is present in the object, you have to render it again. I'm just going to paste. So use copy paste. That is the best thing that a programmer should do. And saving this, I'm just going to take a look at the browser. Over here it is. It says welcome Satish. Your ID is 123 and you have skill in JavaScript. Okay, perfect. So this is what we are trying to bring. So we rendered a JSON and we bought a list, and we rendered a list, and it is showing the browser. So in real time, it is not the best way of having a rendering things inside a functional component itself. Rather than you can have a separate component where you can render the contents, and over here you can use map to iterate the student JSON. So how we are going to do that, we will see that in next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the 25th tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. So in the last tutorial we have seen like how to render a list using an array, and in this tutorial we are going to see how to render a list on a JSON. In a real time, if you take a look at the real-time projects, the array won't be like, mostly the inputs won't be like this, an array. Rather than the inputs would be mostly would be a JSON, and if it is coming from a external web service, then also it would be a JSON. So rather than looking into an array, we will see in this tutorial how to render a list in using JSON. So in this, I'm going to use the same file, and I'm going to change the name of the array into a student JSON like this. And to someone who is not aware of what is a JSON, it is very simple. JSON is an object, and it would look like this. So JSON is an object. It would have name, ID and their corresponding parameters. Over here, name is a ID and its value is Satish. ID is an ID. Like, you can just take it as key value pair. So what do you mean by key value pair is, over here name is considered as a key, Satish is considered as a value. Over here ID is considered like that. And this would form an array, and inside that you can have this would form an object, and inside that you can have a multiple number of objects, and that would form an array of objects. So take that in mind. So if you are not aware of like what is JSON, I would recommend you to surf in internet and find it out like what is JSON before getting into this tutorial. So it would just hardly take 2 to 3 minutes. That's it. So I have modified that to the student JSON, and over here, instead of just writing the student, welcoming the student alone, I'm going to try something different. So let it be a student list itself. I'm trying to change the name, but let it be like this itself. And over here, instead of an array, I have a JSON over here, and I'm going to use that JSON. And inside this particular variable, or the value of it, can be anything. Over here, I kept it as student itself. If you want, I can also change to any value I want. Like, you can just mention as stud as well. And over here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say welcome stud dot name. So why I'm going to give stud dot name? So what this map function would do is, the map function is on student JSON. In student JSON, for each student, that means this open braces and closed braces are there, right? This would consider as one element, and over here it would consider as the second element. So inside these two elements, rendering these two elements, I'm taking it as this one, like I'm keeping it as variable I. So this would compensate when the map is getting triggered in loop. This would trigger the first element, this name Satish, as the first element first, and then at the second time when it is rendering, it would take this element which is named as Ram over here, and it would render you the list. So I'm going to write welcome student, your ID is again stud dot ID. Make sure that this particular name, like stud dot this particular ID is there, right? ID name is same like this. If you do it different, nothing would happen. It would just give you an empty tag. That's it. And you have a skill in, and that skill could be stud dot skill again. So I'm going to mention stud dot, and this you have to be in line with whatever the name that you have given. No uppercase and lowercase, whatever you have given, what is present in the object, you have to render it again. I'm just going to paste. So use copy paste. That is the best thing that a programmer should do. And saving this, I'm just going to take a look at the browser. Over here it is. It says welcome Satish. Your ID is 123 and you have skill in JavaScript. Okay, perfect. So this is what we are trying to bring. So we rendered a JSON and we bought a list, and we rendered a list, and it is showing the browser. So in real time, it is not the best way of having a rendering things inside a functional component itself. Rather than, you can have a separate component where you can render the contents, and over here you can use map to iterate the student JSON. So how we are going to do that, we will see that in next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the 26th tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial we are going to see how to use the functional components at the place of rendering as we discussed in the previous tutorial. So at first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new file over here, and I'm just going to mention it as student components.js, and I'm just going to hit enter, and it have created a new components for me. So over here I'm just going to give rsf, which is nothing but this is a code snippet that would generate a functional components. So rsf, and click on enter or either tab, it would create a student components for you. So let me tell what is my idea is right now. So right now, this is a student component. I'm going to segregate rendering logic with whatever that is getting displayed in the browser. So hence what I'm going to do is I'm going to write h1 tag, whatever the contents I have stored in the previous tutorial. I can just do a copy paste because I'm just a lazy guy. And over here h1 is there, right? So this entire code logic I'm just going to copy it and paste it over here. So instead of stud.name, so I'm going to pass it as a props, and I'm just going to mention it as props.name, props.id, and props.skill. So make sure that whatever that your property that you are passing, that name and everything, that should be in line. So even if it is a case, if it is capital, any letter is capital over here, it won't render anything. So we have created the functional components over here. So we are going to use the rendering logic. So instead of writing the logic over there, I'm going to do import a student component first, so that it is available in this functional components from dot slash student components. It is automatically getting populated. So make use of that so that you don't do any spell mistake. And over here in a student.json, what I am going to do it for each student, I am going to call a student component, and in the student components I'm going to pass props equal to my student parameter. It's giving me an error. Let's see like what happens. It is showing that it is not having an empty tag. So once I just give the empty tag, this goes. And so what I am trying to achieve it is like I'm explaining it again. So over here I am going to achieve that rendering logic is segregating from iterating logic. So over here in student list functional components, I'm iterating the JSON, and in student component I am rendering it. So this is how your actual React.js code should be in your project and or whatever the applications you are creating, because this student component would be reusable in somewhere else, and this rendering logic may also will be reusable somewhere else in your applications. So this is the actual way that you have to write your code. So once clicking on save, let me take a look at localhost 3000 and see like what happens. Localhost 3000, and I'm just going to see welcome UID, and yeah. So One thing just want to keep you posted is you see that it is empty. The reason is I have passed the variable over here start and called as a props. So this particular name actually props, right? It has to be properly rendered. So for that, what we need to do is we need to put a close braces and open braces. And right now we are going to take a look at it. It renders and gives you the actual result. Say for example, as I said, I was keep on repeating like this name should be in line with the values that I'm going to give, right? So say for example, I do make a mistake like this. Instead of small caps, I'm just going to give props.name. Over here, you see, after welcome, you don't see any name over here. Instead, it is empty. The reason is you have mentioned the wrong name. So the name over here, which is nothing but in small case name, should be in line with this. So use copy paste and paste it over here. Save it. Right now, you can see the name is getting displayed. So what I'm going to do is, after this, I'm going to right click and click on inspect element. One thing I just want to keep you posted about it, and many of the tutorials or many of the things that you won't come across in framework is over here. It is saying each child in a list should have a unique key prop and it is not present, right? So though it is rendered properly, over here it is throwing me an exception. That is in console it is throwing me an exceptions. This is not making your application as a showstopper, but you also have to take a look at what is this particular issue is and you have to overcome this issue in order that your application should be proper. So what is this and how to resolve this particular issue? We will take a look at this one in next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the 27th tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to React.js. At the end of the last tutorial, we have seen that there was some exception that is getting occurred on the console, and it has mentioned that a unique key prop need to be passed. Let us take a look at it, like what is the actual issue and what do React wants from you. So over here we are rendering a functional components and that is rendering inside a map, right? So while rendering inside a map, it is rendering as an actual component itself. When I say actual component, it is nothing but the functional components, like it is rendering as an actual component. That means for each and every object over here, which starts with the open braces and the closed braces, it is going to render me a student component. And what React is saying is, hey, you have provided me a student JSON and I am just keep on rendering the student component, but I need some value so that I can set it as a key and render it. Why I need the key is because React tells us that I don't want to create any duplication issues over here, and hence I need a key. So in order to get a key, what we need to do is we need to mention key over here, and this key attributes should be equal to some value, and this value should be unique. You can't mention something like some string like this or else some number like that, number like 1 2 3 like that, because each and every time when I am rendering the student components, the same key is getting used. So it would cause me a problem again. And hence, I need to use some values for the key such a way it is unique. Let us take a look at the student JSON over here. In this, there is some attribute called as an ID. I can use that. I can use stud.id and let's see like what happens. So over here I am passing stud as a props, and over here stud.id as a key. So stud.id, make sure that it is in lines with the same value over here. So no caps, no small keys, everything like you have to take care of it each, and it's case sensitive. So I'm saving this and I'm just taking a look. It's compiling me at the back end, and let us take a look at it. What happens? So once it renders it, I'm just going to refresh. Yeah, once it renders it, you can see that there is no error over here. So one more thing that would come into your mind is I have passed key attribute over here. Is it possible for me to render that key attribute over here? Yes, you can render it, but one important thing that will happen that I want to keep you posted is if you just put key value over here, it is not going to show up anything in the console. So I'm just mentioning this key, whichever I'm that getting it rendered, and I'm passing it over here. Let's see what happens. So that key whichever I have mentioned it over here, right? This is not being present over here, and it is also giving me a console.log error saying that key is not a prop. And if you try to retrieve the key component, it would give undefined. So this is one of the most important thing, like the most advantageous thing that we can see in the React. Say for example, if 10 years before in JavaScript development, if you take a look at it, any error in the console, it won't give you a proper error itself. Right now, with the help of the React, it gives you a proper error and saying that you should not use it. Thanks to ReactJS for that. And that is why like ReactJS is the most competitive front-end language that have been vastly used. So I have to remove key over here. So whatever the key that you are passing, you can pass it, but it is no use actually. So you can't render anything, you can't do anything. So it is up to React. You have to inform React, hey, you want a key, right? I'll provide the key. This is the key. And you just render me a props. So that is the only one thing. And the second thing I just want to keep you posted is this stud.id should be unique. Over here 1, 2, 3 and 3 to 1, this id is unique. That means it is not having the same number. If I am having 1 to 3 over here, then I can't use stud.id as a key. Rather than I have to use name as a key. So you over here in these two objects, you can see the name is different. So I can also use that. You can also see the skill is different. I can also use that. But in case if the name and the skill, or if the ID over here in the first object and the second object is different, then you need to consider some other parameter like skill or name as the key attribute. You have to set it. Okay. So in some cases in JSON, which I am just going to retrieve it from external web services or any other web services, there might be a scenario where you won't find any unique attribute would be present. So in that case, what I'll be doing? So I need to set the key attribute in order to avoid those console.log errors, right? Whatever the console errors that I need to avoid it. But if in case there is no unique values present in such a way I have explained, like say for example, even the ID is getting repeated in the JSON. So at that time, what I need to do? For that, we will take a visit in next tutorial. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. The series of complete guide to React.js. So in the last tutorial, at the end of the tutorial, like we have said that there might be a case where you would find some specific component won't be unique. Yes, like say for example, in this object we have name, ID, skill, and compare that with the second object, everything is unique, right? Say for example, if there was a case where you can't able to find the unique key itself, at that time what to do? So that was the question raised in the last tutorial, right? So in order to come across, overcome that particular scenario, so what I'm going to do is React provides some component called index. Make a note that I am not passing, this particular index value is not present anywhere else over here. This is inbuilt component of a map. So over here I am passing an index, and over here stud.id I have passed it as a key. Instead of stud.key id, I am going to pass it as an index, and let me take a look at browser, like what happens. On the browser, I still see that no error has been generated. So whenever you feel like there is some contents that is present in the JSON where you won't find any unique key present, then you can use the index. But there are also some other challenges we have in using the index. We'll see what it is. At first, what I'll do is I'll comment this, and I'll also add a array of string instead JSON. So I'm going to mention array string equal to a square bracket. Inside that, I'm just going to have two arrays, and one is holding the name Satish and my last name. Okay. So in this student list, I'm instead of student JSON, I'm just going to use array of string, array string dot map, and this array string will be the value. Okay, and in that I am going to pass index. I'm going to remove this component. Instead of that component, I'm going to put h1 tag and slash h1, and I'm going to print the string that I have passed, array string. Okay, and it should be in the braces. Let me save it and take a look at it. It's a refresh. It just gives me first name and last name. Over here, though I am passing it as an index, I have not used it, and hence it is throwing me an exceptions. So once I am going to use key over here, key equal to index, you will see that this issue would get resolved. Yeah, there is no issue right now. So what is this index? What is this inbuilt component? There should be some values that would be stored, right? What is that? So let me take a look by putting, by executing the value of index over here inside the braces. So let's see what it gives. You can see 0, 1. So that means for each and every object, my React.js, when it is rendered through in map, it takes index as a value starting from 0 and it is assigning itself to a key, and it is incrementing itself by each and every value of an object. So if it is having, if there is 3 strings are there in this array string, then the next string like 2, it would be incremented by 1, the third object would be incremented by 1, and 2 would be present. So you can use index at the point like when you don't have any unique key present. But there is also a lot of scenarios you can come across. Say for example, if I want to insert an object in array string and I want to insert it from the first rather than at the last, then there would be a problem. So when you're trying to add an array string and add a component, add an element to the array string like array string dot push, and you want to bring it in front, at that time, though it would take the value like 0 comma some other name, say for example if I am including David in front of this array, it would come over the value 0 comma David, but whatever the contents, the actual value, the h1 dot value is there, right? That will not be changed. The reference would cause some problems over here, and hence you should not use indexed at all point of a time. So when you should use indexes, you should use index only when there is no unique key present in the array itself. So over here, Satish is one name and Jayachandran is one name. So it is unique. You can use the name parameter as a key itself. But say for example, if the second parameter is also Satish, then that would cause a problem, right? So at that time, I need to use index. I can use index. It is not mandatory, but I can use index. I can pass a index as a parameter. I can use it. And second thing, when I need to use indexes, there are 3 line items are there. This is one such scenarios where you can use index. Like apart from this, the values that is present in the array string, right? It should be static and constant. It should not vary. You should not add any array string after this particular code. After the line number 16, you should not add any contents to the array string. Then you can use index. Then the third particular conditions is you should not sort this array string. You should not sort it out like array.sort, ascending or descending. You should not do it. Only if these 3 scenarios satisfies, then only you can use index. Otherwise, you should not use index. I'll repeat again. At first, the contents of the string, if it is not holding any unique itself, that means if it is, say for example, over here string is Satish is there. If it is Jayachandran like that, it is there. Then you should not use index. Rather than that, you should use the array string itself as a key. Okay, this is one scenario. And the second scenario is you should not add any contents to the array further. And third scenario is you should not sort it out. Array string dot sort, array string dot sort descending or ascending. Those kind of thing you should not do in your project further. Then only you can use index over here. Otherwise, it would create a problem. So this is very simple thing. Hence, I am not explaining you guys in code, but use of index can be done, but it can be done only if it is satisfying all the 3 scenarios whichever I have explained. So this particular thing I want to bring it over here in this particular tutorial because this is very important and it is very minute thing, and hence I have created a separate tutorial for this. So that's it from this tutorial, and I'll come Hello everyone, welcome to the 29th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial we will see how to use CSS in ReactJS. Using a CSS in React is more or less equal to the one that you use in the JavaScript, but there are some ways where you can able to execute or import CSS in ReactJS, and they are as follows. One is using a CSS style sheet itself. So we have already done it. Yeah, like not in this tutorial. Like when you execute the command npx create react app, you would have seen corresponding to app.js folder, there is a file called app.css. We have imported that, right? So that app.css is nothing but a CSS style sheet file that we have imported it and we have been using in our code. So this is one way where you can include CSS in your React, and there are other ways like inline styling, and you can also include CSS modules. And inline styling is where when you are writing the code itself, the JSX stack, inside that you can mention some styling, and you can also have a CSS modules. And the most commonly used in a project in a real time it would be the CSS.js library. So in the upcoming tutorial, we are going to see what is CSS style sheet, inline style, and CSS modules. Whereas the CSS.js library, I am not going to do it right now because this is a very big topic. And maybe in future I can include a topic for this, which would be a series of tutorial. Rather than in this tutorial, I'm just going to use CSS style sheet and inline style sheet to make you understand like how to use CSS in the React.js. So to someone who is not aware of what is CSS and other things, so let me take a look. Let me get into a famous, social networking site, Facebook, and I'll also explain you like how CSS works. So I'm just getting into the Facebook. I got into one of my famous cricketer, MS Dhoni, and over here, this is his VIP profile. So this is his own profile, and you can see there is a button, right? This particular button is getting displayed over here, right? Whereas in a common profile, like you can't able to find that. Since this is this particular tick mark is to identify whether the particular profile is a fake profile or a original profile of the VIP profile or something like that. So over here you can't able to find it. Over here you have find some blue hyphen tick mark, right? So this is nothing but a CSS. So how to verify that? Right click on it and inspect. You'll see there would be some class name that would be included in this name itself. In this name MS Dhoni, you would see that class name would be imported. So that is the one thing which is showing some tick marks over here. Maybe in the upcoming tutorial we will take this as an example and we will also work on the same. In this tutorial I'll show you like this is nothing but a CSS over here. This is just for an example, and I'm just going to click on an arrow over here, and in the MS Dhoni profile, like over here there is a tick mark. When I'm just clicking on it, it highlights over here there is a class name which is nothing but a CSS, and this is responsible for populating the arrow mark over there. So say for example if I'm deleting it and I'm just clicking on enter, you'll see that it is getting disappeared. So I'm not hacking his profile. If I'm just refresh it, it would automatically reload. I'm saying that. So this is one way of, this is some browser related component, like this is my browser component. So I'm explaining how this is getting displayed. The CSS profile, CSS is getting displayed with an icon over there. So such a kind of thing, like we will take a look at in our next tutorial. As of now, I just want you guys keep you posted what is CSS and how it is used in a web page. So CSS is nothing but a style sheet. It's a style, the way it represents. If I go over here, it is showing some hand arrow over there, right? And like if I keep it over here, it is just an arrow. So these are all nothing but CSS. Comes from CSS. So this is one of the most important topic in upcoming tutorials. We will take a look at like how to implement in our program itself. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 30th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, we are going to see like how to implement the CSS, how to bring the styles in components using CSS style sheets. So I'm just going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it as tutorial 30, and inside this folder I'm going to create a new file and to name it as style.js, and I am also going to create another file naming it as style.css. So in style.js, I'm going to mention an RSF, which is nothing but a code snippet to generate the functional components, which I have previously explained in the tutorials. So typing RSF, it could generate you the functional components. And inside this, I'm going to mention an h1 tag. And inside the h1 tag, I'm going to name it as, I'm going to mention welcome Satish, my name, and save it. And I'm going to import the CSS file. Import the CSS file that we have created, dot slash, and it should be in single quotes, dot slash style dot CSS. Make sure that you have to give dot CSS. It is not a JavaScript. Only if it is a JavaScript file extensions, then it is not mandatory for you to mention the extensions over here. Since it is a CSS, I have to mention it over here. And in style.css, I'll create some class name, and I'm going to mention it as VIP color. And inside this, I'm going to mention the color attributes, mark it as red. In style.js, over here in the h1 tag, I'm planning to bring that class whichever I have mentioned. So I am going to mention it as VIP color. Going to save it, and let me take a look at the browser. Before taking a look at the browser, I'm going to comment whatever the contents that is present already, and I'm going to import with style from dot slash tutorial 30 slash style, and over here instead of the student list, I'm going to mention it as style. Save it. I'm going to take a look at the browser. I'm going to refresh it. So it is highlighting welcome Satish. So which is the attributes that I have mentioned in the style.css file. So this is the way of representing the style sheets. Importing the styles and the components using the style sheets. So over here, I am planning to pass a variable, and I'm going to call that variable as is VIP. Pass the variable as true. So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do whatever the things that we have seen in the previous tutorial. In Facebook, like if you just go and search for a profile, and that profile is being highlighted with a blue icon, right, showing that it is not a fake profile, it is a original profile, like that. I'm planning to bring it over here. I'm just going to explain you guys how this has been implemented in the Facebook component. Like that, I'm going to explain it over here. So over here style I'm passing the props value as is VIP and I'm just passing it as true. And in style.js what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to name it as VIP variable, and this VIP variable I'm going to examine it from the props using a conditional expression. Props dot is VIP question mark. If E is a VIP, then take the class name as VIP color. If E is not, then do nothing. So this is a code for conditional expressions. So I'm doing that over here. Props dot is VIP. Over here, am I missing something? Yes. Question mark, colon. There should be no semicolon over here. Going to save it. And there should be another error that I have removed. So I'm going to save it. So what is basically going to do is I'm going to pass a style components, right? This is VIP. This component I'm going to examine it over here. If E is a VIP component, then it would be highlighted in red. If not, then you would be highlighted in a normal component. So let me take a look at the browser. It is red in color because I am passing the VIP as is VIP as true. Going to pass it as a false and going to take a look at it. It is normal. SVIP is false, and in style.js I'm okay. Over here I have not examined it. Instead of VIP, instead of the class name I have to put the variable name whichever we have created. Open braces, close braces, and I'm just going to delete the close one, save it. Let me take a look at it. So it is highlighted normal. So this is the logic that Facebook is using. So over there, if if E is a VIP, the same component would be derived, which shows the page results. And if E is a VIP, the additional components, whichever that is being passed as true, right, that would be highlighted over here. So in real time, over here we are hard coding the value. In real time, it would be from any services or databases that the Facebook is getting used. So from there, it would show you the result and it would be getting displayed. So that's all. We have used Cascade style sheet to display the styles over here. So let me also add one more item over here. That is, say for example, if I want to display a multiple styles in a element, in an HTML element, when I say HTML element, the JSX attribute, what I'm going to do. So say for example, I'm going to create another class, and in this class, I'm going to give font hyphen size as 100 pixel, and I want to make that name welcome Satish as a big huge one. So for that, what I'm going to do is there is a component which we can use in JavaScript, which is nothing but backticks. So next to left to the number 1 in your laptop or your desktop, there would be a quote like that. It would be present. Yeah, that is nothing but the backticks, and that you have to type it over here, backticks, and inside that, what you need to do is you have to pass a VIP variable with contents like this. So inside that, you are passing a VIP variable where it should be a dollar symbol, and inside that, what you need to do is you need to mention the class name whichever it is present. So over here we have created a class name called as a font excel, right? I'm going to copy the same and space, put it over here. So there is a close tag over here as well. So this backticks is present, right? It should be in another braces. So I am going to, because all these are getting examined, right? So it should be in a braces. And I'm going to put it over here. Control, save, and going to take a look at it. See, there are two class components that is getting executed. One is with the style of red, and other with the size. So with the help of the cascade style sheets, we have imported the style components in, we have imported the styles into style components. So that's what is in this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I explain you guys what all the other ways where we can import styles into React components. So that's all today. Have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 31st tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to use inline styling in React.js. So for that, at first what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm just going to call it as tutorial 31. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name the file as inlinestyle.js. Inside this inlinestyle.js, I'm going to write RSF, a code snippet to generate the functional components. The functional component is generated. I'm going to mention inline style, a string which should show in a browser, and I want to check like whether it is rendered properly or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the inline style whichever I have exported, and over here I'm going to mention as inline style. Saving it. Let me take a look at the browser. Yes, the particular div tag contains whatever that is present in the div tag, whichever I have written, has been getting displayed over here. Perfect. So right now we'll take a look at like how inline styling can be used. So inline style at first should have a constant, and that constant should be outside the functions, and it should be an array if it is more than one styling it is going to take care of. So over here I mentioned an array. I have assigned a variable, I have assigned a constant heading with an array, and I'm going to mention the color equal to red. And make sure that this key value pair, right, the left hand side should be an attribute and the right hand side should be a string. And in the next line, I'm also going to write font size, and size should be in camel case. So whatever that is having a two letter words which is combined, the font weight, W should be in capital, and font size, S should be in capital. Also keep that in mind, and it should be a string again, 72px. I'm just going to mention. I'm going to save it, and over here in the div tag, we have an attribute called style. We need to use that equal to, and open braces and the close braces, I'm going to include the heading over here. So this is the way like we used to mention inline styling in React.js. So I'm saving it, and here you can take a look. It is holding both the color as well as the font size. You can also write some other attribute as well, and it would get displayed. So this is inline styling in React.js. So in next tutorial, we'll take a look at module. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 32nd tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see like how to use CSS in React.js with the help of modules. At first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name the folder as tutorial 32. Inside this folder, I'm going to create two new files. One file I'm going to name it as style.css, And the second file, I'm going to give the name as style.module.css. So the second file whichever I have created is the module way of creating the CSS file, and make sure that it should appended with a suffix named as .module.css. In this, I'm going to create a new class, going to name it as module, and I'm going to color it as red. Save it. And in style.css, whichever I have created, I am also going to give the same name as module, and I'm going to name it as, I'm going to give the color it as red or green to differentiate from the one which I have created earlier. Save it. I'm going to app.js. I'm going to import the CS whichever that I have created, CSS library class whichever I have created. So the normal way of importing it is like dot slash, and I have to give tutorial 32 slash style dot CSS. And in the modules library, if I want to import the modules CSS, what I need to do is import. I have to use a component name for it. So this is something different. Make a note of it. I'm going to give a component name as style, and I'm going to give tutorial 32 slash style dot module dot CSS. I'm saving it. So make sure that you have to use style component. Say for example, if I want to, display those contents, I'll create an h1 tag, and inside that h1 tag, I will give my name, and I'm going to give the class name for which we have created in style.css, and it should be usual like this module. And whereas in the second h1 tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the style which is present in the modules.css. So how to do that is I'm going to mention my last name over here, and the class name whichever should be represented in different manner, and how it is. So I have to mention a class name equals to, and the component name whichever I have given, which is nothing but style dot module. So module is the name that I have given inside the class name I have given inside the style.module.css over here. So let me take a look at the browser and let's see what happens. So once I go to localhost 3000, so it would give my first name with green in color and the last name with red in color, which is expected. So it is working fine. So what is the use of creating a module way of CSS? Say for example, if I am copying this name, this h1 tag, which is of style.css, and I'm pasting into a inline.js, which we have created in the previous tutorial, and I'm pasting it over here. I'm saving it. Let me take a look at the browser, and another component has been introduced over here, right? So in child components also, these style which is common, right? It is getting accessed. In real time, and applications would be in such a way we would get confused like where to use any CSS. There might be a situation like in child alone, you have to use a specific color or component, and in parent you have to use specific component. Say for example, over here the module is the same class name that is present in the style.css as well as style.module.css. So if I use by this way in child components, it is importing the way it should represent. And sometimes in your applications, when you have to use children's alone and with different color, at that time it would cause a problem. And hence we need to use module way of it. Say for example, if I'm using the same content over here, which needs to be used only in parent, suppose by mistake I'm just pasting it over here and I'm clicking on save. In your JavaScript, in your application, it would throw you an exception saying that this is something like it should be shown only in the parent component. If you want to use in children's component, you should import it at first, like over here. So in order to segregate different colors that needs to be used in different components, child components or some other components, module is very helpful. And hence the module way of representing a style sheet is mostly recommended when you are writing any CSS code in your React applications. That's it from today's tutorial. I'll come up with some other topic in next tutorial. Thanks and have a nice day. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 33rd tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. So in this tutorial, we are going to see what is forms in ReactJS and with the help of what you can able to control the form elements. So over here I have opened a website and it's a banking website, and you can able to see a single dialog like this is present, which is in white space. You can able to find the user ID is present and the password is present. This is nothing but a text area and a small checkbox saying that remember my user ID and a button, right? So this piece of component which is highlighted in white is one such examples of forms, and practically like where we can use forms in our applications. If that is your thought and if that is the question that comes into your mind, like this is one such example. So this means you'll be entering some username and some password, and once you click on sign on, what happens is it would submit a data to your server. So this is one useful activity, or this is why the form is mostly being used. So now let's see like how we are using forms in React and what are all the names that we can give for it. So at first, so forms in React is categorized, or the contents whichever that is present in the forms is called as a controllable components. So what do you mean by controllable components? Controllable components is nothing but, say for example, like we have seen the website Citibank, right? So over there you have found text, a button, and a checkbox like that, right? So these are all controllable components in a JavaScript. So in general, if you take a look in an HTML page or whatever the JSP page, like you can see that once you click on select or once you click on radio button, some actions would be performed, and this is controlled by the JavaScript itself. But whereas in React, we need to make intensively these elements to be controlled by the React itself rather than it is controlled by the JavaScript. So the main motto of this tutorial is like we are going to see like how the controllable elements, how the elements inside the form is being controlled and will be controlled by React. And theoretically explaining, like if you want like uh, what is the solution for it, like we can use state and set state, and with the help of the state and set state you can actively render the components. Imagine I have said in the tutorial when I was explaining in state and set state, like when you set an any element or any you have set any state object, it actively renders the component. So you don't have to do any page refresh or something like that. It would dynamically reload the particular component where you are setting a state itself. Quite interesting, isn't? So we will see that in the next tutorial practically, like how we are going to implement it, and the steps which is on screen is the thing that we are going to follow. First we will be initializing a state, then later we will be having a set state method, and this set state method should be mapped in a place where this action is getting triggered. So there are also a certain scenario like where forms will trigger a submit and it would go to the database or go to your server. So in order to avoid it, like what we need to do, we also going to see those things in our upcoming tutorial. I'll see you in next tutorial. Thank you right now. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 34th tutorial in this series of complete guide to ReactJS. So in this tutorial, we are going to see forms in ReactJS, and we are going to see like how practically forms works in ReactJS. So just to recollect, in the last tutorial, we have seen like theoretically like how to set state and how to make a controllable elements is controlled by React.js. So in this, we will try to implement the same. So I am going to my app.js. So I have deleted whatever the code that I have written previously. In this, I'm going to create a new folder, going to name it as tutorial 34. And as usual, and I'm going to create a new file. Let me keep the name as forms.js. You can keep whatever the name you want, and then you have to mention RCC. What this will do is this will create a class component. So inside this I'm going to create a constructor, and right now let me just put some controllable elements in JavaScript, which is nothing but input type as text, type equal to text, and I'm going to close it, self close, save it, and I'm planning to import it over here. Forms hash self close, and before that, in order to make it work, I have to import the same. Import forms from dot slash tutorial 34 slash forms. Okay, and I'm going to click on save. Let me take a look at the browser and see what is it. So there is a input type is there, which is nothing but text. So just getting appeared in the browser. So I'm going to type anything, and this is controlled by JavaScript itself. The element whichever that is present over here, right? It is controlled by its own, but that is not the case. We need to change it in such a way that React.js controls whatever the contents inside this. If I type this, only React.js has to control this. That's what we have seen in the previous tutorial, theoretical tutorial, and how to make that is, at first, for that what I am going to do, I'm going to get inside form.js where I have created this input type text. In this, I'm going to initialize a state as mentioned in the previous tutorial. So going to mention it as equal to, and inside this, I'm going to give a username colon, and at initially let it be empty, and later I will set it. So in this input type text, I have to mention the value. How I'll do it in the previous series of tutorial. If you have seen that, I would have also explained it. We need to use this dot state dot username. So whatever the values that is present over here, it would be over here. I'm going to the browser, refresh it, going to enter the values, nothing happens, right? So at this place, we actually made ReactJS control this particular input type text box. Whereas in previous way, right, before writing the state, it was controlled on its own. So whatever I type, it is being controlled on its own. Right now, we made to be controlled by ReactJS. So in order to type, whatever the values it is typed in this text box need to be stored, what we need to do, we need to write set state. So how to do that? At first, what I'm going to do is on change. So this is a default event for the text box on change, or on like there is another event called on click is also there, but it is not required. Over here on change is required. So whatever you change it, it needs to be stored. And over here I'm going to mention it as handle, say for example handle text change. I'll give the name like this, and this is a function, and since it is a function, I have to mention handle text change equal to, and I'm using what is it? I'm using ES6 way of representing the function, so you can take a look and learn. So over here, each and every change is having an event, right? Over here, I'm going to mention it as a target. So many might get confused. So I have not declared any variable or anything by value called target over here, but without doing anything, I am just mentioning a target as a parameter in the handle text change. You can ask why it is. There might be some question raised in your mind. This is nothing but it's an inbuilt component or inbuilt unit that would get triggered. So in a simple way, what you can imagine is, say for example, whatever the contents you type in the text box, right, automatically this function would get called, and what is present inside it would be passed over here as a parameter. So this is the actual definition of it. So right now over here, like I'm passing the target, and this target value I am going to save it inside the set state. So set state, and I'm going to mention the object like how I've defined it. It's my bad. Open bracket, close bracket, open braces, close braces, and inside that I'm going to mention username colon target dot value. So again, don't get confused. So this is nothing but target is nothing but what are all the contents that is present inside this text box would be passed as a contents in this function. So target is the contents of this text box. So this is the inbuilt feature of the JavaScript, and ReactJS overlays uses those and sets the content into the set state. So I'm saving it, And let me take a look. Right now I am going to type some word. Let's see what happens. Perfect. So it automatically stores the content inside the set state. So we controlled the controllable components using ReactJS set state method. So this is what I want to explain you practically in this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we will see like how to control the same drop down a button and how to prevent on submitting a button. Those contents we'll take a look. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 35th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see the most important topic in the React.js while using forms. I said most important because each and every person, including me as well, would have done this mistake when you are going to be a fresher in React.js and while developing a forms. That's why I have kept a separate topic for this in order to explain you guys to be aware of what cautions you need to take care when you're using submit button in forms in React.js. So in this topic, I'm going to explain about that. So for that, what I'll be doing is I'll be creating a text, and what I'll also be doing is while creating a text, I'll also include that as a form elements, and I'll explain you guys like what is that particular caution we need to take care of it. So at first I am going to take the same code base what we have used in the previous tutorial, and in fact you can just look the code. Like we have kept a div tag, and the input type is username alone is present. Though we have typed this, like we had a input type, right? Input type as a text, and a text box had appeared, and right now React.js is controlling it. Still, it is not a form elements. So in order to make it as a form elements, what we need to do? It is bit very difficult. Please understand. You have to give form over here and close the form tag over here. That's it. You have created a form element right now. So if you take a look at the browser right now, this will act as a form element. So in order to explain the caution which I have explained you guys at the start of this tutorial, I'll create one username and password input type, and then I will have a button which is nothing but a submit button. I'll explain the submit button, what happens after clicking the submit button with an event and without an event, which is passed inside the event handler of submit button. So for that, initially what I'll do is, in order to make the look and feel appearance good, I'll create a label over here, and I'm going to name it as a username label. Over here I'm going to give it as a username, and I'm also going to create a label name for password, and the input type would be password as well. And input type I'm going to give it as password. And over here on change handler, I'm going to have the name it as handle password change, and in the set state I will give the default value of the password to be empty. Same I did it for the username. I'm going to copy this entire contents and I'm going to place outside the render method, which is the best practice as I've explained in the previous tutorials in this series. And I'm also going to rename with an event rather than target value. So you can access the value by event.target.value. I missed dot, so I'm going to give target. Perfect. So again, I have to create one password change element, right? So I'm copying the text, and since the functionality is one and the same, I'm going to replace that with the password. So over here also, I'm going to replace that with password instead of username. So right now I have copied this and paste it in a place over here. Since it is outside the render method, I need to access it with this dot and this dot like that. So I have created form elements and you can able to see two text box would be present, one with the username and the password. And don't get confused like why this is present already, because I have already tried it and it stores the cookie values and browser cookie values and it shows over here. So don't get confused with that. And next part what we are going to do is we have created the text field and the password. Right now we are going to create a button. So for that I am going to import button, or you can also give input type equal to button, anything. I'll prefer this one, and I'm going to keep the name of the button as login. And once this is being it, what is going to do that would be handled in on click event. So make sure that it is camel case, and inside this I'm going to mention this dot handle submit change. And over here I'm also going to create an handle submit change method to handle the submit, and I'm not going to pass the event as mentioned. And instead of the set state, I'm going to put an alert message saying that this is the username and password like that. So I'm going to make username plus this dot state dot how I'm going to access it with username, and then plus I'm going to mention the password as well. Password. In real time, you should not post password in your UI, but this is for our understanding. I'm going to do this. Basically, what will happen in real time, if you are working in an applications, at this point of a time, you have to pass this values to your service or your database, where you will verify the username and password is correct or not. So over here, we just simply alert it since we don't have any inline service or database right now. So what it happens basically right now is I'm going to put the username and the password, and after clicking the login button it is giving me a alert message saying that this is the username and the password that you have entered. Let me take a look at the browser. I'm going to empty those contents which is already present. I'm going to write some values. So in the password tab, whenever I type this one, the password is also getting set. So we will see what it is. We have did some mistake. That is nothing but the value is username still, whereas it should be password, and that's why whatever we typed on the username was also adding some contents in the password tab as well. So over here I'm going to refresh the browser and clear the cookies. I'm going to mention my username. Let me keep it as Satish, and password, and click on login. That is going to give me an alert message saying that username Satish, password whatever I have entered. So now I'm going to click on the OK button. Take a look at the browser alone. It gets refreshed. Did you take a look at it? Maybe one more time I'll submit it. You take a look at it, it is refreshing it again. So this is one of the most cautious thing that we need to take care in the web development world. Whenever you are hitting a submit button, your ReactJS browser refresh. And sometimes what happens is, whatever the contents that I have entered over here, I have entered over here as a Satish, and I'm going to enter the password, click on login, it goes to the service, and it just refreshes and gives me the cookie value, right? Say for example, when you are working on an application, or else if you are not worked on any application, you are going to your banking site. When you are putting the username and password, and when you are hitting the login button, if your login credential is passed or it's okay, it would allow you to your new applications. I mean new web page, like where you can see your account summary and other things. But say for example, if your account is not valid credential, you have not provided the valid credential password, at that time if you refresh it, everything would be over here is empty. It is okay, we have only two fields, but in a real big applications, you will have lot of contents over here, and when you click on login and if the browser refreshes, you will lost all the information that is present or entered over here, right? Which is a bad user experience. So in order to avoid it, what we need to do? This is the one cautious thing that I want to explain you guys in this particular tutorial. The reason is most of the people who is working as a freshers or a developer in React.js at first, I mean, they would, they would come to this particular place where they will get lost, and hence the reason I want to post a video, especially on this, and keep you guys updated, like what it would happen when I am clicking the submit button. So this is the default behavior of submit button. Right now, in order to avoid it, so what I'll be doing is, I will be passing an event. Event is nothing but a default inbuilt parameters that would be present while handling a submit button or on click or on change. So in this, I have to do event.prevent default. So by doing event.prevent default, which is also an inbuilt method, what it will happen is, it will prevent your browser to get refreshed. So we have created a form elements, and inside the form elements we have the username and the password. And in case if you want, you can also include a lot of things like drop down radio button, checkbox as you wish. And once you click on the submit button, in order to not refresh or flush out the values whichever it is present already exist inside that, you need to do is event.prevent default. So after having this event.prevent default, I'm going to give the username and password. Let me take a look what is happening over here. Username, and clicking on login, it gives me username as an alert message and the password. So assume that this alert message is nothing but it is contacting the service and checking whether the username and the password is correct or not, and click on OK. You will see still your username and the password persist. It is not getting refreshed. So you should be very cautious when you're using the submit button, and hence you need to use event.prevent default in order that browser doesn't get refreshed. And as mentioned, we are now actively using the forms, and submit button is one of the form element. Username, password is one of the form elements. It should be enclosed within the form tag, and whatever the contents, it should be present over here. So that's it from this tutorial. So I just want to explain the most important or the things easily the developers or any freshers would in React.js would do, and hence the reason I've created a separate tutorial over here. Thanks for watching, and please feel free to subscribe, and you have a subscribe button at the end of this video at the right hand side right hand side bottom corner. You can click on it and you can subscribe it, so that in next tutorial whatever I am going to do, it would get notified for you, and we all be in the same page over there. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 36th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial we are going to see what is component lifecycle in React.js. Each and every component that has been created in the React.js have their own life cycles, and each and every life cycle have some stages. So we are going to see what are all those stages in the component life cycle, and is there any methods or any specific contents that can be verified whether these life cycle is being completed or not. Those are all the things that we are going to discuss in this tutorial. There are 4 stages for the components lifecycle, and they are mounting, updating, unmounting, and error. In mounting, what we are going to see is like when mounting stage occurs. When you create a component and it is inserted into a DOM, this stage is called as a mounting stage. So what do you mean by insert into a DOM? DOM is nothing but the document object model. See whatever the web page that you are seeing, right? Website you are seeing, and you have the UI page. So it is rendered from the DOM only. DOM means document object model. Each and every components is getting displayed from the DOM. So when you are inserting a component at that time, like when you are using a component and when it is inserting the component into the DOM, this stage is called as a mounting. One such example is, so when you use a class component, you will see the constructor would be populated, right? We used to have a constructor. So at that time it is used to initialize the state values into some values like that and all, right? It is one such example or one such time where the components is mounted into the DOM. And another example is the render method itself. Like initially what are all the things that would render. So these are all the contents which happens at mounting stage. So there are some methods, inbuilt methods in React.js itself to verify the mounting stages happened or not. So which I am not going to cover in this tutorial. I will cover in the upcoming tutorials with the practical examples like how the mounting is happening like that and all. Same applies to all the other stages which we are going to see as. So the second stage is nothing but the updating. Updating stage comes into a picture when you are re-rendering the component. So when you will re-render the component, say for example, if you are having a text box and you mention the text box value is this dot state dot some value, and you are setting a set state on doing some actions like triggering an event, and you are setting a state. At that time, your content alone would change without refreshing the browser, right? Those particular time is called updating lifecycle. So those particular time is where you are updating the components and you're not refreshing the browser. Refreshing the browser is something different. Over here, you are just updating the component alone in the web page, right? So this is an example, or this is where the updating stage is happening. And we also have a set of methods to verify the updating stage is being completed or not, which I am going to discuss in the upcoming tutorial. Later, the third stage is unmounting. Unmounting is a phase where your component is being removed from the DOM itself. So there is a method called component.mount is present, which would verify whether a component has been removed from your DOM. So your component has been removed from the web page or the UI, whichever that is getting shown. That stage is called unmounting. And there comes the last stage, which is nothing but the error stage. Anything that is happening in your web page when rendering the React component abruptly. Say, for example, you're hitting a web service and it is throwing some exceptions like the web service is not available. So these are all error stage. So at that time of the error, there is a specific stage where at the time of the error, what it happens is it would render some error related messages in your UI. Those are called the error stage. So one such example is the catch and set error, error boundary. So these are all the things that we are going to see in the upcoming tutorials, and I'm also going to explain what are all the methods, inbuilt component methods that are available in the React.js to verify if this stage is being completed or not. So that's it from this tutorial. I'll see you in the next tutorial. And feel free to subscribe. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 37th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial, we are going to see the first stage that we have discussed in the last tutorial, which is nothing but mounting lifecycle. So before start of this tutorial, this tutorial will be more theoretical, and in the next tutorial, I will be explaining in practical, like how to attain the mounting life cycles, and whatever that I am going to discuss in this tutorials, I will be explaining it practical in the next tutorial. So if someone doesn't feels like, they doesn't want to concentrate on theory, so you can skip this video and you can just concentrate on the next video. So in mounting life cycles, like there are some methods that is available to in React.js which would help to know this mounting cycle. So one such method is called as a constructor. So in the previous tutorials, you must have seen that while creating a class components, we must have been using a constructor, right? So this constructor is the first method, or this is the method which is called immediately after a new component has been created. And constructor is the place where you can able to initialize a state and binding event handlers. So this also we have seen in our previous tutorials. Just as a recollections, over here in constructor only you have to initialize the state and binding event handlers. You can't do that outside the constructors. And one such thing that you should not do in the constructor is you should not call any service or Ajax calls inside the constructor itself. So this is one such important things that we need to take care when we are coding. And I just want to keep you posted, like these are all the drawbacks, like should not call a service inside the constructor. And one such mandatory thing that you have to do once you have constructor in your class components is you have to invoke a super method. That also we have used in our previous tutorials. And this super method is the one which would get the properties from the parent component. So whenever we are calling a super method, we would pass props inside it. Though we are not having any properties that being passed into the child class components, we would be calling the super method over there. That is because whenever you are having a constructor, it is a mandatory thing that you need to call the super over there. And this is the only place where you can also override the state values. In the previous tutorials or the set of tutorials, I would have explained that this dot set state equal to, like those initialization would be done in the constructor. But anywhere else, if you want to set any values for that particular state that you declared or defined, I would have recommended to use set state, right? But if you want to change the value of state within the constructor, you can go ahead and do it, because that can override the state value and it would change the values, rather than you don't have to use set state if you are doing it inside the constructor. So don't worry about it. All these things that I am going to brief right now, I will also be explaining in practical in the next sessions. But over here, I am just keeping you posted so that you can aware of and you can think of before getting into the next tutorial. And the next method, which is called immediately after the constructor, is get derived state from props. So this is the way I am discussing is the ranking of the mounting lifecycle methods itself. There are 4 mounting lifecycle methods are there. We have one is constructor, this one is the second, and third and fourth we are going to look into it. But as the order I am discussing, the ranking in the sense which thing would be immediately called. At first, if both constructor and the get derived states from props is there, first thing that would be called is the constructor, then the get derived state would be called, then the next one, like that it would be. So over here, the second ranking is nothing but the get derived state from props. This is a static method, that is an inbuilt method that is present in the ReactJS. And when the state component is dependent on the props, at that time you can use this particular method. Say for example, if you have a properties that being passed from your parent component, and this properties you are using it in the state, you are going to initialize it, or you are going to declare a state based on the props value. At that time you have to use this get derived from state props. So this particular method, since it is a static, it will not have access to this object. So inside this object, you can't mention this dot state dot some variable equal to some value. That you can't able to do it inside this particular method. This is one of the disadvantage over here. Now also one more thing that you shouldn't do inside this particular method is you should not use any Ajax calls, or you not fetch any services or talk to the DOM. So those kind of things should be avoided inside this particular method. So and the next method is nothing but the render method. This is one such mounting lifecycle methods. This is one method, and this is in the third ranking. So after constructor get derived state from props, this is the next method that will be called third ranking when mounting lifecycle, in mounting lifecycle. And this render method is the only required method. So there might be a scenario where you will have a constructor, but there you will be having a class component, but constructor won't be present. So those kind of scenarios also we have seen, but we have never seen any scenario without render method. If we are having a class component, it is mandatory that particular component will have a render method, and this will read state and props and returns JSX, like whatever the contents that has been set previously before this render, that would be used inside this JSX. This is nothing but a syntactical sugar of the HTML element, right? The HTML element is nothing but the JSX element. It's a syntactical sugar. So those particular element would be defined inside this render method, and it would use all the props and the state which has been declared before this render method. That's what it means. And inside the render method, you should not call any Ajax, should not change any state, and any DOM changes like document object model, document.getElementID, and you can't able to modify it. So these are all the things that you should not do inside the render method. And the render method, once the render method is completed, all the components is done, and the next thing what it is rendered is the children components lifecycle method would begin. It would try to begin, means like if there is a parent constructor, the parent constructor is the one is having a render method, and once it is getting completed, it will try to fetch its children's components, and children's component will have its own life cycle, like as we discussed, constructor and get derived from state, like that it would go. And the last mounting lifecycle method that we have is component did mount. So the component did mount method looks like this. This is the syntax of the component did mount, and it is called only once, and it is called only after calling all the child elements. Say for example, if you have a parent component called as A and a child component called as B, when you are rendering, when you are having both getting rendered in the UI or a web page, at first all the components inside the A would be rendered, and then second their child components would get rendered, and at last the component did mount function, whatever the contents present in the component did mount of the parent component A would get shown in the UI. This is what it means. And this is the exact place where you need to have a DOM interactions like document object model and AJAX calls or service calls should be happening only at this place. I mean, this place is the better place where you can be able to call the AJAX or service or DOM interaction. Those kind of things would be happening only in the component did mount stage. And all the mounting lifecycle, whichever I have discussed right now, nothing is mandatory except a render method. It is up to your point to use it. And the using of this, what is the advantages? Like as I discussed, like if in a real scenario, like you might come across like certain point, like where you want to find where the error is actually occurring in your application. So at that point of a time, you can have these methods, and thereby you can debug, or you can able to find the easy bug in your code. So hence this mounting lifecycle methods would be interesting and would be useful at that point of a time for you. And that's it from this tutorial. In the next tutorial, practically I am going to explain how to attain all these 4 methods that I have discussed in this tutorial. And practically I am going to explain like what is the difference, what is the use of it, like that. So that's it from this tutorial. Thank you and have a nice day, and please feel free to subscribe. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 38th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, we are going to examine the mounting stage in component lifecycle. And we are also going to see what are all the methods that we have at the time of mounting stage, which is inbuilt in ReactJS. And we are also going to see the order or ranking of those methods as well. So let me go into the Visio code, and in Visio code I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name the new folder as component lifecycle. And inside this folder I'm going to create a new file and going to name the file as parent component. And I'm going to use a code snippet called RCC to create a class components. And inside this class component, I'm going to mention my name and I'm going to save it. And in app.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the parent component, whichever I have created a moment before. So once saving it, I'm going to the browser and verify whether the component has been added properly in the app.js or not. So going to see the browser, it displays the name welcome Satish, which I have mentioned in the parent component. So getting into the parent component file, which we have created, in this, what I am going to do is, at first I am going to create a constructor, and inside that I am going to put a console log informations. So I am going to mention a constructor. So for that, the code snippet is con, and inside this I am going to mention console.log. I am inside the constructor like that. So this is the message that we are expecting, that should be higher in order, and hence I am using the console.log to display this message in the console. So thereby we can verify the order of the components. And in the next method that we have is get derived from state from props. And inside this you have to pass two parameters. One is state and another one is props. Make sure that this method should be static. If you are not mentioning static in front, it won't work. And over here I am also going to mention console.log. I am going to mention a message saying that I have been called from get derived state. So one more thing that you have to keep note, like when you are using get derived state from props, is you have to return a state object. So right now we are not manipulating anything with the state objects, and hence I am returning null over here. And after this, the other component that we have is the render method. So inside the render method, I am just going to write a console message saying that I have been called from the render. Save it. Getting into the last method that present in the mounting stage, which is nothing but the component did mount. In the component did mount, you have to mention console.log. I am inside the component did mount. I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to take a look at the browser and see what is happening. The welcome Satish, that particular message is being displayed. I'm going to inspect the console. Inside the console you will see like all the messages that we have written, right? That particular thing in hierarchy, what is getting displayed, I'm going to show you right now. Inside this you can see that at first it comes to the constructor, and second ranking is the get derived state. It displays the message from the get derived state. and the third is the render, and the final one is the component did mount. So you can also see a message saying that there was an error. It says that the get derived state from props is not having any state over here. As mentioned in the previous tutorial, the get derived state from props is used only when you are rendering a properties, and in that property you are doing some modification and assigning that to the state value. So this is the place, this only at this particular place you have to use the get derived state from props. So right now what it is complaining is, it is complaining you are using get derived state, but I don't have any state object that has been initialized over here. So for that, what I am going to do is I am going to create a state and define the same. State equal to some object. Going to name it as my name, and inside div, instead of welcome over here, I'm going to close it, open and close it, and inside this I'm going to mention this dot state dot name. Right? Going to save it. Let me take a look at the browser. So over here the error vanishes, and you can also take a look at the order of the methods in mounting stage is got loaded. So we have also seen in the previous tutorial theoretically that the component did mount is the one that would be rendered only after all its child components inside the render method is completed or it got rendered, right? So we will verify that in this tutorial itself. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to name it as child components over here. And inside child components, I'm going to copy all the contents that I have created over here, and I'm going to place it. And instead of the parent component, I'm going to mention it is a child component. And this child component, I need to import that into the parent component as well, right? So I'll be using an import method over here. Child from dot slash child component dot j components. So you don't have to mention .js over here, because React knows that whenever there is something is not mentioned anything, it would assume that it is a JS or JSX file. So before this welcome message, I'm going to mention the child component that I have imported. Save it, and let me take a look at the browser. I have the another message that came from the child element. We will take a look at the hierarchy, which we have very much interested in. At first, it says that it is from the constructor, that is from the parent component. Second is the derived state, which is from the child component. Third one is the render, which is from the parent component itself. And fourth one, you see it is from the child component rather than the parent component. So in the child component, you find that the constructor was there, and the second message is from the derived state, third from the render, and fourth one, component did mount from its child component, and then later you can able to see the component did mount from the parent component. So this is how the hierarchy works. So the child component would be rendered first, and then only all the component did mount contents would be displayed in the parent components. So irrespective of whether it is having a component did mount or not, the child component should be fully executed, and then only the parent component's component did mount would get populated. So this would be quite useful if you are working in the React.js world where there might some error occur and you have to find at which stage the error had occurred. So these life cycles would be very useful over there, and you can also examine where at which particular point the error is coming from the applications. So that's it from this tutorial. Please feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you in next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the 39th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see the updating phase in component lifecycle. Before the start of the tutorial, this tutorial is going to be theoretical knowledge, and in the next tutorial, I'm going to explain it in practical. And also I'm going to explain like what are all the things that is very important in this updating life cycles, and what are all the methods that are not much important. When I say much important, in React.js website itself, it has been mentioned that those two methods in the updating lifecycle is not important, and hence you can ignore if you want. The first method that comes in the updating phase of the component lifecycle is nothing but get derived state from props. This get derived state from props we have also seen in the mounting phase of the React.js, right? So it is also reused in the updating phase as well. So since we have discussed in detail in the mounting phase as well, I'm going to ignore this. But one thing I just want to keep you posted is this particular method is marked as an importance one in the updating phase of React.js. The next method that we are going to look into it is should component update. The should component update comes in the second ranking of the order next to the get derived state from props. And in this, as the name mentioned, right, should component update, you can guess like what it would do. So it takes the next props and next state as their inputs. That means, say for example, if you are setting a state and initializing it in constructor, and in your functions or somewhere else, you are assigning the next state value to be equal to something like 0. Inside this method, that is nothing but the should component update, you can verify whether if the value is 0 or not, and then you can render it. When I say when you're examining it, that there might be some condition in your applications where you don't want to display some values in state, or else you don't want to update some values in state. So those can be ignored with the help of this particular should component update method. So it controls the re-rendering of the components. That means when you are assigning some values to the state, at that time, if you examine that you don't have to re-update the web page, that can be done with the help of this particular method. If you return false, it will not re-render. If you return true, it would re-render the components. If you want a broad view, I'm going to explain right now. Say for example, you are having a text box called name, and inside the name, you are going to type name called Satish. And when you're typing it, it automatically would go and set state, right? Say for example, if I am going to type some non-alphabetical characters like 1 or some special characters like ash or percentage, at that time you don't want to set state, right? And even that is set states, you don't want to update the name that is present in the web page. So under these conditions, you can use this should component update to return false value. I'll explain in detail in practical sessions, over here, just keep in mind like what it does. So when it returns false, it will not re-render. If it returns true, then it would re-render in the web page. The one thing that you should not do in this is you should not use HTTP methods or AJAX calls in this particular method. So the next one is the render method, and this comes in the third ranking in the updating phase of the component lifecycle. And we have already seen in detail in the mounting phase, and hence I am going to skip this as well. The fourth ranking is one, the get snapshot before update, and this is one of the least or the performance non-performance issue based method, and hence the ReactJS community itself has said that this is not much important, but we will discuss like what it does. In get snapshot before update, which is an inbuilt method of ReactJS, you are going to pass previous properties and previous state, and it would return the value of the current value of the state or null. If it returns null, nothing would be updated. If it returns a value, that updated value would set in the set state. The most important thing that we need to use this particular method is when you want to capture the previous state or previous property values. At that point of a time, you have to use this snapshot before update. So in real time, where we will be using this is, say for example, if you are writing some code in such a way, at one point of a time, you are using some values, and based on that values, you are trying to do some operations. For that particular values, you are doing some operations and it is throwing null pointer exceptions. You are using that in the catch block, and then you can use the previous state and previous snapshot values, that is nothing but this particular values, and you can perform the same operation and return the values. It would be confusing for you, but you can also see this particular informations in my practical sessions as well. So in the next component or the next ranking is the component did update, and this component did update is more or less similar to the one which we have seen in the mounting phase. That is nothing but component did mount, and over here it is getting the values like previous props in the previous state and snapshot the one which being created in this particular component. So over here you're returning the value or null, right? So that would be an input to the component did update. So this means whenever you are using this, then only it is responsible for you to use this as well. Otherwise it is of no use. And similar to the component did mount, all the other things are similar, like it is called only once when the re-rendering, and it needs to compare the previous and the current properties and states. And in this you can perform the HTTP service calls or AJAX calls and the DOM interactions. So that's it from this tutorial, and in the next tutorial I'll explain you in bit practical, and in case of any doubts and queries you can just post in the comments. I'll reply on the same, and please feel free to subscribe this channel. Thanks and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 40th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. In this tutorial, we are going to see the updating phase in the component lifecycle, and this session going to be a practical sessions. In the previous tutorial, we have discussed the theoretical knowledge of the updating phase, where there were 5 methods, and we are going to take a look at those 5 methods in this tutorial. So let me get into the Visio code, and inside the Visio code, I'm going to use the same code base that I've used for the mounting phase. And in this, the 2 methods, nothing but the get arrived state from props and the render method. These 2 methods is been already discussed in the mounting phase and it should present. So I'm not going to disturb that. Right now, the second ranking method is nothing but should component update. So I'm going to use this method. So inside this, I'm going to put console.log and going to give an information that I am being called from the should component update. Perfect. And apart from that, what it needs to do is it either needs to return true or false. We have already discussed in the previous tutorial. So wherein theoretically we said that, like, say for example, once the things is getting updated, the contents inside this is getting updated. That is, for example, this state is getting updated. At that point of a time, if it is returns true, then only it will show the updated content in the web page in UI. Otherwise, it would, if you mark it as a false, it would not render the contents. That means the initial value whichever I have set over here, right, that would remains the same. Though the in state it is getting updated, the value is getting updated, the initial value whichever that I have mentioned, right, at the start of the browser, whatever the value was there, that value would still exist. So what I'm doing is right now I'm going to return true so that it is getting updated. And the next method is get snapshot before update. And inside the get snapshot before update, I need to pass the previous state as a parameter and previous props also as a parameter. And this should return the snapshot. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return null because like we are not much concentrated on it. We are much concentrated on the ranking purpose, like how it is going to be called, and hence I'm going to return it as null. And inside that, I'm going to write a console.log saying that I've been called from get snapshot before update. I'm saving it, and the last ranking method, which is nothing but component did update. Console.log, and over here I'm going to say that I have been called from component did update. I'm saving this. So when at the start of the browser or at the start of hitting the URL localhost 3000, only the mounting phase would be shown. There should be some event that should happen in order to update it, so that the update phase is getting executed, right? So for that, what I am going to do is I am going to create a button. So if for example, I'm just giving the button as this and slash button, and over here I'm going to mention it as click me, and over here I'm going to mention on click what needs to happen. On click, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a function. Let me keep a name, this dot click. Perfect. And this button should be inside the div tag. Copying this, pasting it over here. And this dot click is nothing but the handler. So I have to write a code for that. So before the render method, what I'm going to do, click is equal to a function, and in this I'm going to set state. So only when you set state, the updating phase would be called. So name I'm going to keep it as, so the name whichever I have kept it over here as Satish, I'm going to set it over here as Jayachandran. I'm saving it, and I'm going to take a look at the browser, inspect, and you can see the name welcome Satish from the parent component, and from the child component is getting displayed. We have did only the updated from the parent component, and you can see the ranking over here. At first, constructor, and these are all from the parent child component, and all these are nothing but the mounting phase which we have discussed in the previous tutorial, like 37th tutorial. So over here I'm going to clear it. I'm going to click me. So at first it calls get derived state, and then should component update, render method, which is the third ranking, and later we have also mentioned in the 37th tutorial there were some child components were being present, right? So those child components is getting rendered, and finally component did update is getting shown. So this is one advantages, and this is the way that it gets executed. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted over here is the component did update. I'm not passing anything over here. If you take a look, I would have mentioned in the tutorial like previous state, previous props, and the snapshot has to be passed as a parameter. The snapshot whichever I am returning over here should be passed as a parameter. Since I'm returning null, I just kept it as component did update as empty, and I found that, I mean, you can able to found that the component did update whichever that is being present, right? But still it renders the contents. So this is one thing I just want to keep you posted. So that's it from this tutorial. Please feel free to subscribe, and in case of any doubts and clarifications, please post it in the comment. I'll keep you answered, and in case of any questions and concerns regarding what are all the codes that needs to be there, like I have got a lot of comments that these codes whatever I have in my source has to be placed somewhere in the git. I'm just planning to do it, and once done I'll keep you guys posted in the tutorial itself. Thanks, and have a nice day. Hello everyone, welcome to the 41st tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial we are going to see two phases in the component lifecycle which is remaining. One is nothing but the unmounting phase, and the other one is the error phase. I'm combining both the phases in a single tutorial because the reason is this particular tutorial going to be very short, and in unmounting and error phase the method count will also be very less in number. So let us take a look at unmounting phase. In unmounting phase there is only one method that is present which would be invoked when unmounting phase is happening. That is nothing but component will unmount. This method is invoked before the component is getting destroyed or unmounted. So there might be a question that arising in your mind, like how to mount and unmount a component. So these things would be covered in the React.js testing tutorial which I am going to do in upcoming series. And as of now, just take things into practical, that there is a phase called as an unmounting is there, and component will unmount method would be called or invoked when the unmounting phase is happening. And what you should do in the component will unmount is you should cancel the event request whichever that is present, as well as if you are allocating anything, any informations into a object. Say for example in an object you are mounting a component, those contents need to be removed or destroyed. And what you should not do is, In component will unmount method, inside that you should not modify the state or render any information from the props. You can't modify the props, but what are all the things that based on the props you should not do any operations inside component will unmount method. So have it in mind. I'm just going to tell you only the theoretical knowledge over here, and in ReactJS testing tutorials, I'm going to explaining you detail like what component will unmount does. So that's it from the unmounting phase. We'll take a look at error phase. In error phase, there are two methods that is present. One is get derived state from error, and another one is component did catch. Get derived state from error is static, whereas component did catch is anonymous. Let me take a look at the get derived state from error. The get derived state from error method is taking error as a parameters. What is this error is all about? Say for example, if you are calling a web service and if the web service is successful, it would be executed in then, and if it is failure, there would be a catch block would be there, and inside that error message or error object would be passed. This particular error object should be sent as an input to this get derived state from error method, and this in turn will return an object having key as error and true, and this would be true only when there is an error. So in detail we will take a look at this topic in error boundary, which is an advanced version of ReactJS tutorial, which I am going to explain also in the upcoming tutorials. We will see that in detail. As of now, just keep in your mind that these are all the things that is happening. And the second method in the error phase is, and this comes under the second ranking, which is nothing but component did catch. In component did catch, error is an error and info. These both are the object that is passed as an input to the component did catch method. Error is nothing but the one which we discussed in the previous tutorial, right? Get derived states from error, the parameter which is being passed, the same object needs to be passed over here inside component did catch. And info is an object which will have the information about the component from where it is getting the error has been thrown. So as of now, keep in mind that error phase is having get derived state from error method and component did catch method in which is inbuilt, and it would be invoked immediately when the error had occurred. I'll explain in detail in the error boundary phase. And over here in the unmounting phase, I'll be explaining that in the ReactJS testing tutorial. So that's it from this tutorial. I'll meet you in the next tutorial with some other new topic. And please feel free to subscribe, and in case of any queries, please post it in the comment. I'll reply you as soon as possible.
Hello everyone, welcome to this tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm not going to explain any concepts in the React.js, and seeing the certificate over here in the front screen, don't get assumed that I'm going to explain some concepts and its name is a certificate of achievements. So in this tutorials, I'm going to put a pause button for what are all the React concepts that I have explained in all this 45, almost 50 videos which we have created. I just want to appreciate you guys for following up all the 50 videos, almost 50 videos or 45 plus. I'm not sure like how many number of videos that I have created. The reason why I'm going to appreciate you guys is not because that you have followed all these tutorials. The reason why I'm going to appreciate is because like if you have followed all these 45 plus tutorials right now, you can call yourself as a React.js developer. You can go ahead and work in any React.js applications without any help, and with all the concepts that have been explained is more than enough to work in a React.js applications. So there are some questions that has been raised among you guys in comments and in comment sections. Some were explaining like you have not explained the hooks concepts.
Some have explained like have not covered React Redux and React.js testing as well. The hooks concept is nothing but it's applicable for the functional components, whereas we have seen only the class components right now. The concepts are going to be one and the same. Only the thing is the way we are going to use hooks concepts is something different, or the different structure syntax that we have to follow. I'll also be covering those in the upcoming tutorials as well. And I'm also going to cover the React Redux as well as the React.js testing, but those are all too advanced topics. So over here in this tutorial, if you have followed till this now, all the 45 videos, you are independent to work in the React.js applications without any help. I'm pretty much damn sure about it, because 2 years or 3 years before, even I was with the same experience, I have worked in the React.js application. And I've got a lot of appreciations for that. So no worries about it. Like, just want to congratulate you guys for seeing all these videos completely, so that going forward, like we will look into the advanced topic. And just a matter of the recollections, I just want to bring it over here. What are the things that we have seen in the series of the tutorial? At first, what we have seen is, at first we have seen what is React, what is component, what is JSX, and then we have installed React.js application using Webpack as well as npx create React app command. And then we have seen what is components, types of components, what is state, props, how to use list, map, how to render a list, and conditional rendering. We have seen how to use CSS, how to use forms, how to use submit button, and what is component lifecycle thereon. So with this knowledge, it's more than enough to work in the React.js applications. So I appreciate you guys once again, and please feel free to subscribe. Only if you subscribe, you will get notifications, and also click on the bell notification over there, so that once I upload any videos, there would be some notification to you guys saying that I have uploaded a video. And after watching it, if you have any queries, you can just post a comment immediately, and I'll be replying your queries immediately. And one more thing is, like upcoming tutorials, I am going to get into the advanced topic. So please do make sure to follow that as well, and don't stop it over here. That is one kind request from me. And that's it. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. And last but not least, in the name and surname, in the certificate of achievement, you can put your own name. Thanks, and have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone, welcome to the 42nd tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. So fragments is one of the advanced topic in the React.js, and we are going to see that in this tutorial. And at the end of the tutorial, you will come to know like what is fragments, why to use fragments, when to use fragments, and what are the different ways of representing a fragments, and as well as our questions, how to use fragments as well. So let me take a look at the Visio code, and inside this Visio code, I am going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name it as advanced meta. And inside this new folder, I'm going to create a new file, going to call it as fragments.js. And inside this fragments.js, I'm going to give RSF as a code component. Over here, I'm also going to mention fragments demo, save it, and inside app.js, I'm going to import it from advanced folder. And what I'm going to import is, I'm going to import fragments. And over here in app.js, compared to the previous tutorial, I have done some modification, which is nothing but I have typed I from app.js, and over here the fragment component, whichever that we have created, I have also mentioned that. Going to save it and take a look at the browser. So I am getting displayed two line items. One is from the app.js and the second one is from the fragments demo. So now I'm going to take a look at the fragments demo, whatever that I have been there. And over here, I can see the div tag is present over here, right? So instead of that, I'm going to type h1 over here. Also close the h1, save it, take a look at the browser. The fragments demo alone is in the caps. Say for example, I have to put one more component and I'm going to call it as descriptions. And I'm going to mention it as this is from fragment description, like that. I'm going to save it. Over here at the console itself, it is giving me an error saying that it should be returned from a single parent element. It should not have been a double element, and this double element should not be returned. This we have seen in the first initial tutorial in this series itself. So in the browser also it is going to give you the same error. So in order to avoid that, what we were doing is we were putting a div tag like this and enclose all the contents into the div tag. I'm sorry, over here. Save it. Take a look at the browser. Perfect. It displays whatever the contents over here. So now I'm going to examine it. By clicking on it, if you see, there is a div tag which is from the parent component. There is another div tag which is from the child component. So over here it is fine. But say for example, if I am having thousands of components, each and every time one component is getting displayed, an additional div tag would be displayed, which is a overridden, and even it is not a clear approach. And the document DOM, right, document object model, would be overheaded. And over here also we are in a situation that we have two tags, and hence we have to compensate that or group that into a div tag, and there is no other, right? So what we need to do in order to avoid this, fragments comes into a picture. So instead of a div tag, I'm going to replace that with the fragment tag, which will be mentioned by this, whatever I'm writing, react.fragment, like that. And I'm also going to close it with react.fragments over here. And I'm going to save it. I'm going to take a look at the browser. It is rendering it. And over here, I'm also going to keep over there and take a look at the browser. Over here, you can see I from app.js, which is nothing but from the app.js, the parent component, and then the fragment components. You can see the react.fragment, whichever that we typed, right? It's getting disappeared. It is not present, right? So that is one of the main advantage of the react.fragment. It is like an invisible tag that won't show in the console. So this is one of the main advantage of react.fragments. And over here it would be like quite complex, or it would look awkward for you saying that why, a single div tag is enough, right? Like that it would come into your mind. But if you have 1,000 or 2,000 components in Facebook, we are using 2,000 components, 10,000 components in a single web page. So imagine over there you will have so many number of div tags, and it is not very easy to maintain that. So to avoid that, this is the best way. So that's it from this tutorial. In the next tutorial, what I am going to do is I'm going to explain you in an advanced manner, like what happens if you use a div tag and a table like that and all, which we are going to take a look at in the next tutorial. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 43rd tutorial in this series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. So in this tutorial, we are going to see fragments in detail. So for this, I'm going to take the code base whichever I have used in the previous tutorial itself. And in this code base, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new, say, new file, and I'm just going to name it as table.js like that. So I have created the table.js, and I'm going to give RSF the code snippet which is used to create the functional components. So inside this, I'm going to mention a table like this, and I'm also going to close the table. And inside that, I am going to mention tbody, that is the structure of the table actually. It should be tbody and slash tbody, it is going to end. So I'm going to create a row, and inside this row I'm going to give some heading, and I'm going to name it as th like that. And inside this th I'm going to mention name as a heading, and below this I'm planning to have a column which is nothing but would be an another component whichever I am going to create it right now. So stay with me, don't lose your focus, just follow whatever I am saying. Import column from double quotes dot slash column like that. So now I have to create another component, and I am going to name it as column like that. And it is giving me some exception, that is because the column component is not present. So right click on this advanced folder whichever I have created, and going to column.js, and inside this column.js I'm going to give RSF the code snippet which is used to generate the functional components. And inside this div tag I'm going to mention td. So the td which would mention like this, and slash td over here like this, and I'm going to give the name as my name. Say for example I'm giving Satish over here like this. I am saving this and saving this as well, and going to take a look at the browser. So once saved, it is not yet getting rendered, so it is still getting saved. So what I'm doing right now is, right now I have created two components. One is naming it as table.js, and another one I'm going to name it as column.js. In table.js, what I have done is I have created a functional components inside a table, and I am having a body tag over here, and I am going to have a tr tag which is nothing but a row tag, and let me put this column outside this particular row like this over here, and another row, and inside in another row I am going to call the column components, and I am saving this. So once it is saved, it should get populated. I'm not sure like why it is taking so much amount of time. That is because like in between like we have saved with the error, and that is why it is taking much time over here. Hopefully it should render as soon as possible. I'm going to terminate it, and I'm going to start again. So this is what happens like if you keep your npm server up and running in your local overnight. I have done the same mistake right now, and hence it is causing some problem over here. So I'm running npm run start again, and I'm just going to take a look at the browser where it is going to execute the code whichever that we have created over here. So to recollect, what I am doing is the column is a child component to the table component, where the first row would be name and the second row would be the contents that would be getting rendered from this column tag. So that is what I am trying to do over here. Something is happening with my node that is causing a problem, I guess, and it is not giving me any contents. Everything looks perfect over here. I'm also checking table.js, and I'm also checking the fragments.js. Oh, that's my mistake. So in fragments.js, what I am doing is I have not mentioned table over here, and that is why it is causing a problem right now. So I'm going to mention table, whichever that I have created over here. I mentioned it as table, and once I mention table, I also need to import it. So I'm going to import over here as a table from /table, the component that we have created. Right now I am saving it. Now the development server is getting started, and let's we take a look at the development server, what is getting rendered. So it is getting rendered name over here and the Satish, like which is the content that is present in the column.js with no issues. But when you click on the right click on inspect it, you will find there would be some errors that would be generated, and this generated error would say that this particular div tag is there, right? It should not appear in a td tag, right? So again, we'll take a look at the code. So inside this column.js, you see like over here td is present, and this particular component should be enclosed in a div tag because it should have one parent component. Over here I have mentioned only td like that, but I can also give another name like td like this, td, and my last name like that, right? So let me type that so that it would be more meaningful, and I'm going to give like this, and inside th tag I'm also going to create another th, and I'm going to mention last name like that. So right now this would be meaningful for you guys who's watching. So over here I have given another td tag. So over here two td tags are there, and it has to be enclosed in a div tag. So over here, I mean, the order is missing because, the alignment is missing because we have not included any CSS over here. So at this point of a time is where I said in the last tutorial, the fragments would come into the picture. Now you replace the div tag with React fragments. So whatever the problems that we have enclosed, right? That is because of having a div tag inside the td tag, that would be resolved right now. So I have saved it. It is getting refreshed. Perfect. So right now the error has gone. So this is one of the main advantages of the React fragments. And In this, we have to see in detail by taking an example, and that's why I've created another tutorial over here. And one more content I just want to keep you posted is this particular React fragment is having an attribute called key. So you can also render this particular component React.fragment by using a map as well. So map we have seen in the previous tutorials, like where you used to render certain components and retain certain list based on the map, number of contents in the map. So over here, key equal to that particular contents, like whatever the map structure, right? Map name that you will be giving over here. So you can also use it over here. Okay. And last thing I just want to keep you mentioned is there are other ways to represent the React fragment tag. That is nothing but an empty tag like this. So this particular empty tag is still workable, and it would still generate the code. So this empty tag is nothing but the other way of representing a fragments. So the code is working still, though it is getting highlighted red in color. But only one problem that would come over here is when you are using keys. If you want to use keys, this empty tag won't be useful because you can't mention any contents inside it. So if you want to mention keys, then you should mention it as react.fragments. So that's all from this tutorial. And before winding up, I also want to keep you posted where I have kept my code. So in GitHub, there is something called Learn Coding with Satish Kumar Jayachandran. Please make a note. So inside this, I have created a folder tutorial 42. So whatever I have discussed with you guys, right? I have kept the code over here so you can use it. So I'll make sure that the previous tutorial also I will load all those codes over here. As of now, I have loaded in tutorial 42. Okay. Thank you and have a nice day. Please feel free to subscribe this. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 44th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to ReactJS. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create a pure components in ReactJS. So let me give you an overview. Like a specific component in ReactJS can be created. That means when I say specific component, that means class components can be created by extending a component class. And this particular component class is present in the ReactJS package. And there is also another way of creating a class components can be done, that is by extending a pure components. So I'm going to show you like how I'm going to create a pure components. In the later upcoming tutorial, that is the 45th tutorial, I'm going to explain what is the difference between the pure components and the class components, and I'm also going to explain you in practical as well as a chart saying that what are the exact differences in it. So in this tutorial, I'm just going to show you like how to create a pure components, which is going to be pretty much small. So let me get into the Visio code, and over here, I'm going to create a new folder and called tutorial 44. I have just tried it, something new over here, and hence I have created the folder over there earlier. So I've deleted it, creating a new folder tutorial 44, and inside this I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it as shape.js. And inside this I'm going to give RCC the code snippet to generate the class component, and inside that I am going to mention shape component. Let me give you like this and save it. And inside this I'm going to create two more files. One is going to be a circle component, which is going to be a pure components, and another component is there, which is the one rectangle I'm going to create, and I'm going to mention like this. And over here I'm going to mention import circle from /circle like that, and then import rectangle from double quotes dot slash rectangle. So do not wonder like where is this is. I'm just going to create it. So I'm just writing it beforehanded. So I'm going to mention rectangle.js and another file as circle.js. So in rectangle.js would be a regular component. So for that, what I'm going to do is write the code snippet RCCE, and over here I'm going to mention rectangle, save it, and in circle, what I'm going to do is code snippet RCC, which is generating a class component, and over here instead of the components, I'm going to mention pure component. So that is the only thing that I'm going to do. So you can remove this particular component over here. And I am also going to mention circle over here. Save it, and in shape.js, circle is a component, rectangle is a component, and let me verify whether I got it from a right place, because it is throwing me an error. Dot slash right circle. So it looks perfect. In app.js, I'm going to import shape from tutorial 44, whichever we have created, to year 44 shape, and I'm also going to mention the shape over here. So it gives me an exception saying that tutorial 44 does not exist. What is this? Everything looks good. Shape.js, and over here I have also exported as shape, saving it again. Perfect. So I have not clicked on save from the app.js, and that is why it is creating a problem. So let me get into the browser. Okay, perfect. So first parent component is there, and then later circle component, which is a pure component, and rectangle component, which is a regular component. It is all three components are there. So we have created a pure components with the help of this tutorial. So in next tutorial, I'm going to explain you like what is the difference between the pure components and the regular components. In this, I just want to explain you guys like what is how we are going to create a pure component over here. With the help of the pure component object, we have created a pure component. And what is the difference between the pure component and a regular component? Those things we are going to see in the next tutorial. Thanks, and have a nice day. The pure components, which is nothing but circle over here, is a pure component which is not getting re-rendered. So this is the advantage of pure components. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted is like it would avoid duplicates in your applications. Say for example, you are having a list around 50 contents is present in a list, and for 50 contents that is present inside the list, you are rendering a component. So if there is duplicates over there, then also it would render the component, right? If you are using a pure components over there, it would do a shallow comparison and find if the value is getting duplicated inside the list or not. If it is duplicated, it won't re-render the component in your web page. So this is one of the main advantage of pure components. So over here in code, what we have done is like it is comparing the props over here. So if you extend this particular shape, the parent component itself, to pure component, at that time the state comparison will also happen, right? So while doing a state comparison, it would check like whether the parent is being having a difference or not, like this particular state is having a difference or not, and the entire contents itself won't be re-rendered again when you are setting the interval. So I have modified the parent component into a pure component. Let me take a look at the browser. Over here I'm going to give localhost 3000, and it is rendering the shape component, circle component, everything. If I am going to take inspect the console, over here it would be rendered only once, because the parent shape component itself at that time I am telling React.js it is a pure component. So whenever it is setting a state for every 2 seconds, at that time it would see the value of the current state and the previous state. Since it is doing a shallow comparison and it is going to be one and the same, the values won't be, the circle components, rectangle components won't be rendered. See, over here it is rendered only once. So this is the advantages of the pure components. So I took a lot amount of time in this tutorial because I want you guys to be clear in this particular concepts. It is very important topic in React.js, because when you are going to the advanced knowledge and if you want to make your application best performed, at that time you would be using pure components. I want you guys to know like when this is actually being used and what is the advantages of it, and that's why I took your time. Thanks for watching. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted is I'm going to place all the PPT that I have explained as well as the code inside this tutorial 45, whichever present over here, so you can take a look at the code as well. Please feel free to subscribe, and in the next tutorial I'll come up with some other topic. Thanks, and have a nice day.
Welcome to the 46th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial, we are going to see what is memo in React.js. In the previous tutorial, we have seen what is pure components, and we have applied the pure components for class components. Over here in memo, what we are going to see is how to use memo in functional components. So whatever the jobs that pure components does it for class components, the same thing memo does it for functional components. So this means pure components is only applicable for class components and memo is only applicable for functional components. So let me get into the code base, and over here what I am going to do is I am going to create a new file inside tutorial 44, and I am going to name it as memo.js. And inside memo.js I am going to mention RSF, which would generate a code snippet for functional components. And inside this functional components props, I'm going to destruct it with type. And over here inside the div, I'm going to mention memo, and the type, whichever that has been destructed, I'm going to mention it over here. Before the return method, what I am going to mention is I'm going to mention console.log, and inside that I am going to pass a string saying that I am getting render from memo. I'm saving it. And one more thing I just want to do it over here is a memo components, rather than exporting like usually, what we need to do is we have to mention react.memo and then we have to export it. So while using this code, you also have to make sure in your package.json the React component is more than 16.2 or it is equal to 16.2. So this is some of the hooks concepts, And over here, I am going to mention react.memo. I'm going to save it, and then getting into the shape component, I'm going to comment this particular code, which I've already done, and import memo over here. So in the last tutorial, we might have used pure components. So I have also replaced that with the components over here in order to make sure the parent component is a regular component. So this is the initial state value, and this is the set state value, which is inside the component did mount. So what is happening is this component did mount is being used at the mounting phase as well as the updating phase. So it would infinitely get called. So while it is getting infinitely get called, we are going to see what console logs is going to show over there. So what is happening to the memo over here, like that we are going to see. I have saved it. Getting into the browser, make sure your browser is having a good connection because we are rendering the mounting phase, component did mount method infinitely, and it may take some time for your browser to get loaded. That is because your console.log statement, what it does is each and every 2 seconds it loads with the console messages, right? So it would be a bit slow, so do not worry about it that your application is not working like that. So I've right clicked and inspect. So it is taking so much amount of time. That is because for each and every 2 seconds, the console.log is getting returned. So I'm going to take a look at the console. So over here, what it is going to happen is at first, whenever it is getting rendered at the mounting phase, it is rendering the shape component, second memo components. And after that, you can see only shape component is getting rendered, memo is not getting rendered. That is because it is doing a shallow comparisons. It is doing a comparison with the initial value that is being set in the state, which is nothing but a component. And second time when you're setting the value, it is doing a shallow comparisons. And when it's doing the shallow comparison, it is one and the same. And hence, it is not going to render the memo component. Whereas the shape component is just a regular component, and it is going to be rendered each and every 2 seconds, which we have set as an interval over here. Say for example, if I am converting this component to a pure component, because this is a class component, right? So I'm going to compare this to, I'm going to change it to a pure component, saving it, taking a look at the browser. Right now, it has to refresh. So once it is refreshed, right now you can able to see it would be rendered only once. That is because shape component is a pure component which is applicable for the class component, and memo is applicable for the functional components. Right now, for every 2 seconds, it is doing a shallow comparisons. Shape component is a pure component, and hence it is not re-rendering it, and memo is also not getting re-rendered. That's it from this tutorial. Thanks for watching. Please feel free to subscribe, and in case of any doubts and queries, please post that in the comment sections. I will reach you as soon as possible. And one more thing is, I'm going to place the code memo.js in tutorial 45 in GitHub, and I'm also going to share you the path as well. Thanks for watching again. Have a nice day ahead. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 47th tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to use ref in React.js. Before getting into the topic in code, I want to show a website. Say for example, I'm taking the Google homepage itself, and over here I'm going to explain why I'm going to use ref in React.js. I've loaded this website, Google homepage, and you can see that I was typed some text box, but right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reload this page. So once this page is getting reloaded, you can see the cursor is automatically gets into the search text box. I don't have to click on the search text box and then I have to type it. By default, it is already getting typed, and by default it is already, the cursor is being placed inside the text box. This is what we can able to achieve in ref in React.js. So one more time, I'm just going to reload the page so that I can show you. I've reloaded the page, and you can see inside Google website, like the cursor is being already placed without I have go over here and click on it. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get inside the code, Visio code, and I'm going to create a folder inside source, and I'm going to name it as comp. Inside comp folder, I'm going to create another file, and I'm going to keep it the name as ref components.js. And inside ref components.js, I'm going to use RCC the code snippet to generate the class components, and I'm also going to create a constructor on the same. So we have a code snippet called con to generate the constructor. Perfect. So right now what I'm going to do is I've created this components, and I'm planning to import this component inside my app.js. So at first what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some import statements and import ref from, and inside from there is two codes, and the folder that we have created has to be placed over here. So for that I have to write dot slash comp is the folder name, and inside comp folder we have created the ref components, and I'm going to call the same over here. And inside ref components.js, just right now I'm going to hard code some value like this to make sure everything is right. Save it. Going to take a look at the browser. Ref components is getting populated. Perfect. So everything is coming perfect from this file. So now we'll go ahead and create a ref components. So there are three steps involved in it. At first, I have to create a variable. So what I am going to do is I am going to create a variable name as username. I'll make u in small, user name equal to, and over here I'm going to create a ref. And now what I'll be creating is I have to write a React class object. React dot create ref is a method, and hence it should be open braces and close parenthesis, and this would create a React reference for you. So once this reference has been created, it has to be used in the web page wherever the particular element you want. So at first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a label, and after label I have to close that tag as well, and going to mention it as user name colon. And after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a input type text box like this, and over here it's going to be a type which is equal to text. That then only it would show you the text box, and I am going to make that reference whichever that we have created to get referred. For that what I used to do is I have to write ref over here and open braces and close braces. Inside in open braces and the close braces, what I have to write is I have to use the reference name whichever I have created like this. And once it is created, what I have to do is I have to do the third step over here. Before getting into the third step, we'll see the browser and see whether the username is populated. Yes, the username is populated and the text box is also populated. But right now, by default, the cursor is not present inside the text box. Only if I click on the text box right now and then type the content, you can see the contents are getting typed. And once you do the refresh, the value get vanished, and you can see that the cursor is still not there inside the text box. And even if you type right now, nothing is there. You have to go ahead, click on this text box, and then you have to type it. So we will finish the third step over here. The third step is nothing but you have to write a component did mount method. So when this component did mount method would be created, so this is the last method of the mounting phase, and we have discussed in the previous tutorial. So inside this component did mount, what I am going to do is whatever the reference that I have created, that is nothing but this dot username, and this reference will have a object, and that object is nothing but current, and this object should be focus, and we have a method called focus, and clicking on save. So this is the third step, and I'm going to take a look at the browser. You can see once I get into the browser, after username, inside the text box, the cursor is already present. So right now I'm going to type it. So whatever I am typing, it is appearing inside the text box. So we have achieved a reference in this ReactJS tutorial. So I am also going to reload this page. Reloading the page, automatically the cursor comes to the text box, whichever that we have referred. One more thing I just want to post over here is how to get the values whichever that is typed inside the text box. So that's something that need to be done, right? So for that, what I am going to do is I am going to write one more button that is nothing but the element, and inside this element I am going to have an on click event which is going to be this dot click handler. So I am going to name this button as submit, and I also have to create a handler whichever that I have been referred over here. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a method like this, and I'm going to alert, and inside alert I'm going to write the values which we are going to use. For that, what I'm going to do is this dot username dot current dot value. So what I'm trying to achieve is after clicking the submit button, whatever the value that is present in the text box that will be displayed. In general, what we will be doing is, in general, we would be passing some name over here, and once click on the submit button, we would be taking the values, whatever it is present over here, by having a name attribute over here. Right now, we are using ref. So I'm going to save it and take a look at the browser. Automatically, the username cursor is being there. I'm going to type it. Once clicking on submit button, you can see whatever the content that is present is getting alerted. So by this way, you can send this value to the other web page or other website or service like that.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel Learn with Satish Kumar Jayachandran, and also I am welcoming you to this particular series, Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial, we are going to see the introduction in the React.js, and before start of this tutorial, I am also going to give a brief introduction about myself, about my background as well, and if you're not interested, please feel free to skip that. And later I'm also going to explain why I have created this tutorial and what is a user driven approach is all about. So those are all the things that I'm going to explain in this tutorial. So let me give a brief introduction about myself. And my name is Satish, and as of now I'm having a 12 years of experience in software development, and still it's going on. And over here I have mentioned some few technologies, like these were some of the few things that I have worked on, and there are a lot of other things I also worked on. I don't want to put it over here so the slide doesn't become so messy of all about. And my aim is like whatever the knowledge that I have gained, I'm a person like where I want to distribute to someone else, but there is no kind of any medium like where I can just sit and help them in learning. And hence I just started a YouTube channel, and over here I'm going to put each and every series whatever I have learned and whatever that is keen interested is all about. And I'm also going to explain you guys only 10 minutes per day. That is what my aim, because I don't want to consume more than 10 minutes of your time, and each and everyone have a should have a practical exposure as well. So that is what the main advantage of this particular tutorial as well. And the reason why I have created this tutorial is like if you take a look at some of the tutorials which is outside, each and every tutorial is cost much, and they won't give enough details if it is free, and they would ask you to go and refer in this and this site and gain the knowledge like that. And otherwise it won't be from the scratch itself. When I say scratch, what I am planning is, if someone, a layman who doesn't know what is ReactJS itself, and he knows something like what is computer, what is HTML, JavaScript, if he refers my website, he should be a React advanced developer. Like at the end of viewing all the videos that I have created, at the end you should be an advanced React.js developer. That's what my aim is all about, and that is what I am just planning to do it, and that's why I created this tutorial as well. And for a reference, I would suggest you don't have to take a look at any tutorial itself, or you don't have to take a look at any source. If you just refer my tutorial alone is enough, more than enough, that I'll be telling you all the concepts, what are all the things that is present in the React.js from the scratch till the end. Either it goes to 500 videos or 400 videos, whatever it is, I'm going to explain it from the scratch, and it is totally free of cost. You don't have to pay anything, and I'm not going to tell you that for the advanced topic like this and this, go and refer like this and all. I won't be doing it, because most of the YouTubers right now, those who create any content in the YouTube, they are doing it. I don't want to mention the name, but I don't want to put down their efforts as well. And hence I have created this tutorials, and there is a typo over there in the slide. What I mean to mention is, just spend 10 minutes a day. That's it, more than enough. And each and every day you have to learn one concept with practical knowledge. That's what my planning is all about. So enough of giving the brief introduction about myself and my career and what are all about. It is a bit boring. I know that. Even I got bored. And right now we'll get into the topic. What is React.js? React.js is a JavaScript library which is used for UI design. So whenever someone is asking in an interview, just give this alone. And by giving this statement is alone is not enough. You have to explain what it is. So what is JavaScript library? So we know JavaScript, but what is JavaScript library? Say for example, if you want to bring an image in front of your web page, at that time you will be writing some few lines of code in JavaScript, and this would be around 10 lines or 20 lines, or sometimes it may be 100 lines, the way the effect should look like. And this is quite complex, and each and every time you have to write this 100 lines of code. Say for example, this 100 lines of code would be common, and you have written some code or library That is what library is all about. If you written some common code somewhere else and it is stored in a folder, and this folder would be referred from the active programming wherever I am doing, and just within two to three lines of code, I can able to achieve rendering the image with effects. So this particular folder or the contents whichever I am using, right, that is called as a library. So ReactJS is one such JavaScript library which is used for UI design alone. So this is not used for any backend language, something like that. This is only as a UI design. We are using this ReactJS library, and it is a user-driven approach. What you mean by user-driven approach? User-driven approach is that, like, where you are writing a programming language, right? At that time, when you are coding, you have to keep user in your mind. So that is called as a user-driven approach. And the React.js is a component-based architecture. So for example, take a Java programming. So if you are coding anything in the Java programming, each and every class that you are going to write, right, is going to be a Java class. Like that, over here, each and everything that we are going to code would be a components, and that is called component-based architecture. And React.js was developed by Facebook, and it is still maintained by them, and it is open source. So it is said that even a Facebook was developed by using the components, that is nothing but the React.js. And if you just look into your home page of the Facebook, even that particular web page itself is developed by 10,000 components. So imagine like how many number of components would be there in the picture. And there are also other JavaScript libraries available in open source. They are nothing but the EXTJS, Angular, or one such of the JavaScript library. React.js is the most used one, and if you just get into any job website, you can see that React.js is the one like which is mostly asked by many companies. That is because of its user-driven approach. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted before winding up this is I want to explain you by showing some website, and I also want to tell you like how the web page of the React.js is been looking like that. You can also open a Facebook, and for here like what I'll do is I'll open one of the sample React.js website, and I'm just going to show you like how it looks like. So I am opening this website react.rocks, which is being developed by the React.js. This is one such example. So over here you see the website, right? So in this website, each and every component, this one is a component actually. This one is a component, this one is a component, like that. So when you are getting into this website, it is bringing all this component that is shown over here. And inside this also somewhere else, this particular components can also be used. The reusability is there. So once you click on the component, this would be open, and which is another component. So React.js is something like user-driven architecture, which is built on components like this. So this is one thing I just want to keep you posted. And thanks for watching. Please feel free to subscribe. In the upcoming tutorials, we will get into practical knowledge and gain some practical knowledge on it. Over here, I just want to keep you posted, like with some introductions about this series and introduction about React.js and about myself. That is what I want to achieve over here. And I'll make sure each and every day you just spend only 10 minutes. Maybe at the time of installing and other things and all, it would consume more time. But apart from that, you just have to spend only 10 minutes a day. You will learn each concepts, even including practical knowledge about it. That's it. Thanks, and have a nice day.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the second tutorial in the series of Complete Guide to React.js. So in this tutorial, we are going to see how to set up a workspace for React.js. So before setting up a workspace in React.js, there are two prerequisites that you have to do. One is you have to download Node.js, and this is the link where you can able to download the Node.js. I have also created a separate tutorials where I have explained like how you need to run the Node.js in your local machine after download, and how to verify whether the node is installed in your machines properly or not. So those link I'll provide in the description tag so that you can take a look at the particular video where you have to download Node.js. But keep in mind, like, Node.js is one of the prerequisites that you need to download based on your environment, and based on Windows, Mac, or Linux. You need to download the same, and based on whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit, you need to download the same and install it in your workspace. And the second thing you have to do is you have to download Visual Studio Code, and this is not Microsoft Visual Studio. So most of them would get confused with Microsoft Visual Studio. This is Visual Studio Code, though it is a Microsoft applications, but certain people, I mean, they would get confused with Microsoft Visual Studio, and hence I want to keep you posted on the same. So over here you have to choose like which machine is yours, like whether it is Linux, Mac, or Windows. Based on that, you have to install your 64-bit or 32-bit, like that. And I have also created one video for downloading the Visual Studio Code. For so the link for that also I'll post it in description tag. And after downloading these two and getting installed, so you have to open the Visual Studio Code. So once you open the Visual Studio Code, so what it would appear is it would appear a startup screen like this. So over here, you can add your workspace folder, or you can open a specific folder if you are already having one, or you can just give normally add a folder for workspace. And I have already created one. So for this tutorial, just to show you guys, I'll also create one more folder so that you will be aware of like how to create it. So in this, I'm going to give React Tute like that, and I'm just going to click on add. Once I clicked on add, what happens is your Visual Studio Code is mapped to this particular folder, and this folder would be the root folder of your workspace. So whatever you are developing, whatever you are doing, so everything would be in this particular root folder. So initially it would take up some time if it is the start. So it is already created the tutorial folder, so I'm going to cancel this. So once you map to the tutorial folder, the first thing what you have to do is go to terminal and click on new terminal. So by this way, what you are doing is you are making sure that your Visual Studio Code is mapped to this folder. So at first, at the welcome page, we have added a folder that is nothing but to map the folder over here in the project explorer. But over here in terminal also, you have to make sure that your terminal is pointed to the right path. So I just went to terminal and I have clicked on a new terminal. By default, it would give you the terminal path wherever you mapped initially, but in some cases it would not happen. So be confident on that to check whether your local path is mapped to the path that you have initially created or not. So right now I am confident that the React folder whichever I have created, yes, it has been mapped there. Perfect. So after doing this, I have to execute only one single command to make your React app up and running in your local. Just only one small command, that is nothing but npx create hyphen react hyphen app and app name. So I'm going to give React app like this and click on enter. That's it. You don't have to do anything. It would download all the commands and what are all the things that needs to be done from react.js, and then it would eventually also show you the browser as well, tagging your local host 3000. And while doing this, make sure you have a good internet connections. Without having a good internet connections, it would take huge amount of time. So I have executed the command, and it is initializing your local PC to get download all the contents, whatever it is required to set up the workspace, React.js workspace. So I'm going to wait for it. Yeah, the installation has got started. So right now I have connected my Ethernet and my desktop, I mean my laptop, and with that itself, it is taking so much amount of time. So if you are having a Wi-Fi connections, just verify you have a healthy Wi-Fi connections because it is going to take some time. And meanwhile, like if there is any interruption is happening, like Wi-Fi connection is not done, make sure you delete this folder again, create a new folder, map it, and execute this npx create react app command again, because sometimes due to lack of internet connections, certain files won't be transferred properly, and when you are executing your code somewhere else, like it would throw some exceptions and we won't have any idea about it. So in order to avoid it, make sure that you have a good healthy internet connections and make sure that it doesn't fails over here whenever it is getting downloaded. And one more thing I just want to keep you posted is certain people will have their not on internet security or some high internet security content in your laptop or desktop. So sometimes when you are executing this particular command, npx create react app command, at that time, certain times what happens is your internet firewall will block certain app which is getting downloaded from the Node.js or the React.js path. So for that time alone, like it is recommended for you to hide or pass the internet security scan so that it downloads the file seamlessly without any issues. So I'm just going to wait for everything to be loaded, and so I pass this tutorial right now, and once everything is loaded, I'll get back to you again. Hello everyone, welcome back. So it almost took around 45 minutes over here, and right now the completely everything is getting installed. And once and now to verify whether everything is installed perfectly like that is like you will be receiving a message happy hacking at the end of this message. It doesn't mean that you're going to hack something, but it's a message that is being stated once everything is getting installed over here. So we can verify the application by running npm run start. So before I mean, this would run the server, whatever the server over here that is mapped, right? The Node.js server, and it also automatically opens you the browser at localhost 3000, and it will also show you a nice app saying what is in front. And it is throwing an exception because npm run start should be given a command where package.json is. So over here the package.json is in the inside the React app. So you have to run npm run start at the place where this package.json is being present. So right now we have react underscore to, but we have created the React app as well, right? So what you need to do right now is in your terminal, you have to give cd and the React app, the folder that we have created. And from here, what you need to do is you need to run npm run start command in order to make your application up and running. Before running that npm run start, I just want to concentrate on package.json. So package.json is a file, is the first file that runs in React. This is like a main class in Java like that. And this is the start of React applications. So in package.json, it will tell you like entire details about the applications, like the name of an application, version, and if it is private, it is belongs to yours, and dependency like testing library, React, and what are all the script. Like for example, if I give npm run start, what start means? It is nothing but React script start like that. All those details would be present over here. Okay, so we are into the React app folder, and let me run npm run start, and that's it. Once you click on that npm run start and enter, automatically that whatever the things that corresponds to the start in package.json would be executed. So how to verify that is like, yeah, if you see the controller, I mean in the terminal, you will see the React script start. This one is getting run. So it will take some time since this is the first time you are loading your application, right? So it would take some time, and it would start the server. What is that server is nothing but the Node.js server which we have installed. And right now the React app is trying to establish a connection with the Node.js server. So once you clicked on npm run start, what happens is your local React script start would try to see if there is any Node.js is getting installed in the machine or not. So this is the actual place where React app does a lot of work. So right now in your machine, you have installed Node.js in your local machine itself, and hence it is trying to utilize it. But say for example, you are having a Docker applications or any server applications. At that time, how my Node.js or my React app would determine that Node.js need to be installed. So that's where some features like Docker file for Docker applications, and for some other applications which is installed in any other server, web.inf folder, that is nothing but var folder that would be created, right? Those would be coming into a picture. Please make a note of that as well. So it is still taking some time. Once I clicked on npm run start, it is giving package.json. Okay, this is the first one. So I have given the second one, and right now, yeah, perfect. So it is automatically going to localhost 3000. So by this way, you can confirm yourself your local React app application is up and running. So it is still rendering because first time it would take some time. So as of now, it is sure that your server has been started because of this particular message. So it would try to compile all the contents that is present, and in the next tutorial, I will explain like in detail like what are all the contents that is present over here like that. So at first, what it would try to do is index.js is there, right? This is the start of your applications. So you would have mentioned somewhere else over here what is index.js like that. So index.js is the first start of the React applications. And at the first start of the React applications, so what you are saying is all the content should be downloaded from a component called map. React is a component based architecture, and whatever the contents that is present is components. And over here index.js was the root JS, the first JS which is whichever is that is getting loaded is index.js. So in index.js it is saying utilize app.js. App.js is nothing but another component. So the component would be shown by this way, like function app, like that and all. So there are two types of components, like functional components and the class components, which is getting vastly used. There are also other components like controllable components, like that and all, which we will see in the upcoming tutorials. But as of now, take in mind functional components and the class components alone. Over here, the app.js is another functional components, and inside this functional components, you can mention another functional components like that. So that is what the beauty of React.js is all about. So it's still taking time to load the localhost, and yeah, so I'm just waiting to show you the screen saying that what are all the logos that have been imported, right? Logos like SVG, which is nothing but React app logo. So it's like a circle that would be examined, a dimensional circle, three-dimensional circle. So these contents would be displayed in your browser. So that is what it is doing right now. So since it is a start, trying to pull is taking some time over here. And don't give control C, control V, something like that, which would uh, give you an alert message asking you whether you need to come out of the React start of the server like that and all. It would give you a message. So hence don't give control C or control V. At the first start of the applications, wait for it, wait for the contents to get resolved. So I'm just still waiting. If it is going to take more than a minute, I'll pause this video again and I'll resume once it is up and running. Perfect. So right now you received the message compiled successfully. So this much amount of time it was trying to compile it. So at first time when you're starting the application, it would say it would take some time actually. So let me get into the browser and see what is coming. I'm also going to reload this. This is taking more time. You can also open another tab and mention localhost 3000 like that. So the image, whichever that is getting loaded, if it is taking time, it will also consume lot amount of time in loading the applications. So that is what it is happening right now. Since it is a three-dimensional applications, the image, it is taking some time to load the localhost. So what right now I'm going to do is I'm going to take a new tab and generate localhost if this is not getting coming over here. Perfect, it came. So Only for the first time it would take much amount of time, and the second time and third time you can load it very fine. Yeah, over here. So this is 3D actually. This is why, that is the reason like why it is taking so much amount of time. So these contents are getting loaded from app.js, which is an component, root component, or you can call it as parent component. From there, it would be called some other components like that. It would go on. So like that, you can call as many number of components you want. So I have got into a new tab, and right now I posted localhost 3000. Right now it is fast, perfect. Only for the first time it was taking some huge amount of time. That's it from this tutorial. So we have seen like how to install Visual Studio Code. We have seen how to install Node.js, and we also seen like how to open a new folder in the Visual Studio Code, and then later we made the React app up and running in our local. So I don't want to skip anything. I want to be there with you guys till like whatever the things that is happening, and hence I have not